23 bigs with the sixes. Joel deciding just to ship it for 20 bigs with queens. And Barry Moore in the small, who we saw all day yesterday. Extremely aggressive
player, from what I understand. He also got three-handed in the high roller right now, so he's had a very good festival, and he's a massive chip leader at the moment.
Yeah, as you guys can see, Barry with 4.6 million, 80 bigs.
Finds a fold, excellent.
Very disciplined laydown here with the nines, Dara.
Yeah, very disciplined. Shows he's capable of making those folds as well. Like sometimes that type of player, just if they see any half-decent hand, they're not folding, but recognizing there, I think that Joel, just nines isn't going to be good shape against Joel's range.
I would agree for sure. With 11 left there, Joel going to be pretty tight, Dara, there with a 20 big blind 3-bet shove. Yeah. Nine's going to be not quite good enough to make the call. Nice lay down from Barry. Anyway, guys, everybody watching on YouTube, welcome along. As we see here on our feature table, 6 players. We've got some notables here, Dara. I know you've played with a bunch of these gentlemen before. We have Darren Harbinson, as you can see there, in seat 4. IPT sponsored pro and ambassador. We have Richie O'Neill, who I know you know well, Dara, in seat 5. Probably maybe the most experienced player, would it be fair to say?
Yeah, that's very fair to say. And in terms of track record in Ireland, Richie has been around for longer and has put up more big results than the others. In fact, and most of his results have actually come here in the Bonnington, interestingly enough. He won the Deep Stack back in 2019, the European Deep Stack, which was here. And he also won, let me just find it, he won the High Roller at this festival in 2021. He played a really interesting hand against my chip race co-host David Lappin back in the day. We actually turned it into a strategy clip. It's on our YouTube channel. The hand was so interesting. They both played their hand really well, but really unorthodox. Richie's one of these guys who he's definitely on the loose side, but he navigates very well post-flop, and often people spaz off to him.
Very live, savvy player. As we see Harry under the gun, was told by Dara just before we came on air that Harry won his seat into this tournament for €30 or £30. Looking to parlay that into a big win. €45,000, guys, up top, as he opens with pocket 8s. Richie with a tricky spot here, Dara, with the ace-7 off against the 20 big blind open. Yeah,
this is really close. You could definitely let this one go, just being worried too much about domination. In Richie's favour, he does cover Harry significantly, so he can perhaps apply a lot of pressure. The thing with these rag aces is you can basically just bluff catch when you hit your ace. You can expect your opponent to fire a lot of the time. And obviously when you have an ace and there's an ace on the board, it's that less likely they actually have the ace. So I think we'll see the check call here from Richie, and
absolutely.
Then he'll evaluate.
Certainly a board texture that is going to favour the under the gun open. Going to be a pure C-bet. Harry goes for a larger size, around about 2/3 pot. Richie content to call, does improve to a 7 high flush draw on the turn. Starts to become very dicey now, Dara, for Harry. If he is going to fire again, basically be targeting a queen, basically, or a weak ace-x. If he does continue to run a bluff, he's going to know he's no good.
Yeah, I think he might wave the white flag now, and I expect this to go check. Apart from anything else, all the flush draws got there, and the big blind defending range tends to be more suited card heavy than he would have. Like he's going to have almost no flushes. Most of his suited cards would be ace-x suited, and we can see the ace of diamonds on board.
Yeah, absolutely. Does decide to check it back, and very occasionally win against a hand like a 3x. But as we know here, with 11 left, Richie not going to have too many of them.
Richie going for value here. This is nice from Richie. This is essentially a blocker bet. He's made a small bet into a pot. Yeah, less than third pot. He's targeting pairs. You could certainly get called by something like kings. Probably 8s is just a bit too weak. Yeah, good fold by Harry.
Yeah, not much for Harry to do.
Beating nothing there.
Maybe an example immediately there, Dara, of what you said about Richie being pretty shrewd in these live spots.
He is, yeah.
Lots of players would be content to check there on the river and try and just take the showdown.
Went for a little bit of extra value and also cut off the possibility of having to face a big bet as a bluff.
Absolutely. So nice start to this feature table for Richie O'Neill. As we say, guys, myself and Dara will be taking you through it. I believe Dara is going to continue his remarkable work ethic and go and hop into a side event later on. But I'll try and keep you here as long as possible, Dara.
That's
Maybe
the plan, yeah.
Might get you for a little hour or two.
Yeah, I was talking to Paul Carr. Paul said he'd jump in after me, so you're in for a real treat. Yeah. If you guys can understand Paul, that is. I told him he has to speak in a way that people from outside of Limerick will be able to understand.
I kind of wish that Paul would just talk to me in that fashion in general. Never mind the viewers, I'll be struggling myself. Yeah. Paul Carr, of course, very much a fixture of the Irish live streets. Very popular figure is Paul, Dara.
Very, very popular, yeah. Justifiably so. One of the funniest men I've ever met.
He really is. As we see, action round to Richie with the 3-5 off. Harry now an unfortunate start to this final day. Down from 20 bigs to around about 15. Richie going to go on the attack, makes this 160k.
Like this. This is pressure from Richie. This is pure ICM pressure. He's going to get Harry to, like if Harry's folding hands as strong as 9-6 off, then that bet is printing money because he won't have a hand stronger than that often enough.
Yeah, as we know, Dara, of course, the fewer players left in the tournament, our defending range becomes a lot tighter.
Yeah.
So I'd like to ask you about this because I know you're very well versed in ICM and the like. Do you think that players have sort of over-adjusted and, heard the buzzwords like, oh, you must fold X, Y, and Z parts of your range? And do you think that people have become a little bit too tight? And of course here 9-6 off is going to go into the bin, but I've seen people deep in these spots folding maybe a hand as strong as like a Jack-9. Do you think that people have overcompensated? Yeah,
I think they've overcompensated. I'm not sure it's necessarily down to ICM. It can also just be that they're in a really big spot that they're not used to, and
sure.
And they're playing quite different. You do see this quite a lot in these big field tournaments where guys who are actually very splashy and not afraid to gamble early on, but then they do over-adjust late on and they're too scared to bust. Interesting spot for Joel here with the Jack-10 suit.
Yeah, there's an example. Joel has seemed to be very aware that he doesn't want to risk too many chips with sort of, half-strength hands. If we put the Jack-10 suited in there, does decide to let it go.
Yeah.
I would struggle to let that one go. It would enter, especially six-handed.
Yeah, agreed. I would have opened two, but I kind of understand he has aggressive players behind whom I 3-bet. His hand can't really call it 3-bet.
Yeah.
If he had been shallower, it's also the kind of hand you can just open rip and make somebody else find a hand strong enough, knowing that even if they do find an ace-king or an ace-queen, you're going to have decent equity.
Absolutely. As Harry,
this is good,
not shying away, rips it in with the 7-8, 12 big blinds, and Pablo with a very close decision.
This is super close. This is super close. I think this is right on the line.
Yeah, it feels like stone bottom to me, Dara.
Yeah.
King Queen always calling.
King Queen's always calling. I think even King Jack is always calling.
Yeah.
King 10. Yeah, I'm really not sure with the ICM. It depends on the stack distributions at the other table. It's also a significant chunk of his stack.
Yeah, we did see Pablo make some good pre-flop folds. We had a somewhat similar spot yesterday where Barry had opened, Pablo peeled the small with ace-10 off, and Joel squeeze jammed for 18 bigs.
Yeah,
similar sort of situation where we know that we can be in decent shape against the jam.
Yeah.
With only 11 left, seems reasonable to fold, Dara.
Yeah. I think I like that fold and balance. I think it's the correct play. From what I understand, Pablo is an online reg from the Poker stable.
Okay.
And I've heard he's made literally thousands of final tables online, so he's going to be very well versed in these spots. Lots of extreme ICM. This near to the final table, the ICM is at its most extreme. So even like in a spot where you think you're a 55-45 favorite, that's not enough.
Not enough to put your chips at risk. Absolutely. We did see Pablo make an extremely strong 3-bet fold yesterday approaching the final table. Managed to 3-bet fold ace-queen of diamonds, big blind against Button. Button had the aces, so Pablo, of course, very aware of finding the correct spots to get it in. As we see Richie O'Neill wakes up with a big hand, ace-queen of hearts in the cutoff. Going to come in for an open. Pablo gets out of the way. Joel here with a very tricky one, Dara. Ace-9 of diamonds.
This is trouble. This is trouble. Yeah, you wouldn't blame him for deciding this is well ahead of Richie's range, and he doesn't want to play Richie's range, and he just want to play it out of position. it is the kind of hand you could turn into a shove here against a late position raiser, particularly somebody who can be light. You can also just proceed with a call, though. I think on balance, I probably just call. Your hand flops very well. As I said, like with these troublesome aces, sometimes people say, well, I don't want to call and I'll have difficult decisions on an ace high flop, but you can play your hand just as a bluff catcher.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would also favor call. Especially these suited ace-x can play pretty well. You can dominate a bunch of Richie's opening range.
Yeah, I like this from Joel.
Does settle on call. Flop is king, queen, deuce with 2 clubs.
Yeah, this is as bad as flops get for the ace-9 suited, so he shouldn't really get into trouble now.
Absolutely. Richie with second pair top kicker. We can see 99% decides
I like this
to
check back.
this one back.
Yeah, this is good. He can induce some bluffs here. Richie's figuring that if he bets the flop, he's not going to get called by too many worse hands, and he's obviously not getting anything better to fold. So
yeah,
he's protecting. He's also protecting his checking range.
Look at this; it's going to induce a bluff from Joel.
Yeah, you get this a lot. Like sometimes people think when a player checks the flop, it means they have nothing, but more often than not, it means they have something.
Yeah, showdown heavy.
But they don't see any point in betting it. So Richie's not going anywhere.
Very interesting size and selection from Joel. Bets very small, quarter pot. Not telling too much of a convincing story, I don't think, Dara, on this double flush draw board. Perhaps just trying to target hand like pocket 5s or 6s or an ace-x that's given up. Does river a pair himself.
This might get him to check now because he beats all the busted draws, and Richie quickly checks as well.
Is going to take it down with the ace-queen. Joel escapes relatively unscathed.
Yeah. He might have been lucky to river his pair there because I think that prevented him from putting more chips into the pot.
Absolutely. Would it be too thin to go for value with the ace-queen here, do you think? Maybe a little.
Yeah. I think at this stage of the tournament, maybe, where people are playing much more cautiously. Yeah, certainly earlier in the tournament, I would go for a value bet there.
Same.
You know, you can get called by worse queen X and other random pairs.
Yeah, perhaps a rivered 9, like a 9-10 or jack 9.
Yeah.
In any case, nice start to this final 2 tables for Richie. Picking up a couple of pots early doors. We see action on Darren Harbinson. Yesterday was absolutely cruising, Dara, on the feature. Was up to 2 million. Things went a little bit awry, but did manage to recover. Won a massive pot against Barry Moore, getting pocket 10s in against queens and making quads. So he's still in the mixer. Folds queen 9 suited under the gun. Richie continuing the aggression, going to open with the same combo.
Yeah. Yeah, Richie's a man who will keep the foot on the gas. Pablo. Suited aces are tempting on the button, but the deuce really devalues your hand. Ace deuce is just so much worse than ace 3, ace 4, ace 5.
Just another example there, Dara, also of earlier in the tournament. He's certainly going to VPIP very often from the button. But approaching this final table, discretion the better part of valor. Yeah. As our resident maniac from yesterday, Barry, defends the ace 4.
Yeah. Yeah, Barry's style is all about big pot, big bets,
big pressure,
aggression, putting you to the test.
When I say resident maniac, uses that abilities extremely well, not meant with any disrespect. He really was running the table over yesterday. Yeah. Played very well overall. Is Richard here gonna bet 1/3, gonna take it down with top pair?
Yeah, Richie flop top pair and some backdoors. Enough reason to continue. And yeah, as you said, like Barry, we might call him a maniac, but he's not he picks his spots. Like he didn't just go off there with no equity, recognizing that was a board where Richie would have hit a lot. There's no point in continuing with a very bad ace.
Absolutely, we did see him make that very good fold. Hand 1 with pocket 9s also, so he may be aggressive, but still shrewdly picks his spots. Great start to this final feature table. First feature table, excuse me, of the day for Richie O'Neill, winning every pot so far.
Richie often does his best work in these spots where people are just tightening up because of the final table bubble. And Richie, it's fair to say, doesn't tighten up in these spots. He still goes for it.
He is going to be first to act here. And he wakes up with another big hand. Pocket kings under the gun.
And he's been so relentless recently, the others might start to suspect he's getting out of line now.
Absolutely. In it for the raise to 125k. Blinds now, guys, 60k with a 60k ante. Pablo with a tricky one.
Oh, this is, yeah, 25 big blinds, 6s. It's too much to shove.
Yeah.
For sure, even against Richie. With ICM, you don't want to be doing too much calling.
I think I do like fold here. He does have some squeeze stacks behind.
Yeah, he's not on the button either, so. Yeah.
He is reaching for chips, though.
Good fold, good
very
fold.
disciplined fold from Pablo.
Very disciplined.
Oh, and Joel with a much tougher decision.
Yeah, he's on the button and he has a stronger hand and he has less, crucially, he has less chips as well. He only has 20 big blinds. You couldn't blame, this was actually my exit from the main. Not exactly similar spot because there was a raise and a call.
Yeah.
But I had 8s on the button and 15 big blinds. And
Joel
I did exactly what Joel
sent
did.
it. Can't blame him at all.
No, absolutely not.
Richie going to have plenty raise folds, Dara, and even when we do get called, going to flip against the sort of ace-king and ace-queen combos often enough.
Yeah. Barry has a very tempting-looking hand, but again, pretty quickly recognizes that facing this action under the gun open and a shove on the button that ace-jack.
Here we go, guys.
Yeah, Richie sticks it in.
Big all-in moment here early on day 3. Very unfortunate for Joel. Does run into the dominated spot. Is a 4-1 underdog.
Yeah.
He's going to need to find one of the remaining 8s in the deck.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate. Joel was on the feature table when I did commentary earlier with Barry Carter, and unfortunately the graphics were messing up and they told us he was limping, but he wasn't limping. He was actually raising. But now he's going to need to find an 8. There are no back doors.
Drawing extremely thin. 2 outs for Joel. Can he find it? Hits the crossbar. 7 of clubs on the river as we lose Joel in 11th place here. We are now, Dara, on the final table bubble. Richie O'Neill, what a start to his day.
What an absolute start. And Richie with a stack is going to be dangerous. I think all the Irish players will be looking at Richie as a man that they would fear. Just given his track record in tournaments around Ireland. I think he barely travels. I'm not sure he even plays outside of Ireland, but he's a consistent deep runner in Irish tournaments.
Going to be a massive threat, as Dara just alluded to now. Richie started the day with around about 1.8 million, has more than doubled that stack immediately here right off the bat. We are down to 10, guys. Final table bubble. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Everybody tuned in on YouTube. International Poker Open main event final day. 10 players left. When we reach the final table, I will bring you news of the payouts and pay jumps. First place is going to take home 45,000 euros. Big money up top for a 350 buy-in, Dara. Irish poker, live poker, back and thriving in the post-COVID days.
Yeah, absolutely booming. All of the festivals that were big before COVID, like the IPO, the Deep Stack, Irish Open, etc., they've all come back with bigger numbers than ever in many cases. And then there are new kids on the block too, like the Irish Poker Tour and the Action Poker Tour. So absolutely thriving at the moment. There's just so much on. Pretty much every weekend you can play something in Ireland.
It's really nice to see, obviously, Irish poker in general. I've never heard anybody, Dara, say they've come to Ireland and not enjoyed playing live poker.
Yeah.
And yeah, great to see so much variety.
And talking about Richie, who's in the big blind now, I did say that he plays primarily in Ireland, and that's evidence of that is that on the all-time Irish money list, he's outside the top 100, but in tournaments exclusively in Ireland, he's actually 62nd,
right.
Which puts him ahead of people like Cathal Shine, who's former European Deep Stack winner and online crusher, and also somebody called, I'm not sure I can pronounce his name, David Kilmartin-Lappin.
Never heard of him. I don't know what you're talking about. As we see Barry opening the button with the Queen Jack of Spades. Darren's shown a little experience here, Dara. Obviously now, this is not always a part of game that we enjoy in the booth.
Stalling.
But of course, yes.
He's stalling.
He is indeed stalling.
Good man, Darren. You love to see it.
It makes sense though, right? You have
savvy.
to do it.
Yeah,
You've
absolutely.
got to do it.
If they're not gone hand for hand and you play too fast, you're just giving away equity. And Yeah, it might not it might not feel great, and a lot of players get really annoyed about it. But yeah, if you like money, you have to do it.
Isn't it fun being the co-commentator, Darren? You can just tell it like it is. I'm being diplomatic, saying, Darren, taking some inventory of his stack.
It's really hard.
Stalling.
It's really hard to do on the feature table though, when they can see you've got 10-3 off. Yesterday when I was on the feature table, I was sitting beside Ken Crowley. Very funny guy, and he was commenting on this. He was saying it's really hard for us to stall now because it was near the bubble, but they can see that we have like the junk hands that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, Barry decides to go for the delayed c-bet here on 10-6-3.
Yeah, but
does decide to show it. Turns the flush draw.
The flush draw.
Very interesting there. That might be a nod of respect from Barry. It might be the very first time I've seen him check back a flop.
Yeah. Barry and Richie would have a lot of history, and he would know that Richie is a man who is fairly fearless.
Does decide on the delayed c-bet, takes it down, does have the best hands. As you see in your picture there, Harry having a look out to the other table is a consideration. You have to make, Dara, when there's two tables five-handed. Harry is one of the shortest stacks. Of course, if he can just make it to that final nine, Dara, at the moment paying, what, 150k every five hands.
Yeah.
Of course, if you can get nine-handed, it just makes such a massive difference to your playability of your short stack.
Yeah, absolutely, because short-handed, the blinds and antes are racing around, obviously. This is a spot where you really want to have a mate on the rail who can keep an eye on the other table and tell you who the short stacks are and how short they are.
So we see Pablo does fold the ace-6.
Yeah, he's playing very ICM-aware poker.
Yeah, Barry with the ace-deuce.
He gets to open so wide here. Ace-deuce is... He'll be opening a lot of worse hands than ace-deuce. Darren is going to take a little bit of time to look at his hand. He's got king-8. He can think about this for a little while.
As we know, Dara, as you approach the final table, these blockers become more important.
Yeah.
Opening a hand like ace-deuce, very arguably a better open than a hand like pocket 4s or 5s.
Absolutely, 100%.
Of course, players are going to defend mostly with hands that have a big card in them, if it's fair to make a little assumption. So any of these blockery ace or king X are going to perform very well. Barry, of course, aware, takes it down pre.
And even though he's inexperienced, as I understand it, Harry's showing a bit of awareness too. Just taking a few seconds to fold the 10-3 and maybe let somebody else on the other table bust. Rich will be feeling great now. He's really come out of the traps here.
It's such a great feeling, isn't it? You know, you're a sort of middling stack. You know that you're going to have to likely play a little cagily.
Yeah.
But Richie just wins the first 6 hands or so right off the bat, and he is one of our tournament chip leaders.
Yep.
I would imagine in second in chips now. Don't know the stacks at the other table.
That sounds right to me, yeah.
Yeah, Barry Moore, still the chip leader, I believe, with around about 4.7 million. I think Richie up to around about 4 mil.
When I say him as extreme, the middle stacks are the people under the most pressure, because they can... risking elimination is a disaster for them, so that allows the bigger stacks to put pressure on them. Richie's got himself out of that zone now into where he's actually one of the guys who can put pressure on other people. Darren is chuckling to himself there as he doesn't fold the 10-7 off immediately.
Richie will get rid of the 6-deuce, content to let that one go. We did see Harry jam 7-8 in the small. This hand doesn't perform quite as well.
How do you like your 10-6? I think it's to his advantage that he has a very ICM-aware player behind him.
For sure.
Who is going to fold stuff like King 10. This feels... Yeah, I'd feel pretty good about 10-7, and I don't think I would even consider 10-5, so this feels very cuspy. Yeah, and he does let it go. Having shoved the previous time as well, he might think that maybe Pablo's going to call now. We can see that Pablo obviously would have folded.
Seems like a reasonable let go from Harry. As you see all the players in the right of your screen, Darren Harbinson as well, having a little look.
Yeah, they're all having a crane over the other table, yeah.
What do you think, Dara? Is there a better way to approach this, like for the players overall? Would it be fairer to have a 10-handed final, do you think, rather than 5-5? Or do you think that the current situation is just another string to your bow as a poker player that, you know, it's part of the game?
I kind of like the 5-5. I hate playing 10-handed anyway, and because it's 5-handed, I think it's not too short, you know. Sometimes you get 8-handed final tables, and then you have a 5 and a 4, and I think
unfair.
that's very unfair on the 4-handed table. But both tables are the same in this spot; they're both 5-handed. It forces the action along faster. It makes it more likely that we are going to get down to 9. 10-handed play can be very, very cagey, and it can just prolong the final table too long.
Here we go, Harry with 11.5 bigs. Would expect this one to go in.
Yeah, this is an easy shove here.
Suited ace-8 does find the jam.
Yeah, you don't want to raise call or raise fold this hand, so just go with it first.
And here we
snap
go.
call,
Barry
call.
finds the 9s. We could have our final table. Unfortunate here for Harry. Runs into the pocket 9s of Barry Moore. Gonna need some help. 1.5 million in the middle. Could be down to our final 9. Pretty unfortunate for Harry. Looking for help.
So Barry against Harry here.
When Harry met Barry, he'll have what he's having.
It's a very old reference.
Oh wow! And Barry Moore drills it.
He needs backdoors. He does have all the backdoors.
Is the 10 of spades there for the sweat? Is not.
No, we are going to lose. Harry,
Very
great performance. As I said, I believe he satellited in for 30 euro from Dusk Till Dawn. Tremendous performance, and I'm sure we're going to see more of Harry in the future.
And that is it, guys. We have our final table. So we will take a little short break here, guys, while they redraw for the FT. Stick with myself and Dara. We will be back momentarily with the final table coverage. Back in a few minutes.
Yeah, get racked up, we're moving on. Gentlemen, get racked up, let's go. Pablo, seat 1. Ray, seat 2. Barry, seat 3. Daniel, seat 4. Des, 5. Steven, 6. Richard, 8 plus 7. Zarin is going to be in seat 8. Gentlemen, get your chips down and unrack your chips, please. Gentlemen, unrack those chips. Need the rack, please. This isn't the final table yet. No, final table is 8-handed. You're going to play 9-handed. The real final table is not till 8. What's the difference? Pictures and all that BS. We won't do that till we're 8-handed. What's your name? Don? Darren, 8. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my fault. Darn was. That's the Lord. Yeah. Dom, are you guys going to pictures at 9 or 8? Even though I knew that was my plan. No, we're playing. 8-handed is the official final. It was just it. Harry, I got you already. Let's take care of it. Oh, she's waiting for you over there. I'll walk you over. Drop her button. Gentlemen, need your cell phones, electronic devices, anything, headphones, AirPads, right over there in the plastic box. Who's here? We got Pablo, Raymond, Barry, Daniel, Dez, Steven, Richard, Darren, Zane. This is not the official final table. When we get down to 8, we'll take a few minutes for a break and take pictures, do all that BS. Buttons in seat 1, gentlemen. 30, 60, 60, shuffle up and deal. Let's get chip counts, gentlemen. Ready? 1.8. Barry. Dan. Dez. Yeah, everything included. Anybody? Oh, go ahead. 1.4? 5.4? Daniel? 1.790. Steven? 2.5, 25? Rich? 3.7. Darren? Zane? what was it? All right, let's fire it up, gentlemen.
Welcome back, guys. Final table redraw complete. Happened in a blink of an eye, Dara. We are down to our final 9. This is the final table of the International Poker Open Main Event 2023. One of these 9 warriors is going to take down the first prize, 45,240 euros. Have been told by my backstage team we do lack graphics the first couple of hands, so myself and Dara are gonna style this out as we play the first couple of hands. Have no fear though, they will be fixed. Just a couple of hands. We're gonna sweat with the table, Dara.
Yeah. Excitement for me here to see Raymond on the table. Ray, as we all call him, one of my favorite students. Ray came to me as, in his own words, a terrible recreational. He wants to get slightly less terrible, and he's really advanced over the years. There's a popular misconception that when you're coaching recreationals, you have to dumb it down, and they don't want to hear about solvers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But Ray has really taken to that whole world of solvers and GTO Wizard and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I will say that Ray, he has a good table presence, is what I've noted. I think I've played with him once or twice.
Yeah.
I did commentate on him at the Irish Poker Open in 2019, if my memory serves. He took 4th in that tournament, Dara.
That's correct.
For $96,000, I believe. So that's his biggest live cash.
Yeah, he final tabled Unibet Open in Malta as well. He played very well. He was a bit disappointed with his bust out, but yeah, Ray's very successful outside of poker. He has no aspirations to be a professional. He does very well in his day job, but he takes his poker very seriously. Very serious student of the game.
Very nice. As I'll take you guys through this final table lineup of players. Seat 1 is Pablo Viena from Spain. We've seen him make some very disciplined, strong laydowns in the lead up to final table. Experienced online player, has 1.6 million. In seat 2, who Dara just alluded to, is Ray Wheatley, 2.2 million in chips. Barry Moore in your screenshot right now in the white t-shirt. Chip lead in the tournament, 4.6 million. In seat 4, Daniel O'Herlihy did bag the chip lead on 1A and has made it all the way to the final, also with 4.6 million. Him and Barry, the 2 tournament chip leaders, sat side by side, Dara. Could be conducive to some fireworks. Seat 5 is Desmond Farrell on the short stack, 750k. We have Steven Rothhout, hope that was right, Steven, from Belgium, 3.3 million. Then we have seat 7, Richie O'Neill, who we were talking about earlier, has had a very fast start, 1.9 million turned into 4. C8, Darren Harbinson, IPT Ambassador and Pro. And then we have Wanhu Zheng. I'm very sorry, I know I've probably got it wrong, buddy. Also known, I believe, Dara, as Sam.
Yeah, everybody I know refers to him as Sam, so I guess that's well known here in the Irish circuit as well.
He has 2 million in chips. That takes us through, guys, our final table lineup. And as I let you guys also know, 9th place, guys, everybody has 3.6k euros locked, 4.5 for 8th, 6.6 for 7th place. Up into the bigger payouts, 9k for 6th, 12k for 5th. 4th is going to take home 15,000 euros, 20k for 3rd, 27.8 for 2nd. And the winner of this year's edition of the main will take 45,240 euros home. Main event buy-in was 350 euros. We will officially call it chunks up top, Dara. 45k for a 350.
Yeah.
Pretty huge.
Yeah, pretty huge. And that will probably affect a lot of the players on this table. It's the most money they've ever played for. One of those men is not Richard, though. Richie. He has, as I said, he's won the European Deep Stack here. He won the high roller at this festival a couple of years ago as well.
Yeah, he does open from +1, 125k, working with 60 bigs. So chip leaders here have around about 70 to 75 big blinds. Great structured era. Day one was 40-minute clock. Now we are up to 50 minutes per level. It's quite refreshing to see in a low stakes tournament also that, you know, often can turn into a bit of a mess at final tables, very hyper turbo-y.
Yeah.
But we can see this FT can have a lot of play.
Oh no, this is a great structure. This is definitely the best structured sub 400 buy-in, certainly in Ireland, possibly even in Europe.
Great to see, guys. Graphics will be back momentarily. As we see, action is on Richie O'Neill under the gun. Took that one down without showdown. I think another interesting feature for us, Dara, is that in these low stakes sort of buy-ins, you might see players get a little bit out of line, shall we say. Of course, when you watch high rollers, and we've all watched them, Triton and the like, players making very, very tight disciplined folds, you often don't get much pre-flop action, fair to say. Whereas in a table like this, do you think we may see some multi-way pots or a little wider peels of opens that wouldn't be quote-unquote standard?
Yeah, I think that's likely, although so far it is actually playing more like a regular final table. This tournament in general, you know, I think the first 4 hours I played in this tournament on day 1A, I'm not sure I saw any pot that was less than 5-way. But by the time you get to the final table, it's very different.
Absolutely. So we see an open from Ray in seat 2 there at the left of your screen. Makes it 125k. Do have a peel from Desmond in the small. Ray, the effective stack, 30 bigs. We are going to sweat this hand. Don't know the holdings just yet. 10-7-4 with 2 hearts. Small blind peel here, Dara, likely to contain a bunch of sort of suited broadways and some pairs.
Yeah, suited broadways, pairs, suited aces, and maybe some suited connectors, although probably not at this stack depth.
Turn is the king of diamonds. Flop checks through, and Desmond now deciding to lead. Goes pretty large, 2/3 pot. Ray here after checking back.
Yeah, if Ray doesn't have a king now, this is a tricky spot.
Sure.
Ray obviously can have a king, having opened from there, which is why the bet is a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah, wouldn't expect to see the small blind lead on the king. Obviously, Ray gonna have the ace-king advantage heavily.
It does work.
Does take this one down. Nice early pickup for Desmond.
Yeah. The size also makes it difficult for stuff like ace-queen or ace-jack to peel.
Sure. Nice early pickup for Desmond at this FT.
Yeah, I was chatting to Desmond this morning. We've interacted a bit on Twitter over a mutual love for David Bowie, and he told me he was really looking forward to the day, and he was going to be going for it.
And do we know anything about Desmond's like poker level? Is he a recreational?
He's a recreational, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A mutual love of David Bowie. What a wonderful story. I'm going to need you to educate me in the ways. I do know some Bowie, but I'm not the most well versed.
Yeah.
I know his best or most famous songs.
Most famous ones, yeah.
I know that you're a huge fan.
It was a long and very varied career, so.
Action there on Pablo Viena in seat 1, round to Ray Wheatley.
Now we can see the cards.
Graphics are back.
Yeah, and Ray finds a good hand to open here. King Jack.
We did discuss this earlier. Most of the raises from the sort of middling stacks are going to be blocker heavy. Unfortunately for Ray, runs straight into the aces here of Desmond.
Desmond is really chipped up because Desmond came back 11 of 11. I think he told me he only had 7 big blinds. So he clearly chipped up on the second last table, on the outer table. And now he has 2.2 million.
Very interesting spot. Typically don't see too many just calls at final tables.
No, this is the one hand that you can go just call.
Sure.
But as I say, it's very hard to balance if your only just call for value is aces. Then I guess you have to balance it with some suited aces maybe, but
did count out a 3-bet, makes it 375k, just a shade over 6 bigs.
Yeah, a large 3-bet for the situation.
Sure.
Usually in ICM situations, the 3-bets get smaller as well. That should make Ray's decision a bit easier. when it gets back to him.
Very interesting here. If Desmond had potentially found a peel, Richie might have had a very out-of-line squeeze opportunity. Well, not out of line,
not out of line.
Normal.
It's four suited is a nice hand. But yeah, if he had flatted there, I think he would have got the... Did he show his hand?
He did show it, so Ray going to be pleased with that. Of course, has a pretty normal raise fold in any case.
Yeah.
Nice start to this FT for Desmond.
Yeah, no posturing there from Ray either. He knew he was at the bottom of his range.
Yeah.
He'd been 3-bet by a player who's probably not going to get out of line too much. So yeah, they've had very different fortunes. Ray came back 4 of 11, and Desmond was 11 of 11. But now you can see Desmond comfortably covers Ray. I was chatting briefly to Ray, and he said that really nothing major happened. Just you know, he opened a few times, got 3-bet up to fold. He c-bet a few situations where he was supposed to c-bet, got raised. So unfortunately, that happens sometimes. You have to prepare yourself mentally for, you know, maybe that will happen, and just stay disciplined.
Absolutely, Dara. As we see Sam folding under the gun. Back round to Ray. Try once, try twice, try again. As another hand more than worthy of an open.
Yeah. You hate to see these.
He runs into it again, Dara.
Ooh, Barry might be a harder man to give credit to. Oh God, this is potential danger for Ray. He might think Barry is just going after it now, and Ace-Jack offsuit is the type of hand with his type of stack. He could possibly turn into a light 4-bet jam, which he has no decision with Ace-7. Yeah, this is danger for Ray.
Yeah, if there's one player at the table that you're not going to believe is going to have a premium, it is Barry Moore. Ray in the tank, working in his favor. It is early position versus early. Doesn't feel good though, Dara, does it, to consider ripping this?
Barry hasn't really, like, he is a very wild player normally, but he has been playing more cautiously, let's say, recently. Now, Ray wasn't at the table to see that, whereas he was at the table yesterday when Barry was playing quite wild. So, yeah, this is like, you really wouldn't blame Ray for going with this, deciding that often his hand is actually the best hand, and he can also force a lot of folds. This is this is fraught with danger now.
Perhaps one of the dangers, Dara, also, and he does find a disciplined fold. Well played from Ray. One of the dangers, Dara, of, you know, of course, we are on the live stream, and any of Ray's friends last night, even yourself included, will have been aware of quite how wild Barry was playing. Sometimes you can come into a final table thinking, right, well, this guy is going to be playing it pretty crazy, but Ray finds the discipline. As you just alluded to a moment ago, it can feel like you're getting beaten up.
Yeah, especially when you've lost a few pots, and it has been all backwards motion for Ray today. In those kind of frustrating spots where you don't even get to see a river, or in some cases a flop.
Sure.
And you can feel like you're getting picked on and bullied. But you just have to stay disciplined, play your ranges in those spots, and wait and hope it turns around. So yeah, excellent disciplined fold there from Ray.
Absolutely. Action now on Pablo Viena in seat 1. Let's it go. Round to the cutoff, Stephen with King 5. Stephen has just gone under the radar, Dara. We haven't seen him on the feature all week. Here he is, the final 9. Richie here, gonna get out of line. 10-3 off. It's extremely wide, basically opening the deck.
Yeah, Richie's opening any 2 here. He has 2 players behind he thinks are going to overfold. Darren is certainly not going to get involved with 7-4 off.
Sam, another player we haven't actually seen any of, Dara.
These guys are really deep against each other. This could get interesting. This is 60 big blinds deep. 9-6 suited is definitely a hand you want to peel.
Sam does complete. Pot of 340k. Ace-8-4. Of course, gonna favor the pre-flop raise. You would expect to see a bunch of c-betting here.
Yeah, the 9-6 has a bunch of backdoors, but nothing else. But they're so deep, the backdoors might actually be more helpful than, you know, say these guys are 20 or 25 big blinds deep.
Absolutely, but so Richie does take it down.
Yeah, so I'm not going to continue.
Little insight there into how Richie's going to approach this final. Dara had said he's a fearless player, and if we're opening the 10-3, certainly here to play for the win.
Yeah, he's going to be opening much wider, particularly in late position, than most players would. But as you can see, it works out for you because even if your opponent calls, they're going to miss 2 times out of 3, and then you're going to win the flop. Or you're going to win the pot most of the time.
I think also a feature there is that earlier in the tournament, these backdoors that people will check raise.
Yeah.
It is something that you see a lot on finals. People just think to themselves, right, I don't want to get into a big pot here against Richie.
Yeah.
And if they're going to fold all of these backdoor opportunities, going to be printing with C-bets.
Yeah. Yeah, personally, if I was Sam there, Sam did cover Richie, I would be very, very tempted to check raise. Knowing how wide Richie is, knowing that he's just not going to have the ace as often as a more standard player.
Yeah, of course, the button wildly over C-bets ace-high boards, as we know. Stephen waking up with pocket 8s, 40 bigs effective stack in the hijack. Going to come in for an open. Makes it 150k. May have announced that slightly smaller. Makes it 140 to go. Darren here with 20 bigs, a shade under.
Darren's just been card dead. I don't think he can really do so far. I can't imagine Shang's going to get involved with the bad ace offsuit, and Pablo doesn't really want to defend king 5 off.
Yeah, Pablo is the short stack, going to remain disciplined. Lets it go. Welcome along, guys. Anybody just joining this final table, International Poker Open Main Event FT. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Dara O'Kearney in the booth, taking you through the action in partnership with Unibet Poker. It's been a great week, Dara. We've very much enjoyed having the opportunity to cover this tournament. Nice to be able to cover some of the sort of smaller buy-ins. Seems to be a long time coming.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, and I think the live stream really adds to the occasion as well. Like a lot of these players, this is probably the only time they'll ever be on a live stream at a tournament like this, and you know, it gives their friends, family a chance to watch in. They can watch back afterwards. You know, I had a bit of banter with Joel Baxter after I commented on him in an earlier feature table where myself and Barry were under the impression he was limping because the graphics were wrong, but he wasn't actually limping. So.
You don't need to worry about the graphics, Dara. I'm on top of it.
You're completely on top of it, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm colorblind, so I really struggle with chip denominations, yeah.
Is that why you choose these wonderful shirts?
I mean, I don't see anything unusual about these shirts.
This one's just a plain white shirt, absolutely.
Darren's opening the king 6 off, so
yeah, this is very out of line.
This is very out of line, but he literally hasn't played a hand yet, so he will get more credit as a result.
It's nice to have one of those blockery hands.
Pablo's a tempter here, but the pair is so low.
I think Pablo will just get away from this, facing...
Yeah.
Should be a pretty strong range of Darren, right?
Yeah.
Raising off sort of 17 bigs.
Yeah, it's the kind of hand you know if the guy snap calls to you, you're probably goosed, just praying for a flip. No, he is. Yeah.
Does find it.
Do you actually like this? Yeah.
Yeah, bravo from Pablo. Sniffs it out.
Yeah, this is good. Now, he may have played with Darren before, so he might recognize that Darren is probably wider than he should be on this spot.
Sure.
And it is frustrating. Like, Darren's been completely card dead, and he's opened the cutoff. He sees a king and he thinks, well, you know, I should get more respect. But the problem is that tends to be less the case nowadays. Players just kind of know their ranges, and you know, they'll look down at a pair like that and recognize it's a good spot to go for it. Very nice pickup from Pablo there, who was the short stack.
Yeah, certainly a bit wide from Darren. Does have a big stack of Sam on his left and 2 reshove stacks in the blinds.
Yeah, just from his body language, he does look like he's a little bit frustrated too. It's very difficult when you come back and you're not one of the big stacks and you're just completely card dead. And you just feel like you're folding your way out of the tournament, but you do have to try and maintain your discipline.
Absolutely agreed. As we see Daniel O'Herlihy there under the gun, looking to go wire to wire. Did have the tournament chip lead at the end of 1A and is here on the final, working with 30 bigs. Stephen here with pocket 3s. We do typically see these low pairs just go into the bin. Don't work very well as a steal. He's considering it though. Does find the discipline lay down.
Good discipline fold there. Those small pairs really just shrivel up.
You're just not going to get the chance to realize equity too often.
Yeah. Okay. You're not going to be able to see bet as much. You're not going to be able to call 3 bets as much.
Rewarded for that fold. Pocket kings for Sam in the cutoff. As Pablo and Ray on his left, working with around 20 bigs.
This might be a spot to go for a limp. Oh, sorry, he's cut off. I thought he was small, but no, don't limp. Sorry, ignore that. Raise.
Does indeed open.
Yeah, he's just praying now somebody finds a hand. Like pocket 3s, for example, which we just saw shove last hand. Pablo, 7-6 is a really pretty hand, but it's kind of useless in this spot.
Yeah, absolutely agreed.
Pablo playing very well.
Ray in the small manages to dodge
the Queen 5 suited.
any disaster.
Yeah, no need to peel that. Barry is going to peel though, and these are two of the bigger stacks.
Yeah, very pretty Jack 9 suited for Barry. Normal defend. This could be trouble, Dara.
This could be trouble for Barry, yeah, absolutely.
Jack 7 for Rainbow.
He'd probably play his hand slow. There's not a lot of reasons to check raise, I don't think. His hand isn't super strong, and if he does have the best hand, it's not super vulnerable either.
Sam's laced it also, Dara. Looks like a very large size in. Bets 280k.
Yeah, that's going to get called for sure. Does have some backdoor with Barry, but no, that card might actually save him because he won't want to put too
Does
much
get a
more
free
money.
River, Barry. 5 of clubs.
He might go for a blocker bet here, which we saw Richie do earlier. Or he might go for check call.
I never like to predict what Barry will do.
Yeah. Don't mind this blocker at all. Assuming he is a blocker. We don't know the size yet.
Yeah, looks like around about 300k.
300k, yeah.
Sam going to snap it off with the kings.
Yeah. They both play their hands very well there. Sam recognising the ace is a very bad card for him, obviously, on the turn, and checked back and got paid off on the river as a result.
Yeah, nice pick up there for Sam. Into the tournament chip lead, or around about it, tied with Barry, both working with 4.8 million. As the cards are shuffled, gives me a quick chance while I have you in the booth, Dara, to ask you, of course, our partners, Unibet Poker, have their big online series started yesterday, €1 million in guarantees. And there are 4 leaderboards, as I understand it, and then 1 overall leaderboard, so it caters to the sort of low, mid, and higher stakes tournaments.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk us through it a little bit?
Yeah, there's basically 3 tiers, as you said, low, mid, and high, and it's really nice that there's a low leaderboard, so players who play like €1 tournaments can play 2 or 3 tournaments a night, and there's a leaderboard, and it's actually relative to the buy-ins, the leaderboard's very generous, so they can win a nice prize for just grinding low stakes for 3 weeks. And then there's the mid and high as well. David Lappin is a former winner of the overall leader, maybe even twice. He's tended to do well in UOSs.
Very nice. Yeah, good to see, because often, of course, the lower stakes players can feel a little neglected. Guys, if you're interested in the online streets, that series started yesterday, running for the next few weeks, €1 million in guarantees, so I'd highly recommend you check it out. This action folds around to 2-Ray Wheatley, presuming Pablo folds. Both going to lay it down. Barry in the small does complete with the Jack Deuce. Sorry, it looks as if he's raised.
Yeah, Barry's always going to have the more aggro style here. A lot of players would just limp here. Jack 2 suit is a hand that plays fine as a limp, but Barry's going to apply pressure, which is also a very good strategy in this spot, where Daniel is probably going to be playing tighter than normal.
Absolutely. Are a couple of shorter stacks at the table. We can see here Daniel flops big, king 6-3, and he just decides to jam.
He's right. Yeah. I think I would have liked to see a call there against somebody like Barry, who'll keep.
Absolutely.
This is not a pun, but Barry will keep barreling. And Barry had backdoors there too, so if he turns a club, he's definitely betting. But to be honest, the way Barry plays, I wouldn't be surprised if he would bet any turn.
Daniel does decide just to send it. And with you, Dara, I think a call would have been the order of business.
Yeah.
Top pair on a king high board, relatively invulnerable, but also a lot to be said for protecting what's in the middle.
Yeah, there weren't too many draws on the board, which can work both ways. It means your hand is invulnerable if it's the best hand, but it also maybe means that your opponent is less likely to keep barreling.
Absolutely, as we see Sam with the King Queen of Hearts. Another very strong starting hand. Is counting out an open. That's like 180k.
Yeah. And great to see Ray just keeping his composure here. This is not the start that he's wanted. He's just effectively lost half of his stack through no fault of his own in a lot of small spots. But he's keeping his discipline, keeping his cool.
It's Desmond in the big with ace-10. 30 bigs effective. Would of course expect to see a defend.
Yeah.
You do need to play tight at these finals, but this would be a little too tight to fold, I think.
Yeah. Don't think we want to turn this into a 3-bet. It's both too strong and too weak. Too strong to be a bluff, too weak to be a value bet.
Does defend. Jack 5-3 rainbow. Desmond still good.
Yeah, Sam probably wins the pot now with a bet.
Yeah, Sam with a very nice potential barrel opportunity. Does block the best top pairs of Desmond.
Yeah.
2 overcards and backdoor straight and flush draws.
Yeah, there's lots of good turn cards. So even if we get called here, there's a lot of turn cards where we pick up equity and we can barrel again. These are tricky spots. These are spots where players often feel that they have to peel, but particularly in ICM extreme situations, you can just let your ace high go, even though you kind of know that it's still the best hand a lot, but that's not the point. It's not that you've got the best hand right now, it's that you can get to the river and still have the best hand.
Absolutely. Yeah, would not fault Desmond for laying this one down. He's given it a lot of thought.
Yeah.
Nice sizing here from Sam, just around about a third.
Yeah, great discipline fold there from Desmond. I think just recognizing that his hand really just can continue past with more aggression on the turn. And the ace highs are particularly problematic too, because the ace is not necessarily a clean out.
Sure.
If the guy has something like ace jack, ace 5, ace 3 suited, any of those hands, you could actually get yourself in trouble hitting your ace on the turn.
See the blinds being posted. Richie O'Neill first to act under the gun. Does have an openable hand. Ace-9 of diamonds. Richie, one of the chip leaders.
Yeah, Richie's definitely opening this. No question. A lot of players would have to think about this one. Oh, do I really want to open it? With a kicker as weak as a 9, but Richie recognizing that the suited aces make great opens. They will flop equity, they block all the types of hands that are going to 3-bet you.
Does make it 170k to go.
Darren quickly folds there. Been a frustrating start for Darren as well. He's just drifted back through no fault of his own.
Blinds are now up, Dara, 40-80k, so we do have Darren, Pablo and Ray all in the sort of 10 to 15 big blind realm.
Yeah, it feels like a few people should have busted already. So we are seeing the shorter stacks starting to group in that danger zone. Stephen, again, this is a hand you would normally defend, but he's facing an aggressive under the gun open, and he decides to let it go.
Yeah, like this fold a lot. We did reference this yesterday. A lot of these weaker suited connectory types need to just go in the bin. Hands that you would defend for chips no longer viable, as we see the chip counts right on cue. Sam, the chip leader now, 5.1 million, closely followed by Barry and Richie. We see that chip disparity, a little bit of daylight opening. Stephen, Desmond and Daniel all on the mid stacks. Raymond, Pablo and Darren with some work to do to get back in the hunt for the title.
Yeah, it's really finely poised now, because you have 3 big stacks, all more than 50 big blinds, and the 3 medium stacks all have between 25 and 30 big blinds, which is a very difficult stack size to play when you have bigger stacks at the table. And then you have the 3 guys who are short, who all have 15 or less. So there's really 3 different camps now, and they all have different concerns. The shorter guys would obviously like to outlast each other, but at the same time they can't stick around too much. The middle guys really are in the worst spot, because the bigger stacks can lean on them, and even the shorter stacks can damage them fairly significantly. And it's a great spot now for the big stacks to just try and put pressure on everyone.
I think this can sometimes be something that people get backwards, Dara, right? Like the short stacks, okay, of course, they don't want to punt it, but they can actually play more aggressively than the medium stacks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The technical term for this is risk premium, and they have lower risk premiums than the middle stacks. The highest risk premiums are all the middle stacks, particularly when they're playing against the bigger stacks.
Looks like Stephen counting out a 3-bet here. Does have a nice combo to do it.
Yeah.
Does have a few options here, Dara. Would shoving be a little too much, you think? 30 bigs? Seems like a few options could be taken.
It wouldn't necessarily be terrible. Certainly without ICM, it would be fine.
Sure.
With ICM, maybe not so much. It does put Desmond in a tricky enough spot too, because the ace-10 suited might look like a monster on the button, but there's ICM extreme situations where everybody's tighter.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can fold your. But again, it's gross because it's a lot of your stack.
Extremely tricky spot for Desmond. Stephen 3-betting off 30 bigs.
These are 2 of the medium stacks, which, as I said,
there we go.
Good disciplined fold there. I mean, that might look like a very nitty fold, but it's very understandable in the circumstances.
Yeah, I think I like it.
Yeah.
Very nicely done from Stephen. Don't know too much about him. Haven't seen him at all this week on the feature table.
He's obviously we know that he's Belgian. Looking at his hand and mob, he doesn't have too much by way of lifetime cashes, but it's notable that most of his results have come post-pandemic. So he may be one of these guys who put in a lot of work during the pandemic and is now playing a lot live.
Yeah, absolutely. Very shrewd spot to pick it up. Gets the better hand to fold. Well-timed 3-bet from Stephen. As you said, Dara, don't mind that ace-10 suited fold. Can't jam. Don't really want to get into an inflated spot. Of course, several shorter stacks at the table. We were just talking about how the mid-stacks got to play tighter. As we see Barry Moore opening with King-Queen.
Yeah, perfectly legitimate open.
Desmond has been waking up with some big hands in position.
Yeah.
Did see him with the aces against Ray earlier, now finding kings.
This is probably not a hand you want to flat. Aces, we thought earlier he might have flatted, but kings normally want to play it as a 3-bet, particularly when you're not on the button. He did go for a fairly big sizing the last time, 3x. Let's see if he goes for that again.
I would like to see a 3-bet in the realms of 5 bigs.
Yeah.
Barry, of course, going to be opening lots of hands. We can get a pretty good price on our 3-bet bluffs when we have them.
Yeah. And we can possibly get Barry to continue too wide as well.
Yeah. Does look like he's counted out 400k in grays.
Yeah. Looks very composed. Like we said earlier, he's a recreational player who won't have been in this spot too often before, if ever. But he's certainly very composed. He's not fazed by the occasion.
Has actually decided just to send it for 25 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have liked a smaller bet there. I think maybe give Barry the chance to Even a hand like King Queen, Barry might sometimes decide to just bring the hammer down with. But I think possibly he was a little bit too worried about, maybe he's got an ace and then I'm not going to know what happens on an ace high board. But still, it's a nice pickup, no risk. So, and he's had quite the spin. As I said, he did come back to short stack with just 7 big blinds when the blinds were smaller than they are now.
Yeah, Desmond content to protect. His overall chip stack does send it in. Of course, Barry laying down King Queen.
Yeah, very different spirits at this table. Somebody like Richie's going to be feeling great. Somebody like Desmond's feeling amazing, having come in as the short stack. Barry is just kind of chilling. He's not. He doesn't see the need to force the pace. Sam's obviously feeling very good, and then Darren is visibly frustrated, I think. Ray, although he's not visibly frustrated, I think must be feeling some frustration, having just the way it started for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to maintain discipline. Of course, we know in No Limit, things can quickly change. Stephen decided to fold with Queen 7. And Richie O'Neill, we did see him open as wide as 10-3 off, so certainly going to open the King Deuce on the button. Unfortunately for Darren, doesn't wake up with a rejam hand. Sam with the Jack Deuce suited. It's interesting to see that Richie not being cowed by the tournament chip leader here. Still going to open wide.
No, he will actually see this as an opportunity to play deep stacked. Richie's game is very strong deep stacked. He takes advantage of players live, I think, who play maybe just a little bit too cautiously. Who, as you said, they won't find those check raises with the double backdoor hands. They won't recognize how wide Richie is and pounce on his opens.
Look at this, Dara.
But having said that, Sam has immediately proved me wrong. But I thought, well, he raised me last time, and this is just suspicious.
Yeah, it looks like very nice timing here for
really
Sam.
Good. This is a really good time for Sam. So Sam has adjusted to Richie, and Richie might have to be a little bit more circumspect in future.
Also like the size in 7.5 bigs.
Yeah.
Puts enough pressure on the opens of Richie. Should work, Dara, unless Richie wants to play a really spicy one.
Yeah, there is an interesting dynamic too with streamed final tables in that I don't know how long ago that last hand was where Richie opened the 10-3 off, but if it was more than the time delay, it's possible Sam has somebody on the rail telling him that Richie opened 10-3 off there.
And what do you think of that? You think it's fair enough? It's like equal for everybody, as long as everyone has the info?
It's equal for everyone. It's I guess it's disadvantageous to people who have no friends. But yeah, the problem with anything else is it's just very, very difficult to police. What are we going to do? Put them in a dark room somewhere and make sure that they have no devices which are communicating with the outside.
Hey, listen, Anastasia is like police officer extraordinaire.
Yeah.
They have the sniffer dogs out. Anybody had a phone of any kind, it was roundly and quickly confiscated.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how enforceable that is, because a year ago I was on, I think it was probably this festival, I was on a high roller final table, and Max Silver absolutely refused to hand over his phone and claimed that it was illegal to try to
Classic Max.
And Anastasia did back down on that occasion, so I think that might not be enforceable.
As we come back into the action, looks like Barry has mixed a limp in. Richie, of course, going to isolate here with Ace-King. Raises to 185k. I think Barry did limp, not entirely sure though. I feel like Richie might have sized up a little here, so
let's
potential danger here for Darren. Has the suited ace-3. Will be aware he doesn't have
loose pairs. Yeah, good discipline.
Yeah, very nice. Good lay down.
It was a tempter, but yeah.
If Barry's not in the pot, you do actually have more fold equity there, Dara, than people might think if Richie's way too wide.
Yeah.
No, we can see that Barry did limp.
Yeah. So Barry's gone for the limp call with the pair, recognizing he just wants to keep the pot small.
Yeah.
And two deep stacks playing against each other now. The ace-5 deuce flop would be interesting.
Would be chaotic.
Oh my goodness, that's an interesting flop too, though. Barry, that's as good as flops get for fives without a 5 on board. it's somehow still an overpair and he's open-ended.
Very interesting here. Richie is going to come in for the small c-bet. And of course, be potentially a value bet against worse ace-x.
Yeah, and Barry's going to just proceed with a call.
Turn is the 9 of hearts. Pocket 5 still good.
I think this goes check, check now.
Ace king?
No, I'm wrong. Richie's going again. Richie's representing the stronger range here, but Barry is, obviously he's not folding 5s because he's open-ended and he still has his pair, which is good some of the time. Now that river never favors either player.
Yeah, I think Richie potentially just looking to deny some flush draws and overcards.
Yeah.
Almost a value bet on the turn, Dara, with ace king.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he can still have the best hand, and he wants to deny equity to flush draws, some other 5x that doesn't have a pair or a straight.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice pickup for Barry. Richie, of course, content to take his showdown on the river. Pocket 5s are best. We have another dealer changeover.
Yeah, we've just been reminded by Lappin of his story when Paul Carr was on one of these feature tables, and he happily gave up his phone, but he did have another phone with him. So Paul, a man of many phones.
Ah, Paul.
There are some great Paul phone stories down the year. A few years ago, we were playing a UK IPT in Dublin, and Paul heard that there was a big Sunday Million on, and he wanted to play it. And but he didn't have his phone with him, so he borrowed my phone to play it. Right. And he was walking around. He was convinced he was going to win because he thought my phone was lucky. He was convinced that I had done very well on my phone down the years, and the only possible explanation for that could be that the phone was lucky.
God love him. As we see action on Desmond in the middle of your screen there.
Yeah, he's got a hand he has to open here, and he is going to open it.
Yeah, it does wake up with pocket 10s.
Gone for a bigger sizing than most players would go for here, 2.5x, but it's obviously fine.
Here we go, Richie with another decision here. Ace queen off.
Yeah, Richie might recognize Desmond as the type of player who he maybe can put pressure on. But on the other hand, Desmond seems to be playing quite tight as well.
Very interesting. We don't typically see too much flat calling at finals.
Yeah.
You will see a lot of players enter the pot with 3-bet, and Richie's going to do so.
Yeah, this is a 3-bet fold, I think, if Desmond comes back at him. But whether Desmond does or not is another question. But yeah, Richie kind of recognizing he could just get into trouble with the flat call here. So he's going to raise and put the action back on Desmond, see what he does.
One of these spots, Dara, where it really does feel gross to 3-bet fold a hand as strong as ace queen. But with this final table dynamic, of course, extremely reasonable to enter with 3-bet.
Yeah.
Desmond, though, tricky spot, Dara. You know,
this is a terrible spot for Desmond now because he's one of the medium stacks, remember, and so he's under the most extreme ICM pressure. You can just shove, but then you're just praying that the guy doesn't have it.
Absolutely.
Peeling feels weird because it's a lot of your stack, and most of the time you're going to be check folding.
Yeah, really awkward spot here for Desmond. Of course, we know that Darren, Ray, and Pablo all shorter. Desmond basically around about 4th or 5th in chips. Very tricky situation here. Of course, when you shove, if you do get snapped off by the value range of Richie, you are in awful shape, and he does let it go.
Again, it looks super nitty, but you can't blame him at all there.
I don't mind it.
That's a real blind tunnel spot. If you shove, it's a shove and hope that he doesn't have a hand that can call. If you shove and he snaps, you're goosed, and you've gone from being one of the medium stacks to out in 9th most of the time. And then calling just feels gross because unless you hit your set, you're going to be out of position to an aggro player who's going to keep the pressure on, and you're not going to feel great about just strapping in and calling down on a king 7 4 deuce 5 run out.
Really a prime example there of how much ICM pressure plays in. Difficult to fault Desmond for laying down the 10s, and another nice pickup for Richie. Well played hand from both, I think. Almost potentially rather shoved a suited ace or something there, because when you do get called by kings and queens, you still have 35%.
Yeah, 100%.
And when you get snapped by the overpair, you're really in trouble.
And you're blocking the hand that you're really scared of aces.
Exactly. I do kind of miss the days though where we just didn't care about the money and it was like, oh, whatever, tens.
Play for the win.
Whatever, Richie. I don't believe you. Bang.
If he has it, he has it.
Desmond here in the tank again. Oh, excuse me, he has folded. Darren Harbinson here really has been dealt out down to sub 9 bigs. He's keeping his composure. Folds round to Dara's disciple, Ray Wheatley. 7 deuce off. Does have to let this one go.
Yeah, Ray's really frustrating start. I mean, he has obviously led to the final table, which is nice, but he's down to 13 big blinds now, and his fate's not going to be in his own hands for too much longer. He's going to have to find spots. Darren's even shorter. He's been similar. It's a terrible time of the tournament to just go card dead.
Really is. As we know, things can change quickly though. Any double for Darren or Ray, they'll be closing in on those middling stacks.
Yeah. As I said, I ran into Desmond in reception today when I was on my way to meet Ray, and he told me he only had 7 big blinds and he was, in his words, going for it. And I told him, like, anything can happen on a final day. You win your all-ins, and we've seen so many times guys go from 11-11 to winning a tournament.
Yeah.
And that's the way Desmond's day has been going so far. He has chipped up to being one of the medium stacks now. Fortunately for Ray and Darren, it's been the opposite. Stephen is not going to open 10-5 off unless the graphics are wrong. No. Richie, King 3 suited. I mean, this is not a standard open, and yeah, Richie recognizing maybe he needs to take a few hands off. Darren frustrated, fold with the Queen 8 off.
Sam with a very pretty looking Jack 10 suited. Let's it go.
That's very. I think he recognizes he's got reshove stacks behind.
And Ray quickly picks up his stack and he sends it.
He's in the middle. We don't know what he has, unfortunately.
Very quick jam. Nice pickup for Ray Wheatley.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Ray's very good on the short stack stuff. He knows his short stack ranges.
Of course, every pot now critical. 200k in the middle before any further money goes in. Nice pickup for Ray. Darren Harbinson will be looking to find a similar spot. Team are on top of it. Hand 29 at this final table. I believe this may be a misdeal. Let's see if they are on top of the situation, Dara. We see Stephen folding under the gun. Gotta hand it to my backstage team, Dara. They're on top of it. Is indeed a misdeal.
Okay, very good.
Oh, as Ray shows the ace of spades. You hate to see it on the short stack.
You do. You do.
Guys, we are still 9-handed. Barry Moore, enigma that he is, just decided. He's on the button. He's got all the chips in the world. Whatever. I'm off to the bar. I'm off for a little walk.
Yeah. Yeah, we could speculate on what Barry's doing. Maybe he's gone for a cigarette. I think one thing he's probably not doing is running ICM sims. So don't worry about the fact that he's away from the table. This is not an RTA situation.
As we see Stephen under the gun. Quite like his table presence, Stephen. We did see him execute that nice 3-bet with King Jack suited.
He stayed disciplined as well.
Richie folds the Jack 10 suited. No way, that's got to be graphics.
That feels like it has to be graphics, yeah. And
Pablo very tricky here. Jack 10 in the hijack. 12 bigs.
Oh God, this feels so close. Close and gross, but yeah, I do like the fold.
I like fold. Feels like a fold to me.
Yeah.
Round to Daniel in the small.
Just putting in calling chips. It looks like a slow call.
Oh, very interesting here. Working with 25 bigs. Potentially lining up a limp shove. Desmond does have a hand that can benefit from doing just that.
Just shoving, yeah.
Both with 25 bigs.
Yeah.
If he does jam Dara, what do we do with ace-10 off?
You cry.
You do. And here we go. I thought he was reaching for the jam.
He's just gone for the raise, and Daniel is playing this one cagily with the ace-10. He's trying to avoid having to play a big pot unless he's hit something big. He has hit nothing big. If Desmond c-bets, he'll probably win this pot now.
Yep, forwards still good.
And
does bet.
C-bet from Desmond.
Half pot, a little bit more. B55.
Suspicious look from Daniel. And he's folding under protest.
Very disciplined.
Shake of the head. He suspects larceny there. Now Desmond did actually have the best hand, and that was one of the benefits of the pre-flop raise. It meant that in the spots where Daniel missed, he was going to take the pot down.
Very interesting. Does feel, Dara, that against certain villains there, when we have the ace-10, we could comfortably limp shove, but maybe a function of Daniel's respect for Desmond being a little tighter here with ISOs.
Yeah, I think so.
As we see Barry Moore return to the table, Richie O'Neill under the gun. Darren continues to be dealt out.
He does look frustrated too.
Hard to blame him.
It's very hard. It's very hard.
Three or four orbits in a row.
Horrible. There's nothing you can do. You just have to sit there and keep folding, but it just feels so weak.
Yeah.
And to a player like Darren, who's used to like running over tables and being very aggressive, but he has knuckled down. He's staying disciplined. He's waiting for an opportunity.
It's Desmond in the small, trashy looking 10-5 off. Does decide to let this one go.
Yeah.
Stephen takes the walk.
Yeah, two medium stacks again, so neither of them really wants to get involved.
So somewhat cagey spell here at this final table. All 9 players with 3.6k euros locked. All still in the hunt for that first place prize, 45,000 euros. Guys, if you are just joining, this is the International Poker Open main event final table. 9 players left in association with our partners Unibet Poker. I'm gonna have to give them a quick shout out, Dara. The Malta Poker Festival, I was over there myself a couple of weeks ago playing the Battle of Malta.
Yeah.
But the Unibet Malta Poker Festival, 1,444 runners. Yet another example of live poker booming. Biggest ever. And that plays to a winner tonight. 140k up top there. Unibet satted in 140 players into both the International Poker Open and the Malta Poker Festival.
Yeah, and
poker's booming.
Poker is absolutely booming, and unfortunately the winner won't be David Lappin, who bust late last night in the money. So another cash for David, the second most cashed Irish player on the Hendon Mob in terms of number of cashes.
Very nice. Who's number 1?
Some old fish called Darrow.
I thought it might be.
And actually our very good friend Dara Davey is number 3, so as far as that particular list goes, the firm really dominates.
Good to see as we see Barry in the hijack. We're not open with a 7. Richie with the 10-7 off. We know Richie is a defender, but is aware that he's in a somewhat precarious chip position against the chip leader.
Good fold by Richie.
Yeah, like this fold.
He hates having to fold his big blind, but as I said, like Richie is very savvy in these spots. He probably last folded 10-7 off in the big blind sometime back towards the start of the millennium, but he does recognize that this is a time to do it as well.
Darren Harmanson, I know you like to gamble, but you're in the big blind with 8 bigs.
I think he ran off to get his phone. That's the only problem with giving people, taking the phones away. Guys are going to be running to their phones all the time and leaving the table and running back.
Does make it back to his seat in time. action will be on Sam in seat 9. Is the overall tournament chip leader, Barry Moore, close behind.
As I said, it's been quite a week for Barry. I know he got 3-handed in the 1K super high roller, which Nick Newport won. I don't know whether Barry was second or third, but he's having a really good week.
I have played with Barry before in Cork. Does it make it difficult for you? Inflating pots with the large sizings. As we see Daniel, non-standard limp here with the ace-jack.
This is very non-standard,
Somewhat surprised to see it. We do have Darren Harmonson, sub-7 bigs. I think ace-jack playing well enough to just raise and call off.
I feel Daniel is recognizing he has to go on playing hands like ace-jack, but he doesn't want to put too much chips in, so sometimes you see players limping in those spots. And unfortunately, that can kind of telegraph to some of the others that maybe you're playing a little bit... a
little too tight.
A little too tight, and they can take advantage of that.
Well, Darren is going to get a free look. Be happy to see it. 6 bigs behind.
Don't think there's any point in shoving this.
No.
You're not in good shape against the range. You're probably not getting too much to fold. You might as well just try and hit something. He's so short that if he hits any reasonable equity, he can just go with his hand on the flop.
Yeah, it does take the free one. We did see Richie fold a king in the small. Darren looking to flop some equity.
3 clubs would be trouble, but other than that, he should be okay.
Basically as empty as it gets. Daniel with top pair, top kicker. I'd like to see 1 big blind here if we do bet. Makes it 100k.
Great size here from Daniel. Recognizing the small bet works on the paired board.
Does take down a small one.
Gave his opponent the opportunity to bluff all in.
So there will come a tipping point, Dara, as the blinds increase. Of course, we see that Darren extremely short.
Darren is, and that's affecting the other short stacks now because they kind of have to outweight Darren.
Pablo and Ray on the left of your screen, both working with around about 15 bigs themselves. Even less so for Pablo, and he has one of those hands, Dara, pocket 8s.
Under the gun.
12 bigs.
Table to get through. Oh God, this is.
You're not thrilled with this one, are you, Dara?
Really not thrilled with this.
Hand feels like we don't want to raise fold it particularly.
No, it's a really bad hand to raise fold because it doesn't even have a blocker. You'd prefer to have ace-8 suited, but
he is going to go for it.
He's going to raise. I mean, again, we saw this with Darren earlier when Darren opened.
Oh, here we go. Ray
Raymond.
Wheatley finds ace-king.
I think Raymond will be sticking this one in, and I don't think Pablo's going to call off.
I don't think he is
Can't
either.
imagine it's a raise call. Raymond just making sure of his stack. Does he have a non-all-in size? No, I don't think so.
I do love the subtleties of tournament poker.
Proud coach seeing Ray send it into the middle.
Like typically, of course, with 12 bigs, we are just going to jam Dara, but the final table dynamics, Ray may actually take this one down without showdown.
I think he will.
You'd be very happy to do it against a hand like 8s. Darren wakes up with ace-10 suited. Frustration will be mounting. I mean, you have to fold, right? Your hands against under the gun open.
He's so
12
short.
bigs.
He's so short though. If you can like hope. It is under the gun versus under the gun +1 against 2 players with ICM pressure. So you do have to fold it, but it's
horrible.
It's so tempting. Like you can convince yourself, well, maybe Ray has 9s and Pablo's going to fold, and then I'm in an amazing spot. Oh well, I think Sam is good enough to recognize King Queen. Also, just shrivels up in value to this action.
Very mandatory laydown. Pablo cursing his misfortune.
Quick fold. I like that. He knew what he was doing there. He knew it was a raise fold. There was no pretense. He knew for ICM reasons. I think the open was maybe just a little bit wide, but again, that might have been frustration creeping in, and also feeling because he was playing so tight, he'd get more credit. But as I said, like the problem with a hand like ace-8, pocket 8s, is you can't call off a 3-bet, and you're not blocking the hands at 3-bet. You would rather have ace-8 suited there than pocket 8s.
Yeah, even a hand like Queen Jack off, which I don't think we would open, but blocking 2 potential sort of value combos behind. Very unfortunate for Pablo. Doesn't get that one through. Of course, the subtleties of final table play. Does go for it with the pocket eights, but very big pickup there for Ray. You know, taking down
that's huge.
350k or so without showdown.
Yeah. And that's what the game is when you have that kind of stack. You just have to sit there patiently folding, and it feels frustrating. But then when you get a spot like that, you add a quarter to your stack with no risk.
Yeah, back to 1.6 million. Pablo and Darren now on the short stacks. Very interesting to see Daniel executing the limping strategy. Not something you see too often at final tables.
No, particularly in early position. Sometimes you see limps on buttons and stuff, but it looks like Daniel just wants to go on playing hands, but doesn't want to put too much chips in pre-flop.
It's interesting though, Dara. I think something that still people don't respond and play very well against is the pre-flop limp, especially on finals.
Yeah.
Probably not too sure how to go about combating it.
Yeah.
You see Sam pick up a big hand, ace-queen suited.
I remember back in the early days of my career, a player called Phil Collins made the final table of the WSOP main event. The first year there was a November 9.
Yep.
So everybody went away for a few months and then came back to play the final table. And Phil Collins, who had never limped his entire life up to that point, adopted a limping strategy on the final table of just limping everything that he was playing.
Sure.
And it really threw a spanner into the works. People didn't know what to do.
Oh my goodness, Pablo's taking this with a 7.
Yeah. I'll tell you what this is. This is Pablo recognizing that Daniel doesn't want to play a big pot.
Look at this though. Sam has close to top of range that just completed small.
Yeah.
Was going to reference.
This feels like Sam is trapped.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Sam surely with a mandatory call.
Yeah.
Pablo does recognize there that Daniel limping a few too many hands.
Yeah.
Sends it with the a7.
This is very canny play, I think, from Sam. I think he recognized that Pablo would take this spot quite a lot. And although he hasn't snap called, so maybe he didn't know what he was going to do in this situation until it arose.
I think Sam perhaps a little confused by that limp. We did discuss there that people struggle to combat it. Now that Pablo has jammed, but for 9 bigs, ace-queen suited, Dara, going to be surely too strong to fold.
Yeah, particularly when you have that comfortable of a stack. It's only a small fraction of Sam's stack. But yeah, he doesn't like this. I actually thought he had trap limped, but he clearly didn't. He just called because he didn't know what to do against the limp, and now he doesn't know what to do against the shove. He's going to have to work it out.
If he does call, Pablo here going to feel as if he's been nit rolled.
Yeah, if you're Pablo, you never expect to see a better hand.
Yeah, probably putting Sam on
a
hand like King Jack suited or something. There we go, Dara. Eventually lands on call.
He does find the call, and Pablo's going to get the very bad news.
Pablo's going to get awful news. Ace-queen suited.
Can't blame him at all here for this shove. I think just the right move at the wrong time, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Sam going to have so many auto folds. Probably thought he just had to get it through Daniel's limp. In any case, Pablo Villena at risk.
Can still get lucky.
Ace-3 deuce with 2 spades. Pablo drawing to one of the remaining 3 sevens in the deck. No help on the turn. And that is it. Lose Pablo Villena in 9th place. Takes home 3,600 euros. As Sam continues to stack chips. As the players are all standing, it looks as if we're going on our first break of the day, guys. Yeah, everybody leaves the table. We will take a little break here in the booth. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, guys. Join us in 20 minutes for continued coverage of the IPO main event final table. See you soon.
box don't you want to use? If it's 5, that's fine, but we're gonna have to move them over. Leave it the way it is.
I'll take it on, but let's just chop it.
Go ahead. We're gonna leave it the way it is. Want to get that trophy out for pictures, Brian?
Alright, turn the players in that main event. If you're in the final table, come on back. Let's get ready to go. Once again, final table players in the main event. Please come back to the table. Leave your electronic devices.
Yeah, I know. Juliana, they might not want you in the pictures. I'm not sure yet. Just hang tight. Hang tight. They'll let us know either way. A lot of times they pull that chair out. Yeah, you. Thanks, Ryan. Come on in, Hank. Let's get a picture taken. Let's get the photo.
So, you staying in there? I won't see us. Work away. So just, sorry? We'll get 3 to sit down. Yep, you can sit down as well. Okay. Have a seat. feet, and then the rest standing behind. You're right, you're right. Well, you stand up at the back. Yeah, just go ahead and stand in at the back. Yep, go in. We're waiting on one more? Yeah. Who are we waiting on? Everyone in the back, just take one step over there, just so that you're in line. Perfect, yep. One player.
Ray, Barry. Oh, there we go. Who's Richie?
Test wheel.
We have another player still to turn up.
Richard O'Neill, we are starting this final table without you, buddy. Richard O'Neill. This final table is going to start without you.
Sorry, lads.
Let's go! Come on, Rich.
Go ahead on the left side. You're on the left.
6,020,000.
Everyone squeeze in. Perfect. Yep. Just step to your right. So you're perfectly lined. Come in a bit. Perfect. All right. Everyone, eyes on me, please. Big smiles. Very excited. Back there. A few more. 1 second. Keep going. There we go.
That way, take them from another angle.
There you go. All right. Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, me? Yes, sorry.
Will I take this now?
Yeah, you love his name. Alright, gentlemen. Still got 9 minutes left in the level. Blinds are 40,000 and 80,000. Congratulations on making it this far. You have to lose your chips at this point in time. Please wait till I come give you further instruction, alright? Shuffle up and deal. It needs to be this way. I already asked. Yeah, it was the readers.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Cards back in the air. 8-handed here at the final table of the International Poker Open 2023. Did just lose Pablo Viena in 9th place all of the remaining 8 with €4,500 locked. So we continue on this journey to crowning our champion. See an open from Barry under the gun with Jack 10 suited. Table chip leader, 5.6 million. Darren Harbinson continues to be dealt out. Here we go, folds around to Sam, fresh off winning that pot before the break and eliminating Pablo. Ace King of Hearts on the button. He's counting out a 3-bet. Hasn't seen it, I don't think, in fact, that we have a dead small blind. Tried to make it 225k. Interesting spot developing. It may be forced to hold it to a call, and he is. Very intriguing. Little misclick there from Sam. Allows Ray Wheatley into the pot. Gets to complete now with Jack 8 of clubs, as he's dominated by Barry. And oh my goodness, what a turn of events. Ray wouldn't have been in this pot if Sam hadn't noticed the original open. Flops 2 pair. Barry deciding to c-bet. This pot now becoming complicated. Of course now Sam has Ace King, drawn to Broadway. The added complication of an extra range, Ray being allowed to complete. And Ray Wheatley here, what a spot this is turning into. Of course, Sam gonna call. And Ray, 1.4 million behind, has pot. And what a situation, able to jam. Makes it all in, 1.4 million. Of course, gets Barry to fold. And look at that, what a turn of luck. A little piece of luck. Bit of run good for Ray Wheatley. Picks up a big boost to his stack. Amazing how these little wrinkles can happen. Sam not noticing the open from Barry. Ray Wheatley continues to chip up, back up to 2.5 million. Could be a huge turn of events there. Would have been folding pre-flop. Would have been on 1.4 million in chips. And all of a sudden adds 1.1 million to his stack without showdown. Welcome along everybody in the YouTube streets. International Poker Open main event final table. I'm your commentator, Andrew Headley, taking you through all the way until crowning a champion. If anybody in the comments section has anything you want to ask, if you want to get involved, I do have the comments in front of me. Welcome along, guys. Hope you're enjoying. We're certainly enjoying the action. As action folds around to Stephen with King 7 of spades. Graphics say he has 4.7. I think this is probably incorrect. See if we can get a chip count. A chip recount. Did have 2.4 million or so. Has won a couple of small ones. So we see Richie O'Neill with King Queen opening under the gun 3. Round 2, Ray in the small blind. And Barry Moore with Ace King decides to just call. A little bit of deception. It's going to work out beautifully so far. Ace 10-8. Barry flops top pair, top kicker. Richie here with a gut shot to Broadway and the betting lead. Bets 40%, quickly called, of course, by Barry. He's going to check. The beauty here for Barry, so high up in his range. Richie could be tempted to try and fold out. Hand like a 10 or an 8. Does decide to give up. Checks it back. Barry again content to check river. Try and induce some bluffs from Richie. Doesn't take the bait. Tries to get the showdown with King Queen. Of course, could potentially beat a hand like Jack 9, Queen Jack, or King Jack. And Barry Moore continues to stack chips. Dara O'Kearney, who was with me in the booth earlier, has gone off into the Bonnington, firing the side events that are on today. Guys, if you want any information about the schedule, go to internationalpokeropen.ie. Still here on Monday, final day of the main. Bunch of side events still on. In a great week here at the Bonnington in Dublin. So I will be taking you through until I'm furnished with another guest COCOM. So we see Desmond under the gun with the ace-6. Here we go. Darren Harbinson has been short throughout, decides that now is the time, sends it 5.5 bigs, Jack 10. Of course, difficult to blame him. Extremely short, and oh, it's Jack 9, excuse me. And he has run into a dominating holding. Daniel not going to be thrilled, but recognizing the price is right, makes the call. And he has Darren in very bad shape. Queen Jack against the Jack 9 of Darren Harbinson. He is going to need some help. 980k in the middle. King 8-3, no help for Darren. Couple of backdoor straight draws. That is one of them. Does improve to 4 outs instead of 3. Needs to find a 10. No good for Darren. Not his day here at the final table. Really not much he could do. Dealt out of the tournament. Sends his final 5.5 bigs in with Jack 9. Can't run down the Queen Jack of Daniel O'Herlihy. And we are down to 7, guys. Good game, Darren. Well played. Takes home 4,500 euros. We're down to 7, guys. Everybody now with 6.6k locked. All still in the hunt for first place money, 45,000 euros. Very frustrating final table there for Darren. Did have a lot of chips yesterday on the feature. Of course, tournament poker, volatile beast. Really not much he could do. We saw it was dealt. Not a lot to work with. Good run though. 8th place for Darren. We're down to 7. Action on Stephen under the gun. Does wake up with King Queen of Hearts. Makes it 200k to go. Action folds round to the big blind. Desmond. Just King 6 off. Lets this one go. Stephen continues to accumulate. We have the dealer change over here on the feature. Stacks in front of you guys on screen. Barry Moore still chip leading, 5.7 million. Closely followed by Sam in seat 9, 5.6. Stephen in third with 4.9. I'm still not convinced that this is accurate. Next time he's on screen, guys, we'll do a little mental gymnastics. See if he does indeed have 5 million. Current short stacks, Daniel and Desmond, 2.1 and 2.2 million. Good for around about 25 bigs. Cards back in the air, guys. Blinds have gone up 50, 100k with 100k ante. As Sam picks up pocket sixes under the gun 1. We do typically see these low pairs get folded often at FTs, but Sam with all the chips, that's coming for a raise, makes it 220k. Here we go, Daniel sends it. On the button, ace king, all in for 21 bigs. Should get this one through. Pocket six is a little too weak to raise call for 21 blinds. Sam gets a count. Yeah, does let this one go. As Daniel continues to duck and dive here on this final table. Gets the reshove through. Back on Sam under the gun. Queen 7 off. Round to Desmond on the button, lets it go. Stephen here in the small, very playable ace-7 of diamonds. Does decide to limp, and Richie O'Neill going to try and pounce on some perceived weakness. Makes it 250k. Stephen, of course, going nowhere with ace-7 suited. And far too strong to limp fold. Is going to complete. King, deuce, 10, rainbow. Ace-high still good. Richie with the betting lead and a gut shot. It does continue for a c-bet. Going to get this one through. Makes the better hand fold. Richie, one of the more capable, aggressive players at this final, makes it work. Nothing much for Stephen to do there with just ace high out of position. As the dealer shuffles up, guys, gives me the opportunity to let you know the next big live stop for our partners, Unibet. And that is the Unibet Open in Bucharest, November 29th to December 3rd. €1,100 main, €2,200 high roller on offer. A bunch of €150 to €500 sides. There are €2K package satellites running on Sundays. You can, of course, win €2K package, which includes accommodation in the 5-star Marriott Hotel in Bucharest, coming up at the end of November. We see Daniel continue this limping strategy. We have seen the players struggle to combat it. Limps with 7s in the hijack. 2.6 million to start the hand. Richie in the small with 9-5. content to take the price. Is going to complete. As Sam with King 9 in the big. Happy to check. Flop is Jack 6-5. Pocket 7s of Daniel, still best. Action checks through to Daniel. Does come in for a half pot bet. Richie here with just bottom pair. Does let it go. Daniel continues to use this limp strategy to his benefit, closing in on 3 million in chips. Daniel wakes up with a big hand, ace king. Changes up from the limp strat, makes it 2.5x. Very interesting spot here. Richie O'Neill with ace jack. Certainly some potential to 3-bet fold. Will, of course, be aware that Daniel has been limp in range. Now changes to an open. Of course, if you are balanced here and you're going to limp all of your weaker medium hands, you should likely do the same with your premiums. Richie's going to take a flop here in position. Calls with ace jack. Ray Wheatley gets out of the way. Daniel with the dominating hand. Ace king versus ace jack of Richie. And this is big trouble for Richie O'Neill. Ace king 10. Wow, Daniel has decided to open shove. 2.6 million. Jams for 3x pot. Richie, all of a sudden, ace jack shrinks up considerably. Can't say I'm a big fan of this shove from Daniel. We have such a strong holding. Of course, when you jam here, if you're allowing a hand like ace jack or ace queen to be able to get away, certainly seems like a missed opportunity here to shove this hand. Not too much to protect from, other than a queen or jack. Richie, sick to his stomach here. In the tank, feels gross. Top pair and a gut shot. Mutters away to himself. Very confusing spot for Richie. Of course, thinking to yourself, why would my opponent jam so many chips here? If they had a big hand, we can see Daniel has top 2. Probably the only bet size that Richie folds to. Makes a very disciplined laydown. Potential missed opportunity there for Daniel. Any other size in, Richie's gonna continue Does take it down. Cards back in the air. Daniel O'Herlihy under the gun. Folds round to Desmond. Pocket tens. 21 bigs effective. Did, of course, see Desmond raise fold the same hand to Richie O'Neill earlier in the broadcast. Things certainly a little different now. We were 9-handed then, 7-handed now. Here we go, the same exact scenario. Stephen with ace-queen off. It's Groundhog Day here, guys, in the booth. Looks like Stephen counts out a 3-bet. Not sure Desmond's gonna get away this time. Shallower stacks, less players at the FT. Desmond, I believe, is the table shorty now. This is going to go in, guys. I'd be surprised if it doesn't. No ICM pressure now on Desmond. He is the shorty. Pocket tens. 20 bigs effective. Don't think we can fold here. Stephen makes it 675k. Stephen here with ace queen. Desmond takes the inventory of the stack. If he does shove, Stephen may be priced in here. Already committed 6.8 bigs. Going to be facing a 20 big blind jam. Desmond in the tank. Wow, and he lets it go again. Don't think I'm a big fan of this laydown. You know, does come a point. We are the shortest at the table. No real pay jumps to consider. Of course, the scenario was different before. Two very short stacks at the table. Stephen takes that one down pre. Desmond perhaps. Some PTSD, the pocket tens, doesn't like it. Lets it go. Action back on Stephen. Folds around to Richie. Sam in the cutoff. Intent to fold queen 10. As Barry decides to limp with deuces, Daniel checks back ace 3. 9-8-8. Deuces still good. Bet of 100k there from Barry. Daniel decides not to defend ace high. Action folds round to Sam in the hijack. Desmond here, gonna get a walk. Back round to Sam. Round to Barry with ace 10. Very easy open, makes it 225k. Desmond now in the small with the jack 9 of diamonds. Gonna let it go. Stephen now, interesting decision. Ace 6 off. Of course knows that Barry is very aggressive. Pulls back his big blind. We know he's not going to fold. Considering his options, certainly some potential to 3-bet here if you think your opponent is way too wide from the late position. I think I'm a fan of this. He's going to take the aggressive action. Makes it 575k. 3-bet just a shade under 6 bigs. Very impressed with how Stephen has approached this final, finding 3-bets. We can see he puts Barry in a tough spot here, even with a hand as strong as ace 10. It does look like he's going to let it go. Another example there of aggression paying dividends. Very well played from Stephen. Gets the best hand to fold. Bunch of these ace X type holdings can perform very well as a 3-bet. Stephen showing a lot of prowess here at this final table. On Sam. Ray Wheatley lets go of the ace 8. Barry now with a slightly stronger holding, ace queen. Makes it 225. Round to Richie O'Neill. I'm gonna let it go. Barry with the pickup. Back on Ray Wheatley, finds the monster. weapons of mass destruction, pocket aces. What a sight to see, working with just over 20 big blinds. Comes in for the min raise. Shade over, quickly called by Daniel. Pocket fives in the hijack. Perhaps a little bit of final table inexperience here from Daniel. We did see him 3x pot jam top 2. Now calling with just pocket fives against a pretty tight range here from Ray. Does have position though. Sam with the 10-7. Looks as if he wants to complete. Does make the call. We're going three-way here. Pot inflating, 825k. Ray with 2.5 pots behind. King, queen, 4. Pocket ace is still good. Very coordinated texture. Ray without a diamond in his hand. Of course, still going to be relatively comfortable. Going to expect pocket kings or queens to have 3-bet pre. Lots to protect from. Does decide just to c-bet. Goes with half pot, and this is going to get it done. As Ray Wheatley continues to grind out the short stack. Another nice pickup. International Poker Open main event final table coverage, guys. On a 30-minute delay. We are at the Bonnington Hotel in Dublin. Beautiful venue. It's been a great week of action. We're on a 30-minute delay to protect the integrity of this final table. You see, Daniel continues this limping strategy. Queen 10 of diamonds under the gun 1. Interesting to see if the players start to recognize. Could see him open with ace king. He's been limping more of his mediocre range. Folds round to Sam with jack 9. He's going to complete. Ray with the ace 5, content to check and c3. Jack 8 deuce. Sam flops best. Top pair. Daniel with a gut shot and an overcard. Sam's going to lead at this one. Looks like half pot. Of course, very easy fold for Ray. Was a little less, 1/3. Daniel here with a mandatory continue. Of course, can never fold. Our drawing to the nuts. Backdoor flush draw and overcard working for him also. We can see a 9 here would be a disaster for Sam. Oh my goodness, drills it on the turn. Unbelievable cooler in progress here at the FT. I mean, this is a disaster for Sam. 680k in the pot. No reason to think our hand's not good. Counts out a turn value bet. Going to be very difficult here not to get stacked. Of course, cannot be fully stacked, covering Daniel, but bets 270k, 40%. Daniel here in absolute dreamland. Turns the nuts with the redraw to a flush. And he sends it again. Very similar to how he played the ace-king earlier with top 2. And I mean, if Sam can get away from this, deserves to win the tournament. Top 2, bunch of semi-bluff shoves in the potential range here of Daniel. Brutal spot here for Sam. Here's a big shove. 2.7 million jammed into a pot of just 900k or so. Of course, not getting a great price here as Sam, but we have top 2 on the Jack 9-8 deuce. I must say, I'm not a big fan of this jam. I mean, if you're given a hand as strong as top 2, the chance to fold. I don't think I would have the discipline to lay it down. Really only losing to Queen 10. Potentially a hand like pocket 8s. Slow play to set on the flop. Sam, though, doesn't like it.
Players that are mini main, once the hand round is finished, you're going to a 20-minute break. 20-minute break for their mini main.
If he makes this fold, it would be world class. Deep in the tank. As Dara rejoins me in the booth, Dara, a wild spot developing. We had a limp from Daniel. He's continued the limping strat. We went 3-way. Sam led flop. Daniel called, and Sam turns top 2. Daniel, we've seen him use these massive overbet jams. Bet of 40% on the turn. Daniel jams for 2.7 million, 3x pot. And got to give Sam a lot of credit here for tanking this long. He's hating life.
Yeah, this is a spot where you, like, normally you just snap call because of all the draws. But the way Daniel is playing, like, have we seen him do a big bluff yet?
Absolutely, we have not. We did see a pot earlier, and he makes the call. This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. 6 million in chips. Very tough spot for Sam. He wanted to get away, couldn't find it. Drawing here 4 outs, excuse me. Just 9%. Doesn't get there. Deuce of clubs on the river. Daniel O'Herlihy now chip leading this final table, Dara.
Massive pot there, yeah. He must be massive chip leader now with 6 million. Wow, that's a real shift.
Yeah, we did see a spot earlier where Daniel opened ace king, Richie O'Neill peeled button with ace jack, came ace king 10, and Daniel just overbet jammed 3x pot on the flop.
Yeah.
So as you said there, if your opponent's not got enough semi-bluff jams, Sam almost got away from it, to his credit.
Yeah.
As you say, mostly they're top 2. Gonna flick it in.
Yeah.
Brutal spot for Sam there, right? I mean,
brutal, yeah. Yeah, even if he recognizes that there are no bluffs, he has to ask himself, is it possible he's just overrating something worse?
Yeah, right. Could potentially value jam a worse 2 pair, yeah.
Or even just an overpair that, for some reason, thinks that's the best way to proceed.
Sure.
Tough spot for sure, but now amazing for Dan. He's in a great spot now with so much chips.
Yeah, up to 6 million. Takes the chip lead from Barry Moore.
Yeah, Barry's just been unfortunate, really, as far as I can see. He just hasn't really got too many cards or spots.
We did see him play as you were away. A very nice little deceptive ace king. Just called the open in the big blind from Richie. Got a few chips on an ace high board. Yeah, for the most part, just being disciplined. What a pickup there for Daniel. And all of a sudden, from being one of the mid stacks, he is chip leading here with 7 left in the main. But tell us what happened, Dara. Did you reg the side?
I read to the side and we're on a break. That's why I'm here. I'll be here for the next 15 minutes.
What a gentleman. Bringing me the knowledge on co-coms, Darrow Kearney.
There's a few others who might jump in, but they're all in the mini-main as well, so it depends on who busts first. But I'm sure you've been doing a great job. You've been soldiering on gamely. Real Braveheart spirit.
We have I do have access to the YouTube comments now. I've got the guys keeping me company. Guys, for the next 15-20 minutes, if you've got any questions for Dara or myself, please fire away. We will engage as we see a raise from Desmond. Desmond has run into ace-queen 3 or 4 times. He did raise fold 10s again, the exact same spot versus ace-queen. I was very surprised to see it. He was the short stack, so there was no ICM pressure like the earlier spot. We can see perhaps some frustration from Sam here, overcalling queen 10. It could be a little tilted.
Yeah.
We don't know what Desmond has.
Yeah, queen 10 off is a hand that plays very badly multi-way. And even in position, it can just get you into trouble. Now he's flopped a gut shot, but other than that, his hand doesn't really have anything going for it.
If it does check to him, he may have the opportunity to take this one down, but a very tilty looking overcall. Richie's going to start with a stab in position.
Yeah. Richie is not going to allow him to bet the button, and he has to let it go.
Does have to lay it down.
Yeah, it does look frustrated, all right.
Understandable there. I think he knew somehow the old live instincts wanted to fold top 2.
Yeah, gross spot for him.
Now Desmond, we don't know what he's holding. Richie here with good blockers to that top pair, blocking the king-queen of diamonds, ace-king type combos. Of course, Richie unlikely to ever have ace-king, but nice to block them. Put some pressure here on Desmond. 325k, bets 30%. And we have seen this before from Desmond, and he's checked shove Dara. He's going to take this one down. Can't imagine Richie can ever call this one off.
No.
Are ahead of a potential nut flush draw perhaps, but that would be it.
That's it. You can be almost dead against something like ace king.
Yeah, that would be suicidal spot for Richie to put this in.
He's giving it some thought.
Still reeling from that queen 10 jack 9 setup. Imagine here Richie, a little bit of Hollywood. Can't imagine we're ever going to flick this one in.
Yeah, unless he gets a live read. Like Richie's very good on the live read stuff. No, he really had nothing there. So
Desmond takes it down, back up to 3 million. So Desmond pads his stack back up to 3 million or so. Did make that disciplined second fold with 10s. I gotta say, Dara, I got it all wrong in the booth. I was thinking you gotta run it this time. No ICM pressure, but perhaps content to navigate post flop rather than get it in pre.
Yeah, the ladders are probably starting to get significant now for all of these players.
Sounds like a good opportunity for me to run you through the payouts, guys. 7 players left. Everybody has 6,600 euros locked. 9.2 for 6th place, 11.9 for 5th. Then we get into the really big money, 15,000 euros for 4th, 20k for 3rd, 28k for 2nd, 45k for the win. You are quite right though, Dara, of course. Money jumps starting to become pretty large. And as you had alluded to, Dara, this might be, for some of these players, like potentially the biggest amount of money they've ever played for. Yeah,
that's it. If you look at the hand and mob of some of these players, particularly the local guys, they typically play 50 euro tournaments, where the ladders that we're now looking at might be bigger than first prize in the tournaments they normally play for.
Absolutely, and very easy for us in the booth, you know, to look at certain spots, Dara, and just say, well, this is a mandatory call or a mandatory 3-bet, mandatory all-in. But of course, if you're playing for what could potentially be life-changing money in terms of your poker career, understandable to see players sometimes be a little gun-shy.
Yeah. Yeah, even the Belgian gentleman, I looked at his hand mob this morning, and it is mostly, you know, 1 to 200 euro buy-in tournaments. So this is the biggest stage he's ever played on as well.
Certainly something that we should consider more of on the rail. You know, the old YouTube comment section, Dara. A volatile place to be.
Volatile place to be. All the armchair generals.
As we see Stephen, I have to say, Stephen, I've been extremely impressed. When you were away, we saw him take a 3-bet bluff spot with ace-6 off against the cutoff of Barry, so he's very aware of what type of combos to be using and which players to target. Been very impressed with him thus far at the FT. Opens up ace-queen. Little larger sizing, makes it 275. Folds it round to Desmond, very dusty looking 6-4, lets it go.
And while we're between hands, I have a story about Stephen. Yesterday, my co-author, Barry Carter, got moved onto the feature table, so he sent me a message asking me to bring down one of the books so he could plug it on the feature table. By the time I got there, he was back off feature table. They were only on feature for 10 minutes, I think.
Right.
But I gave him the book anyway. Then he bust and off he went back to the room. And I was walking over to the tournament area to check on Ray, and Stephen held up the book and says, "Oh, is this your book?" And thinking he was somebody who wanted his copy of his book signed, I said, "Oh yeah, do you want me to sign it?" And I could tell from his completely confused expression, he had no idea why I was offering to do that, no idea who I was, no idea of any connection with book. And he says, "This is the book you gave to your friend earlier. It's your book, right?"
Brilliant. And what was your reaction? Oh yeah, thank you.
I skulked off and embarrassed. Yeah.
Oh, hold the phone one moment, Richie. Very interesting here. Richie opening off 20 bigs. Daniel continues this sort of passive approach pre.
Yeah.
This seems like a pretty normal spot to 3-bet call it off, Dara, to me.
Yeah, it is. 20. Yeah, but it looks like he really just wants to see flops, and then if he hits, well, he's going to stack off. Now he's hit absolutely nothing here, and Richie has hit top pair, but isn't going to love the fact that it's all diamonds. Generally, we proceed with a small bet here on monotone boards if we're going to see bet.
Yeah, absolutely. It does come with 40%, a little larger than standard.
Yeah.
Daniel, it's all going his way, Doc. He's gonna get away from this one unscathed.
Seen this expression before. This is this suspicious. I think I might have the best hand, but I can't call before he folds. So yeah.
I like the term you used the other day, the old hand funeral. Although it wasn't a very long funeral on this occasion.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know we can talk about what the standard plays are in these spots, but his style it's proving very effective for him.
Exactly, yeah.
And when he hits hands, he's just getting in on the flop, and if he doesn't hit hands, he's not getting out of line, so he's not spewing chips.
Also, conversely, one of the benefits of flatting there, you do keep in all the hands that you dominate that are going to fold to 3-bet, right? Like an ace-jack or ace-10 that Richie potentially opens with. Even there with ace-queen, if you get 3-bet, not loving life.
No.
But in any case, Daniel on a nice little rush. Richie takes that one down post. Sam, head still spinning after that cooler. Top 2 versus the mage straight. It's out of the way. I've got to say, we're not supposed to play favorites, and I never would, but I do enjoy watching Barry play. Never quite know what he's going to do.
Very entertaining style for sure.
He's in there for 235. Daniel continues the plan to call in position. Calls with ace-jack. Stephen here with the queen 3. Going to get out of the way, I'm sure. Round to Richie O'Neill.
Yeah, Stephen's playing a very measured, disciplined game.
I like his presence for sure.
Coming in with a game plan and he's sticking to it.
And Richie, with an interesting looking little 10-8 of clubs, is getting the price to C3. Going to take it.
Plays very well multi-way. He's unlucky to be dominated by Barry. Usually this type of hand won't get you into too much trouble. You'll be check folding a lot, obviously, but you can hit a very strong hand. And now
could be troubled waters. 10-9-3 all hearts.
Yeah, that might dampen the aggression on this board. They might not play too big a pot.
Yeah, makes some sense. I do like this check from Barry. Obviously, a lot of the time, players in position are going to call with a lot of suited combos.
Yeah. Richie thinks he has the best hand now, enough of the time to bet and protect his hand. Barry won't be folding to a single bet.
Yeah, good size and choice from Richie. Just comes with B20. You're going to fold out a lot of hands that don't connect with this board at all for a really small size.
Barry raises.
Interesting. Goes for the protection raise.
Yeah.
I think that has some merits, Dara. You're going to get to sort of set the price, check back some rivers.
So get to check back some rivers. You can possibly deny equity to some one-heart hands.
Yeah. Now this is really tough, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, the pair of tens now shrinks up
Barry
markedly.
Barry can be doing this as a bluff, but you are only beating a bluff, and even the bluffs are going to presumably have equity.
Sure. Yeah, a lot of the time Barry going to have perhaps an ace of hearts in there, ace or king of hearts, that decides to check flop.
And you can be also almost dead, as Richie actually is in this spot. He's only got 7% equity here because he's dominated.
Yeah.
He would need to hit one of the 3 remaining 8s, and yeah, he quickly realized, well, not quickly, but he eventually realizes that he has to let it go.
Yeah, very nice laydown from Richie. Like how he played it. Looks to just pick it up for cheap on the turn.
Yeah.
Gets away to the turn raise from Barry. Very well played hand by both. Quite a fan actually of the raise from Barry in position. Get to deny a lot of equity. Can get additional value from a hand like a 10, but Richie sharp enough to get away. I suppose there, Dara, Barry going to have to raise fold probably if his opponent jams.
Yeah,
but it's going to be infrequent, right?
I don't think he was inducing there.
Sure.
Yeah, it was a multi-purpose bet. When you have the best hand, you'll get your opponent to fold and deny equity. And if you don't have the best hand, you won't have to put in more money.
Absolutely. So we see Barry now mixing in a limp. Is the chip leader again once more, 6.2 million. Very rare that we've seen Barry limp. We did see him do it earlier with fives, but decides to do it here with the king-queen suited.
Yeah.
Sam's had enough.
Sam's had it. Yeah, he's like, I have an ace. Nobody's shown much strength here. 2 loosest players at the table arguably are involved.
Interesting here, Barry with a pretty strong hand in his limping range,
He's
but
very
18 bigs, Dara.
It is 18 bigs, yeah. And even the bluff, like A7 off, you're actually still behind.
Yeah, does decide to fold it face up. Sam gonna take this one down. What's your position here, Dara, on showing the table here? Is that pretty dangerous here to show that you're gonna limp a hand as strong as king queen suited, and
particularly if you're limp folding?
Sure.
Yeah. I generally the only time I think it's okay to show cards is when the hand is perfectly straightforward. Like if you raise aces and somebody 3-bets you and you 4-bet and everybody folds. You know, you're not really giving away any information by showing aces, because obviously aces in everybody's 4-bet range. But showing, I guess Barry is trying to say, well, look, I am limping some strong hands, so even though I'm folding on this occasion, just be aware I might not fold the next time.
Yeah, absolutely. As action folds around to Desmond, dusty looking king 7 goes into the bin. Going to be round to Richie here on the button. Been a very swingy FT this for Richie.
Yeah,
up and
really
down, back down to sub 20 bigs.
Yeah, he started like gangbusters, and but he's gone the opposite direction.
Interesting question coming in from the chat there. I think I'll fire it to you as we look at 2 pretty dusty holdings. Sam now really going for it though, opening up his range. Raises the 6-4, takes it down from Ray. How would you attempt, we have this question for you, Dara, and myself, this limping strategy that we're seeing from the likes of Daniel and a couple of times from Barry, how are you going to look to exploit this on an FT in particular? Is it something you're just going to want to immediately pounce on, start to ISO a lot wider, or is it just sort of feel it out a little bit and see what develops?
Yeah, like there are different types of limpers, so it very much depends on what you think. You know, some players just limp hands they don't think are strong enough to raise, and they have they essentially have a very capped limping range. Other players are actually quite trappy, and they'll limp some really strong hands like aces or kings. So you kind of have to, first of all, just make up your mind what kind of limper you think you're dealing with, whether it's just somebody who limps hands they think are not strong enough to raise, or they don't want to raise for other reasons, or if it's somebody who is who's likely to be trapping you.
Yeah, I do find in my experience that people find it difficult to be balanced with their limping ranges, as you just alluded to. There are certain types who will always have these sort of mediocre hands that would like to see 3, but don't want to put a lot of money in.
Yeah, that's what it usually is. When I started playing sit and goes, there was actually a term for that type of player. We referred to them as high blind limpers. And generally the exploit was just to shove much wider over them, to essentially treat them as an extra blind.
Makes a lot of sense as we see Sam open the button as Dara goes back out into the side event. We wish him luck. Sam here with the ace-10 of spades. Makes it 2.6 to go. Barry going to let it go with the jack-8. Sam continues to try and recover after that unfortunate cooler. So guys, in the YouTube streets, hope you're really enjoying the coverage. I'm enjoying the action. Very enjoyable final table here at the IPO 2023. As I said, guys, I'm on my own for the time being. They will furnish me with some co-coms. We wish Dara the best of luck. Thanks to him once more. Back into the main room. He is playing a bunch of the side events here in the Bonnington. So if you have any questions for me, I'm more than happy to engage. Manning the ship solo for the time being. How long is the delay, lads, says Wayne. We're on a 30-minute delay, my friend. Protect the integrity of the game. As Patrick says, and great to hear Picasso back at the comms after what seems like a long time. One of the most underrated poker broadcasters. Enjoyable and educational commentary. Thank you very much, Patrick. Your 50 euros is in the post, my friend. Thank you, buddy. As we see here, three-way action. Desmond limping with ace-king under the gun. Not something you're typically going to see. Barry here turns bottom 2 pair. Going to come in for a value bet. Daniel here open-ended with the 7-9. Pretty mandatory continue. Couple of options were open to him here, guys. You could certainly consider a raise. You do block the hand, the nuts, you know, with the 7 in your hand. You block the 5-7. Can potentially put some pressure on a weak jack or an 8 that Barry could potentially have. Does decide to call. Of course, more than viable. River is an ace. Barry here gonna go for value. Of course, gonna be a snap fold from Daniel with just 9 high. As Barry continues to accumulate chips. Damien asks, is Steven's stack correct? 5.2 million. My friend, I am on board with you. I don't believe he has as many chips as that. As we go on a break, guys, 20 minutes. Please come back and join myself in the booth. Back in 20, guys.
You agree this was too great too far? Yeah. Let's try this one. Still not right. Go ahead. All of them but these two. This is a triple check. Him and I can't count chips. It was good on final 8. Keep going, yeah. 2 million what? Try it again. 2 million. That's okay. Obviously, we screwed somewhere, so it takes 3 of us.
Okay, players are mini made. Once the front draw is finished, you're going on a 20-minute break. 20-minute break on the mini made.
That's it right there. Yeah, that's it right there. That's the one.
Perfect job, Indiana.
Thank you. We'll take a break.
Hopefully, when I come down, it's like 2 players left.
Don't make so big expectations.
making your way back in, just a reminder, any electronic devices, please put in the bin. You're allowed to use those just anywhere off the black stage. Also, gentlemen, if you have any drinks of any type, please make sure those are off the black stage as well. We're all back, so let's be ready. 6120, John.
Why can't they just have top set? You know what I mean? Like, it's great. this high range at this point. How much should we
$1.3 million. Good for just 11 big blinds. As we see our backroom staff, the man himself, Stan, brings us a fresh deck. Perhaps a reason that Ray's cards were not exposed. So Brendan, as the dealer shuffles, how are you, my friend? You were on our feature table this week.
Yes.
I know you've got a lot of experience in these live Irish comps. Tell us a little bit something about your poker life in general.
I have my biggest wins so far would be that win over in Vienna, there 2019, just before the COVID came in.
Before the old lockdowns.
Yes. A nice little win. Came third in that, I did. And then, obviously, we've been quite in for the last 2 years. For that 2 years after that, then the start of this year, when we started playing poker again properly, really, I came 7th there in the A Cup, and I have won a few small little tournaments in from there on. Just a small few.
Nice. So in the mix regularly in these sort of low stakes Irish comps.
Yes.
Good to see. Well, good to have you with me in the booth. As action folds round, Barry opening in the cutoff with the Queen 8 of Hearts.
And then Desmond has the King Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, another interesting spot for Desmond. Did see him make some tight raise folds earlier at this FT, finding some momentum.
You think here now he's in the small band, do you think he could 3-bet it?
Certainly an option. It looks like Barry is just... No, he hasn't limped. That's a raise to 250, I'm sure. So ignore the graphics for a moment, guys. Barry for sure opened. And look at this. Desmond just calling with King Queen suited. Stephen here, 3 million in chips, 25 bigs. Certainly considering a squeeze shove here.
Oh, he's after going all in.
And there it is. Does go for it. I like it a lot. Desmond's range here going to be fairly capped. We've seen how he likes to play his big hands. Not much flatting going on. And he's going to get this one through, Stephen. Gets Barry off the Queen 8 suited. Gets rid of the King Queen suited in the small. Stephen played very well at this FT. Very aware of the dynamics at this table. Picks it up with the pre-flop jam.
Yeah.
Cards back in the air. Action on Sam under the gun. Welcome along, guys. Anybody railing on YouTube? International Poker Open main event final table. 7 players left. 45,000 euros up top. So we see Sam getting rid of the 10-8 suited under the gun. Round 2, Desmond on the button. 9-10 off. Working with 33 big blinds. Is it going to come in for a raise? Makes it 250k. Round 2, Richie O'Neill in the big. One of the shorter stacks. Wakes up with a big hand just in time. Ace-Jack. 14 big blinds seems like a pretty easy all-in to me, Brendan.
Yeah, it's all in all day.
Yeah, it does send the chips into the middle.
And you get to snap forward.
Yeah, I'm going to take this one down. Nothing Desmond can do with just 9-10. I'd love to know what Ray had in that hand against the Kings, but I think pretty safe to say pocket eights. I'll nail my commentary prowess to the mast.
Oh, sure, we had it
I'm
between,
telling you, Brendan, he had the eights.
we had it between 7s and the 9s, so we
Yeah.
go right in the middle, but go for the 8s. Smack in the middle.
Yeah, very tough spot that was for Ray, as you see him about to be under the gun, working with just a shade over 10 big blinds. Brendan gonna have to get after it pretty soon. Of course, 7-handed blinds are 60k 120, 120k ante, so 300k has to be paid by each player every orbit. Price of poker, Brendan, getting expensive. Folds around to Stephen on the button.
There's 10-9, it seems to be very popular.
Looks
hand.
as if Barry may have opened. We know Barry extremely aggressive. Does have the chip lead, 6.4 million to start the hand. Round to Sam.
10-8.
It is dominated, but
That's worth
10-8 suited.
Definitely worth a call. Anyway.
Yeah, certainly getting the right price to defend, Brendan. Is picking up calling chips. In they come. Unfortunately for him, he is dominated.
You wouldn't want to see a 10.
Yeah, Barry, very aggressive, unpredictable player, so you can be dominated in spots like this. And you can see that he is, but he does flop pretty big.
This is a good flop.
Flops a gut shot and flush draw. Barry continues the aggression, comes for a very small size in, around about 20% pot. Don't hate it, can just fold out some hands immediately. Some potential here to barrel it off. Also, Sam content to take the price, check calls. And there we go, instant service, turns the 10 high flush. Barry could be in some trouble here, does have the 9 of clubs in his hand, Brendan, so decides to barrel the turn. Of course, here we can put a hand like a king or a queen immediately in an awful spot. But of course, we can see Sam right at the top of his range, turning a flush. Would like to see just a check call here, Brendan. There's really not much to protect from. And of course, Barry, very aggressive, is the type of player that will continue to bluff. And he has just jammed. That's going to be the end of this hand.
I would just slow play that there.
Yeah, I would like to see just call. I think especially against Barry, a player who is going to have a lot of bluffs and is also going to value bet thin, I think is important to note. Sam decides to jam. Of course, Barry with just 10 high. I'm going to let it go. See cards back in the air. Barry under the gun with the Queen 7 suited. Round to Desmond, pocket 3s in the hijack, 30 bigs. Is typically the type of hand that just goes into the muck. Doesn't play well as a steal, like the fold from Desmond. Stephen here with King 6, also follows suit. In a fold round here, you would imagine to the blinds.
Well, it should do anyway. He's tanking quite a lot.
Richie, very capable of stepping outside of theory, but gonna let go of this one. Folds round to Sam in the small. Just Jack 6. Of course, Ray Wheatley in the big. Only has 10 bigs behind. Sam surveys his stack.
Just a limp, I think.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to complete. Ray quickly. Oh no, that's just Jack, excuse me. Thought he had reached for raisin chips.
It looked like he was pushing it on there.
Checks with King 5. Great flop for Ray. Of course, every pot huge for him at the moment. 360k in there. Flops top pair. Sam gonna take a stab. Bets 130k. Can go a couple of ways here, Ray. Are a bunch of draws available on the board? Certainly viable to just call and try and let your opponent keep bluffing. Couldn't fault him though if he goes for a flop raise. 10 bigs behind Brendan, sometimes top pair. We're obviously happy to go with it.
Yeah, I think he should push it here, I think. Looks like he's going to go all in here now. He's not going to slow play this.
Ray surveys his options. Certainly some potential here to just raise small also. I do typically see people send it though for 10 bigs, and Ray has jammed. Sam with a little bit of Hollywood here. Of course, never calling with Jack high. A lot of Hollywood here. Never calling, Brendan. Lets it go. Perhaps wants to keep his reputation at the table intact. You see Ray Wheatley take it down. Back up to 1.6 million. Timely pot for Ray. Take you guys through the lineup here. 7-handed in the main event. Seat 1, that is Ray Wheatley. Just took down that pot a moment ago. Round 2 is seat 2, Barry Moore. Seat 3, Daniel O'Herlihy. Seat 5 is Desmond Farrell. Seat 6, Stephen Rothhout from Belgium. Seat 7 is Richie O'Neill. And seat 8, Wanhu Zhang, also known as Sam. 7 players left here. Hand 64 at this feature table. Main event final of the IPO 2023. All players, guys, have 6,600 euros locked. Pay jumps starting to increase all the way down to first place money, 45,240 euros. This action folds around to Richie O'Neill with the 10-6 of diamonds. Stacks getting shallow as the blinds increase. It's going to fold round to Ray Wheatley in the small. 7-5 of diamonds. 13 big blinds behind for Ray. Can go a couple of ways with this hand. Does decide just to limp. Barry content to check with the dusty looking 9-4. Good flop for Ray. Flops top pair. 5 deuce deuce. Look at this, we have a bet from Ray. Barry's going to float one with just 9-4, recognizing that this board hits the big blind well. We can see Ray has found it. turns the full house and does find the check. You'll love to see it from him. Now Barry gonna start bluffing, of course. Bets 120k. Of course, Ray gonna attempt to look as weak as possible here. Little laugh and a joke. Finds the check call. River is a queen. Ray does find another check, and Barry is gonna have to go for this one, Brendan. Bets 300k. Perfect turn of events here for Ray Wheatley. Sitting there with the effective nuts. Of course, gonna shove this one in, Brendan. Gonna try and look as weak as possible in doing so.
You'll be looking for a call from a 2.
Absolutely. There it is. Announces all in. Barry, of course, has to snap fold.
He's just after nearly doubling up without even having to risk his stack.
Absolutely, Brendan. Ray Wheatley doubles his stack without showdown. As Gerard Hall says in the chat, Desmond has a look of George Clooney. What do you reckon? Seat 5. He does a little bit.
He does. He does. Spit an image of him.
Guys, send us in your lookalikes. I'm going to put one in here, and I might get in trouble from the lads. But Daniel and Richie could team up and do a very good impression of Right Said Fred.
Who's this now?
Come on, Brendan.
Well, I was thinking of Phil and Grant.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I was going with Right Said Fred. You're going for the Mitchell brothers from EastEnders. I promise when either busts, I will not do the boom, 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 boom. Right, we're getting carried away in the booth. Action back on Desmond. Guys, post us your favorite lookalikes in the YouTube comments.
There's
And be kind. Be kind to your fellow man.
I was going to say he looks a bit like Mr. Bean. This guy does.
Oh my goodness me! I said be kind, Brendan. You firing Mr. Bean in at me.
A bigger version of Mr. Bean.
As action folds around to Sam in the cutoff.
I hope he won't be listening to this stream anytime soon. Oh, here comes Raymond now with jacks.
Yeah, Ray finding some momentum. Pocket jacks on the button. Obviously a very premium holding. Comes in for a raise. It looks like 270k.
That's just a good stand. It's a good raise.
Unfortunately for Ray, no action from the blinds. A very nice little 10-minute spell for Ray. It was on the short stack, 1.3 million. Back up to 2.7. Phil and Grant Mitchell. We're going to get in trouble, you know that, if they watch the stream. Cards back in the air. Sam in the hijack. 3.1 million in chips. Let's it go. Round 2 Barry. Working with 4.8 million. 40 big blinds. 6-4 of spades. Is it going to come in for a raise? Feature of Barry's game. Extremely aggressive. Desmond here with ace-10. Content to defend. Does make the call. Ace in the window. Ace-4 jack. Both players flop a piece. Barry decides to c-bet this one for 1 big blind.
Desmond.
Of Of course, this flop gonna favor the button versus the big. Barry happy to bet one big here, try and fold out two overcards that have some equity. Of course here, Desmond close to the top of his range. Does just check call with top pair. And wow, look at this for an action card, Brendan.
Oh, yes.
Danger afoot here for Desmond. Barry turns bottom two pair. Desmond still with a pair of aces with the 10 of diamonds, redraw. Could be a bunch of money going in here, Brendan. A pretty clear turn value bet for Barry. Does indeed fire money in. Looks like 300k. Of course, has to be wary. The big blind can have a bunch of flushes, can have some two pairs of their own. Does go for value, like the size in, around about a third pot. Pretty mandatory continue here for Desmond. Brendan, going to be check calling here?
Yeah, with the 10 of diamonds, you can't really fold not yet anyway.
Yeah, definitely not folding. Does check call. Interested to see what happens here on a pure blank. There aren't too many.
Oh, Desmond.
Oh, and he gets counterfeited.
Lucky there.
Very interesting here. Desmond now is best. Very frustrating here for Barry. Gonna see the bad news. Does give up. Decides his opponent's
What's
gonna
this? Oh, he did remember mistake there.
Yeah, pot does go to Desmond. Unfortunate river card for Barry. Desmond now back over 4 million. Actually overtakes Barry in the chip counts. Would have been interesting to see what would happen on a blank. Unfortunately for Barry, does get counterfeited as our resident George Clooney lookalike rakes in the chips. Action back around to Sam. Queen 5 of clubs. Barry with the Queen 10 suited. Does mix in a limp. I've seen this a few times at this final table. Gives Daniel the opportunity to over limp the fives. Desmond with a dicey complete with 9-3. And Stephen finds the good news. Pocket aces in the big. Facing 3 calls in front of him. Pretty much a dream spot. Of course gonna raise.
You prefer 2 raises instead of limps.
Something in the sort of 5 big blind realm here, Brendan? 600k raise or so?
Yes. Maybe.
I'm going to go ahead and say he'll choose 600. 550k from Stephen. Goes a little shy of 600. Wow, Daniel not to be dissuaded. Does complete with pocket fives. Very dicey hand selection. I don't think these hands play too well. If you don't flop your set. Okay, King 6. You can see Barry would have been in a little bit of trouble with the Queen high spades. Does get out of the way. A little bit of deception here from Stephen. Does decide to check. Turn is a 6. Goes for the double check. Don't mind it at all. Gonna induce some bluffs and it's gonna work. Very nicely played here from Stephen so far. Out of 500k from Daniel. We can see that he's drawn dead to one of the remaining 5s in the deck. Very interesting. River brings the third 6. Full house on board.
Daniel has to bluff this now because can't check this.
Does decide to check. I guess perhaps thinking that his opponent could have queens or jacks, and we can chop the pot right against these hands. Yeah, does decide to give up. Stephen gonna rake in a big pot. Of course, the aces play. Nice pick up there for Stephen. Daniel there loses around about $1 million in chips. Stephen playing very well here at this FT. Does induce a bluff from his opponent there, finding a flop and turn check. Cannot unsee George Clooney now. Fine shout in the YouTube chat. See cards back in the air. Action on Sam under the gun. Does wake up with an openable hand. Ace jack off. That's coming for the minimum. Shade over 250k.
There's Desmond with ace king.
Once again, we've seen this on this FT. A lot of passive play. Lots of players here, Brendan, would be happy to 3-bet call off. Desmond deciding just to call in position. Does dominate Sam. Of course, in good shape, in position. 10-7 deuce with 2 clubs. Ace king of Desmond still good.
But Sam has that ace of clubs working for him here.
Certainly a key card. He's going to come in for c-bet. Looks like 200k, around about a quarter pot. Of course, ace king going nowhere here.
He also has the king of clubs, which
very underrepresented pre-flop. Very easy continue here against the quarter pot. And wow, ace of hearts on the turn. Sam decides to check. And wow, Desmond continues the slow play. Both players think they're trapping each other here, Brendan. 6 of clubs river does complete the front door flush. Both players going to be pretty happy with their holdings. Desmond comes for value. Sam checking the river. Can't imagine he ever folds. Yeah, snap calls river. Quickly calls.
I think that river saved Sam some money.
It manages to emerge relatively unscathed. If Desmond had bet this turn, which he arguably should have, could have ended up being a much bigger pot, but takes in a pot. 2 million in there, up to 5.4. Sam takes a hit down to 2.2. Going to be good for close to overall chip lead now for Desmond. Did start the final day here on 7 big blinds. Could have been a lot more money going into the pot there, Brendan.
Yeah, he got very... He's lucky to be still sitting there anyway. Nicely played.
Action folds around to Stephen. Would expect Desmond to get out of the way here. Very deliberate style. Round to Stephen on the button. Does have 2 short stacks behind him. Round 2, Richie O'Neill. 15 bigs, 7-4 off. Decides to raise. I'm going to go for a steal. Looks like a raise to around about 270. Sam here, though, going to be aware. Ace-7 does quickly ship it in. Richie hands in the cookie jar. Of course, immediately folding. Cards back in the air. As we see Barry under the gun. Pocket threes. Has it downshifted gears considerably. Of course, a solid fold with a hand as weak as threes. Earlier on, Barry did have a big chip lead. Was pounded on the table. Downshifting gears slightly. Round to Desmond, who now has the chip lead. 5.4 million. Let's go of the ace-X in the hijack. Yeah, round 2, Richie. Very dicey chip situation here. 14 bigs. Is going to go for it, though. We have seen Richie fearless. Is here for the win. Does decide to open as a steal. Not typically a hand you'll see used off 14 bigs, but is going to go for it. Ray here with the suited king-6. Couple of options available. Don't think he'll fold. Can of course defend. There is some merit to jamming here. King-6 and king-7 suited can often be used against an aggressive opponent. He's going to defend, though. He does make the call. Richie now working with just about 2x pot behind. What a flop. Queen 8-8, 2 clubs. Ray flops the king high flush draw. Gut shot for Richie. Does have that jack of clubs working for him also.
10 of clubs would be the jing card, wouldn't it?
Very interesting to see how Ray responds here against C-bet. Richie goes quite large, 260k, 40% pot. Ray can certainly consider just shipping this in. Very shallow stacks, but he is just going to call. As Brendan alluded to, that 10 of clubs, if it was to show up, would be a disaster for Richie. Turn is a blank, though. 3 of hearts. Richie now with 90% pot behind. Can't be loving life here, of course. Never going to get a hand like a queen or an 8 to fold. Does take a free one. And there it is, the 10 of hearts. Improves to a queen high straight. Very interesting now, Ray, with just king high. May feel inclined to bluff. We can see it would definitely not work. Gonna have to go for it, Brendan. Not an ideal combination to bluff with, of course. You want your opponent to have a hand like bricked clubs, a hand like king jack that would fold to a river bet.
What do you think his size might be in the river if he is going to try and bluff this?
I think a small sizing would work fine. You're basically just trying to fold out hands that have given up completely. If we are going to bluff, there are a few options available, of course. You could consider shove. But I don't mind a very small size in here. Attempt to target a hand like an ace-7, something like this, that will just fold to basically any size. Ray's decided not to do it. And his timing couldn't be better. Of course, Richie with the made straight.
I suppose he has king high with some sort of showdown value.
Yeah. I think very negligible, especially when the 10 hits. Hands like Jack 10 have, of course, now rivered a pair, but nice give up from Ray.
Yeah.
Bet of 400k from Richie, trying to extract some thin value. Of course, it's not thin value, but versus the perceived range of Ray. Trying to get a hand like a 10 to call.
Oh, I thought you want to do something that's very silly there.
Pretty wild if Ray attempted to check jam here. Ray in the tank. Can't imagine we're considering a call. Could have some madness in mind.
He's actually thinking of calling here with his king high.
I don't think so, Brendan.
He's trying to work it out.
I think he just wants to get, you know, the inventory of how deep Richie is. He knows he can't make this call. Of course, lets it go. Possibly cursing himself for not just sending it on the flop. Wouldn't have faulted a check shove. You know, Richie, when he bets 260k, only has 8 bigs behind. We can jam king 6 of clubs. Just get some worse equity hands to fold. You could potentially get Richie to bet fold large portions of his range. In any case, great run out for Richie. Finds the river 10.
Yeah, I think Raymond could have missed something there on the turn. I think he could have got him off the hand on the turn.
Did go check. I mean, I don't think we're going to have too many check call flop and then lead turns. I think the key street, probably the flop. Yeah, we can see that would have worked, Brendan, but in any case, Richie O'Neill takes down a very important pot. Finds the gin card river. Cards back in the air. Our chip leader Desmond folds king 3. Stephen here with a very dusty 9 deuce. Very deliberate player.
Oh, a lovely 8-9 diamonds here for Richard.
Yeah, Richie now up to 20 bigs. We have seen some non-standard play here at this FT. You know, typically 20 bigs, 8-9 of diamonds. We do start to fold a lot at final tables with the ICM pressure. But Richie is here, as we said, for the win. Does open up. Barry Moore not going to be folding. Does defend ace 6 of clubs. And right in the window, ace 5-3 all spades. Monotone flop. Round to Richie. Does decide on 40% once more. Of course, Barry never going anywhere here with top pair. Turn is the 3 of hearts. You know, part of the problem when we do see bet a hand like this 8-9 of diamonds, pretty much impossible to barrel it off. Does give up turn. Barry here with a pretty easy river value bet. River's 2 pair. Bet 600k. Nothing for Richie to do here. Gonna let it go. Tough to be too critical of Richie. He is here to win the tournament. We will see players nowadays, Brendan, be pretty tight pre at these finals. It's nice to see players going for the win.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
As we see Barry in the small blind, completes with king deuce. Daniel content to check with 5-6. Ace for queen. Barry still best. Does decide just to probe flop here. You can see Daniel gonna get out of the way. Hope you guys are enjoying the continued coverage here. Anybody just joining, welcome along. International Poker Open main event final table. 7 players left. Little bit of information for you guys from the tournaments going on out on the tournament floor. Mr. Vin Wong has won the PKO. Congratulations to him. We do have several final tables in play. The 550 Leslie McLean High Roller and the Chip Race Invitational, both at the final table, both with 7 or 8 runners remaining. Anyway, congratulations to Vin winning the PKO. As action folds round to Ray, opens with ace-10 in the cutoff. Daniel continues to see flops, calling with king-jack from the small. Desmond here completes with queen-7. Pretty dicey completes from both.
Yeah, I think that queen-7 could have been thrown into the bin.
Yeah, I think it's a little too wide from both, in all honesty. Ray, of course, opening off around about 16 bigs pre. Little something for everybody. Top pair for Desmond on the queen jack 9. Middle pair and a gut shot for Daniel. An open-ended straight draw and an overcard for Ray. Does check to him. Very dicey, working with 2x pot. Does consider his options. Feels like a good spot to check here. I think when you get called by both blinds, they're gonna hit this Broadway board a lot. Really like this check from Ray as Daniel improves to the king high straight. Gonna come out firing, bets a quarter pot. Queen 7 now, of course, shrinks up considerably. I do like this check a lot from Ray on the flop. I think players, you know, default too often to c-betting here, but the small blind PO range in particular are going to smash this queen jack 9. And we can see that it indeed did do so. Ray now really with not much to continue with. We do have a gut shot to Broadway, but we're going to know we're up against the king already a lot. Very disciplined fold from Ray Wheatley. As Daniel O'Herlihy rakes in the pot.
Well, Richard has got queens here.
There you go. Richie O'Neill, pocket queens under the gun. Working with 16 bigs, of course, coming in for a raise. 250k to go. Folds round to the big blind. Unfortunate for Richie here, not going to get any action. Unless Steven wants to get real wild, does of course release the 7 deuce.
Don't think anyone's playing the 7 deuce game here.
Absolutely, Brendan. Would Would have been a good time for Richie if it was in play. All 7 players, guys, still in the hunt. 45,000 euros up top. We have a dealer change, guys, at this final table. Sam with the King 10 of clubs under the gun. Blinds are up, guys, really starting to leverage pressure on these stack depths. Sam with just 15 bigs. So tricky to navigate at these finals. I really don't hate fold here. You know, 15 bigs. And look at that, perfectly timed fold. Ray Wheatley, 11 bigs, ace king off. Certainly would not fault him to just send this in, and he does do so, Brendan. You know, some players are going to be perceived to still have raised folds. Ray deciding just to send it in. Of course, a disaster if you bust in 7th. Lots of equal stacks, like this jam from Ray. Not sure why Steven's asking for a count here. A little bit of gamesmanship, of course, never going to call. Of course, lets the 6-3 go. Richie O'Neill does have an ace, but of course, nowhere near strong enough to call all in. Nice pickup for Ray. Of course, now picking up 400,000 chips with every steal. Is a feature here of final tables now. Everybody starting to get a little cagey. Ray and Sam, the 2 short stacks, along with Richie O'Neill. Cards back in the air. Ray Wheatley under the gun. So we see Barry Moore reaching for chips. Pocket 9s. Does make it 400k. Look at this. Daniel also with 9s. I'm gonna make the call. Has been a feature of Daniel's play. Not taking too many aggressive lines, lots of calling, and look at
Sam
this.
has got ace jack here. Can you just...
He has a decision for sure. It's certainly possible that we could consider squeeze shoving here. We have a very aggressive opener in Barry, and Daniel has made a bunch of these sort of passive calls in position. Very interesting here. We can see that the ace jack's in great shape. Working with 2.1 million, 14 bigs behind.
Yeah, he's going to fold this.
I don't think he is going to fold. It does jam. Look at this spot now developing. 2.3 million total for Sam. Ships it in. What a difficult spot here for both Barry and Daniel. Of course, if we're playing just for chips here, we're going to call a 14 big blind jam with nines. But at a final table, the situation becomes a lot more murky. Barry, of course, going to perceive Sam to shove here pretty tight. I think it's fair to assume ace-jack, probably the worst hand that Sam's going to shove. We're not doing great against the overall shove range. But there does come a point where you draw a line in the sand and decide to flip, but Barry folds. Now Daniel with the decision.
It was very difficult for Barry there with your man behind.
Absolutely. Daniel closes the action. Is going to come a point in this final table where you're going to have to take a flip. Is this the moment that Daniel decides to take it? We are, of course, privileged to know that Barry has folded his 2 nines. Sam might get this through both players, which would be an insane pickup. And he does get the pocket nines of both Barry and Daniel to lay it down.
It's a very good pickup.
Bravo to Sam. Picks up $1 million in chips uncontested. Great pickup for him.
It wasn't a bad shape either because the 2 nines are both have each other's outs if he hits an ace or a jack.
Yeah, absolutely. We could see that if Daniel had called, no scope to improve with Barry having folded the 2 other nines. In any case, Sam takes it down pre. Cards back in the air, folds around to Stephen in the cutoff. Round 2, Richie O'Neill. So dicey, these final table spots now. Folds around to Sam. Yeah, it does jam, correctly so. Of course, Ray on the short stack finds the deuce 3. Not what you want to see in the big. Little consultation. He does say, if I show, will you show? Sam somehow has Ray crushed with just pocket 3s. Does become extremely cagey at these finals. Ray and Richie both with 1.8 million. Is going to get interesting as we proceed. The next blind level particularly going to put a ton of pressure on both the short and medium stacks. Desmond, I believe, still the overall chip leader, closely followed by Stephen. Daniel and Sam on the mid stacks. Barry just around a few chips more. So we see Stephen with King 7. Nobody at the moment with a stranglehold on this FT. Typically, we will see the chips start to distribute. It's getting shallow, getting dicey as it folds around to Ray Wheatley in the small. Not what you want to see working with 11 bigs. The 8 deuce off. A little bit of a tell here, I believe, when you start talking to the big. Barry Moore, also aggressive opponent. It looks like Ray's done with this one. Of course, lets it go. Still 7-handed here, guys. Main event final table. International Poker Open 2023 in association with our partners Unibet Poker. Still anybody's game, really. Nobody with an outright advantage at this final table. As Desmond, with 5 million in chips, all of a sudden things have gotten shallow. Basically in the chip lead with 30 big blinds. Of course, going to open here. Makes it 400k. Folds around. Sam in the cutoff with a Jack-10 of hearts. I like this fold a lot. I really do. You know, ICM implications. Jack-10 just shrivels up. We are facing under the gun. There are 2 very short stacks. A huge disaster if you are to bust here in 7th. Sam very aware. I think less experienced players there would happily get in the mix with Jack-10 suited, but I like the fold a lot. Final tables, so cagey. Lots of potholes to dodge, Brendan. I think there's Sam, obviously aware that both Ray and Richie on 10 bigs.
Don't think ever gotten me to fold the Jack-10 down.
I saw your eyes light up, Brendan.
The Jack-10 suited now is very hard to fold.
So we see action back on Richie. The ace-4, working with 11 bigs. And wow, Richie deciding to ship it.
It's a bit dodgy.
Bit dodgy indeed, my friend. But Richie, we know he wants to play to win. Folds round to Desmond, gets it through. You know, the other side of the coin here with these ICM implications. Richie completely fearless. He's playing to win, you know. It's hard to hate on it.
Well, see, that's the thing at this stage now. When you're the shortest stack, you have nothing to fear. You can keep going and going.
You can keep shipping it in there, absolutely. Cards back in the air, guys. Richie ships it in once more. King, Queen of Diamonds. Stephen, once again with a little bit of posturing. I'm going to put it out there, Brendan. I hate when people do this. I know I'm supposed to be impartial. He's never calling in a million years. Get those cards in the bin, Stevie boy. I'm not a fan.
No, I don't like these tank.
I know I'm supposed to
tank folds the whole time.
I know I'm supposed to be very impartial, but one aspect of poker I've always hated. In any case, Stephen in the tank. Of course, not going to fold. Sorry, not going to call. Richie, back-to-back shoves, picks it up. As I had alluded to, Brendan, you know, players do play extremely cautious here on final tables, but it's quite refreshing to see like Richie there. Okay, ace-4 off. It might not be a theoretically, you know, let's rip it in for 11 bigs. But I think also when you look at the lineup of players behind, I think it's fair that he might get some strong hands to fold pre. You know, a hand like an ace-10 or something like that. If they're not going to call you, right, and you have an ace in your hand, I don't absolutely hate it. Richie's here to win, and it's, you know, we love to see it. Often we see a lot of tight play, which is also correct. Richie O'Neill here to win. As action folds around to Stephen in the small. Jack 8 off. Interesting spot. Doesn't look like he's going to limp. Does decide to complete. Richie here with the 5 deuce. Content to see 3 for free. Ace, ace, 9. Jack 8 still good. One of the most overstabbed flops in all of Hold'em. Yeah. Richie with the fist pump fold. Does let it go. Stephen, though, I've been very impressed with him. You know, gave him a little bit of a rub down for the King 4 tank. But, you know, of course, there was going to bet 1 big blind. A very locked down board. Richie gets out of the way with 5 high. So, Brendan, are you playing any more tournaments? I know there's still a few more sides. Are you going to hop into any of tonight's comps?
I might just jump in there to that the freeze-out game. What's it called? The Last Chance.
The Last Chance Saloon. Very nice. Yeah, I'm hearing through the grapevine that Mr. Colum Chan is going to jump in with me in the booth in around about 20 minutes to half an hour's time. Colum went deep in this main event. Very good player. He's going to join me for a little bit of comms as we approach, the final few players of this main event. I think you've played with Colum before. Young man went deep in the main event a few times in Vegas. As Brendan gives me a shrug of the shoulders, as if to say I have no idea who you're talking about. Barry opening Queen 10 under the gun 1. Now Richie with an interesting decision here. Artisanal sourdough, ace 5 of clubs.
I've seen loads of people going to the town with this kind of hand.
It does actually have a lot of things going for it here. Barry, an aggressive player. Richie, of course, knows this. Blocking some of Barry's best hands, like an ace-queen, ace-king, and of course the pocket aces. Certainly viable for Richie to consider shoving here, and he is thinking about it. Does think better of it, though. Lets it go. Now Sam with the 7-8 of hearts. Does close the action in the big.
Big blind.
Yeah, typically a hand we will defend. Is just so dicey. There are, of course, 2 very short stacks. Sam not going to fold, I don't think. Is going to call. We're off to the flop. Of course, 940k in the middle already. Ace 6 king with 2 spades. Barry with the betting lead here and the best hand. Would expect this just to go bet fold, of course. Richie O'Neill perhaps cursing himself for not pulling the trigger with the ace 5 suited. Of course, Barry gonna take this one down. Nice pickup for Barry Moore. Cards, guys, back in the air. Barry Moore under the gun, fresh off that pickup. He's gonna let it go. Stacks now getting so cagey. It's a challenge for the players, challenge for us here in the booth. Folds around to Stephen.
One of his quickest folds.
As Gerard asks in the YouTube streets, hour-long blinds, 50 minutes, my friend.
In the small blind with queens.
Yeah, Sam wakes up with a premium. Keep on squeezing them, Sam. The ladies are there. Very interesting here. Has Ray Wheatley on his left. Asking for a count. Can go one of a few ways here. Certainly could look to limp trap. Also raise call an option.
I'd like to limp, actually.
Yeah, for sure is an option, Brendan. Does decide to open. I like this too. You know, unblocking is sort of ace-x type holdings. Ray's going to have a lot of hands that want to shove over a raise. He shows the queens. No action there for Sam. Ray getting desperately short now, down to 1.4 mil. Guys in the YouTube streets, Mr. Colum Chan coming to join me soon in the booth. If anybody has any questions for him about his deep runs in Vegas, or for myself, Andrew Headley in the booth, joined by my friend Mr. Brendan Kuhn, until Colum comes to relieve him of his duties. Any questions for us, guys, please fire away. This is the IPO 2023 main event. 7 players left at this final table. Take you guys through the pay jumps, let you know what they're playing for. Everyone has 6.6k locked. 9k, 12k for 6th and 5th. And we get into the big money, 15,000 euros for 4th, 20k for 3rd, 28,000 euros for 2nd. And the winner of this year's edition takes home 45,240 euros. As Richie continues to hunt for this title, we know he's not scared, opening with King 7 of Hearts.
Jesus, this Sam guy keeps on getting the new cards.
Very well put, my friend. Interesting though, Richie, I like the hand selection if we are going to steal. These blocker-based opens do play a lot better than the 8-9 suited we saw earlier. It makes it 350k. Sam here working with 22 bigs. Does let it go. Does just show you the power of aggression. If you're getting a hand as strong as Ace-Jack to fold, certainly can't be a bad raise. And Richie's going to get this one through. Of course, yet to see anybody take a stranglehold on this final. Very nice pickup there for Richie O'Neill. Action folds round, guys, to Ray Wheatley. He's obviously aware here, only 8 big blinds. King 3 suited. Certainly some potential to run it. And he has gone for it. Tough to blame him. 400k available to pick up. Does get it through. Of course, now every pot critical. You know, picking up there 1/3 of your remaining stack without showdown. Big pickup for Ray. As we thank Brendan Kuhn for being in the booth. He is off to play in the Last Chance Saloon out there in the Bonnington, guys. We're at the Bonnington Hotel. 30-minute delay. Live coverage here of the IPO final table. I am your commentator, Andrew Headley. Soon to be joined by Mr. Colum Chan. I will take you through the action until his arrival. Hope you're enjoying, guys. We're certainly been enjoying the action. Cagey final table, we will say. All the stacks beginning to become a little condensed. As action folds around to Richie. Let's go of ace-4. And Sam wakes up with tens. Premium holding here short-handed. It's going to come in for an open. Makes it pretty large, 445k, close to 3x, and Desmond wakes up with a big hand. Ace-Jack of diamonds in the big. Depends how he perceives this open, of course. Ace-Jack of diamonds, too strong to fold. Sam putting in a big raise pre, perhaps trying to disincentivize the big blind from continuing. We can see he has a big hand. It does make the call. Here we go. Pot of 1.1 million. Ace-Jack of diamonds against the tens of Sam. Queen of diamonds, 5 of clubs, 4 of clubs. Tens still good. Sam is going to c-bet, try and clear out some equity. 350k, and about 1/3. Does take it down. Very happy little fist pumps from Sam. Nice pickup for Sam. Continues to navigate this FT on the middling stack. On Richie under the gun, folds the 10-3. Round to Barry, pocket sevens, working with 30 bigs. Round to Stephen, ace-8 off. Did see earlier in the broadcast, Stephen very aware Barry is an aggressive opener. Saw him 3-bet ace-6 off earlier and get ace-10 to fold. And look at this. Counts out another 3-bet. I would say that Stephen, one of the more technically proficient players, is aware that we shouldn't enter too many pots with call. Gets Barry to quickly fold sevens. Once again, Stephen excellently timed. Played very well. 3-bet there to 1 million. Gets it done pre. Difficult to fault Barry for folding sevens here, of course. A lot of short stacks at the table. Really are handcuffed here. Second or third in chips. As we proceed, guys, this FT is going to become a little bit of an ICM nightmare for players. Action back on Sam, 4 million. As the action was on Daniel, it continues this limping strategy. Does limp the cutoff with Queen Jack. Somewhat dicey. We don't typically want to open pots for limps too often in this sort of ICM cluster mess of a situation, but he is in there with Queen Jack. Stephen completes with the Jack 10. Daniel here dominating both of the small and big blinds holdings. See if it works out for him. Richie here flopping best on the 5-5 deuce. Look at this. Stephen gonna stick his head out. Gonna stab flop here with just Jack high. Goes for the large size in, makes a 400k. Gets two better hands to fold. Stephen continues to impress here on this final table. Perhaps recognizing that he has the 5x advantage here in the small, and has seen Daniel execute a lot of weak limp-ins. Gets Richie to fold a deuce. Very nicely done. Well-timed bluff from the Belgian. Must say, I've been very impressed with him technically on this final. This action is back on Ray Wheatley under the gun. Guys, I'm delighted to say, joining me in the booth, seven-handed here in the main, Colm Chan. You finally made it, buddy.
How are
Stuck
you?
in traffic, I'm hearing.
I was cooking spaghetti for you here, so.
Love to hear it. Always hungry here in the booth. Guys, Colm, extremely experienced young crusher. We did have you on the feature a few times. I was very impressed with your play all week. We'll just pick up the action here and I'll get back to complimenting you shortly. Richie limping the small with 3-5 suited. Going to take a stab here on the 9-9 deuce.
I played with Richie. I played with everyone here really over the last couple of days. Richie's a very good, local player. And Zhang in the big blind.
Yeah, he is indeed, yeah. Zhang, also known as Sam, and he's going to take one off here with Queen High, as he should in theory. Going to be a lot of limp stabs from the small. Richie does improve here to an open ender to go with his flush draw. Good spot Colm here to find the barrel right. We can target some king highs, some sort of king ace highs, a weak deuce that calls flop. Seems like a good spot to go for a semi bluff.
I was actually looking at this spot during the week. I don't think the small line is meant to lead here very often after a limp, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's also in a pretty big ICM spot, right?
Absolutely, yeah. But like Richie, we've seen pretty much fearless. He's going for the win, like not afraid. Yeah. I'm with you from a theory perspective. We wouldn't have too many leads. Yeah. But we've seen that Richie, Richie and Barry particularly at this FT, both sort of disregarding ICM. It's making it fun to commentate on. And we can see this should work, right? I'd be pretty surprised to see Sam continue.
No, I can't see him continuing, but Sam is another player who's very hard to know what he's going to do. He knocked me out, actually.
Oh, he did? He got you?
Those chips there in his hand are mine.
And look at this. He's not believing with just Queen High. This would be pretty wild if he finds a turn jam here. He's counting it out.
What is the effective here? Around...
Yeah, I mean, Richie now with just 8 bigs behind after betting 500k.
Wow, this would be pretty sick.
It's very shallow. I'll take you through the count shortly. Going to be a bit of an ICM disaster for a lot of the players here. It's very, very cagey. Lots of even stacks. Blinds getting big. Yeah. Still in the tank.
I'm surprised he's waiting this long, are you?
I'm incredibly surprised that he's even considering this. He's played pretty tight, pretty snug in the main. Did get coolered huge against Daniel in a spot. And then sort of, I don't want to say he was tilted, but the shackles came off.
Okay.
Giving this a lot of consideration.
Yeah, I found him very difficult to play against. He was making lots of weird bet sizes and raises and things, yeah, so.
Certainly lots of enigmatic players here at this IPO final. Very surprised to see him tank this long with just Queen High.
Who is this, Richard? Is that Richie O'Neill?
This is Richie O'Neill, yeah, in the small.
Yeah.
I mean, Richie's just going for it. He's been shallow, you know, still finding the jams with the ace 4 off in EP and stuff. Like, he's really going for the win. Does eventually lay it down. Thought he was going to go for something funky as Richie O'Neill picks it up. So as Colm joins us, we welcome him. He brought me spaghetti, guys. What more can you say? But the blinds are 80, 160k with 160k ante. Average stack getting pretty shallow, Colm. I think chip lead is around about 5 million, so 30 bigs.
Okay, nice.
A bunch of shorties, of course, so lots of considerations.
Yeah, I played with basically everyone on this table. And seat 6, Stephen from
He
Belgium.
plays very well from what we've seen.
Yeah, but he was crazy player too. Very difficult to play against as well. And he was a funny character as well. He was good. He was making jokes the whole time, knocking people out and abusing them on the way out the door.
Love seeing it. Seat 1 is Ray Wheatley, who is, I believe, a student of Dara, who was in the booth with me earlier. We have Barry Moore in seat 2. It's been a firecracker on the feature, extremely aggressive, very difficult to put him on a hand. Seat 3 there is Daniel O'Herlihy, who was our day 1A chip leader. And then seat 4 is Desmond. Seat 5, Stephen there, who you just referenced. Richie O'Neill in seat 6. And of course, Sam in seat 7 there, who did the big old tank with the Queen Jack. Stephen opens the pot here, Colm, with pocket 7s.
Seems standard enough. So he'd be one of the chip leaders right now, Stephen, right?
Yeah.
Counts there, yeah.
I was, of course, saying to the viewers that lots of these Midland pairs don't do too great, but different when you're the chip leader.
Yeah.
He's going to run into it here. Sam finds the pocket kings. 22 bigs effective here, Colm. You'd like to see a non-all-in 3-bet here?
Yeah, for sure. And I think we're going to see it because the way I seen Sam play in the few hours I was playing with him, he likes these really small 3-bets.
Yep.
I don't know if you've seen the same. So this could be like 2.1x.
Yeah, and there you go. This is going to be very tricky for Stephen. Looks like 1.1 million.
Okay.
So he's gone a little bigger, round about 7 bigs.
Yeah, I like that size.
Yeah, 7.5 bigs. 7s shrink up quite a lot here, right, Colm? Like, unless you're giving your opponent credit for being very wide.
Yeah, for sure, especially with the ICM pressure these pairs are.
Yeah.
Don't want to go post flop too often, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Very quick fold there from Stephen. Pretty aware. I mean, Sam has been quite tight for the most part.
Okay.
Most players have, and it is obviously a function of everyone's pretty shallow. Does feel like it will be a tipping point soon where, you know, someone's going to bust and it's all going to kick off.
Yeah. I've played a lot of PLO with Barry the last couple of weeks as well, so I've seen him very aggressive, very good player. Yeah.
So aggro, it's great to watch. So Colm, give us a little bit of background on you, my friend. I know that you made a couple of deep runs in the Vegas main, is that right? Was the one this year or was the year before?
The year before I made a deepish run, maybe 500 or something.
Yeah.
This year, no, I'm not.
This year, not so good. You play a lot of the local Irish comps or a lot of traveling around? Give us your backstory, pal.
I try to play 4 or 5 events a year, maybe mainly online, like $70 average buy-in.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. So that's me. A lot of poker.
Absolutely, same as all of us. As we saw there, Desmond made a tight fold with King Jack of Diamonds under the gun 1.
Wow.
He's going to be rewarded. Sam with back-to-back kings then aces. does have the short stack, Ray Wheatley on his immediate left, and the firecracker Barry Moore in the big.
I'm so surprised to see the King Jack of Diamonds let go there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of cagey play. You'd have to prize that out of my hands, I'll tell you that much for free. Ray there gets away from the ace-x. Barry, not a folder, is going to defend here with 3-5 suited. This is pretty wide, right, at a final table. You're going to want to fold a lot of these weakish suited connectors.
Yeah, I think so, but this handles pretty well.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Here we go, folks. 9-3-3 rainbow.
Wow, we're getting it all, aren't we? 25
Sam, you are in deep, deep trouble, my friend. Yeah, gonna be very difficult to escape here without busting column.
He's made it.
He's gone big. Half pot. Barry just gonna call here. Oh, he doesn't. He clicks it, and Sam has jammed.
Oh, wow.
He is in terrible shape. About to get felted, drawing to one of the remaining aces.
It's a sick game, Andrew.
Oh, it's a brutal cooler column.
Play for 2 days and this happens.
Barry Moore about to take a big chip lead here at the final table. If he can fade one of the remaining aces. Turn is the 10 of hearts. Poor Sam gets stacked. Queen of Hearts River. I think they're going to do a countdown of the stacks. I believe Sam might still have 100k behind. Absolutely brutal column.
It's all Barry now. 2x chip lead maybe?
I think so. We know he's not afraid to use them.
Yeah.
Taking it back there, you know, we go half pot and get raised. Would you like to see a call in general, right? You really just... There's not much to protect from, right? If your opponent has a 9, you have such a strong hand with aces, but Sam deciding just to rip it.
I think when he goes bigger like that, I like to call, yeah. If he went smaller, maybe you raise more often, but
sure,
he's kind of letting you know he has something decent, right?
Yeah.
But do you know what you raised to?
Not sure, it happened so quickly.
Yeah,
I think it was a half pot C-bet, and then Barry quickly clicked it, and Sam was all in before Barry's chips had hit the felt.
It was like one of those PLO hands where people just get it in 3-4 bet instantly.
Hard not to feel for Sam there. Pretty brutal. Very innocuous looking 9-3-3 board. But yeah, Barry now tournament chip lead pots. I think he's up to around about 9 million, shade under.
Who's impressed you the most today on the table? Anyone standing out?
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Stephen. He seems to be theoretically, I think it's not unfair to say, probably the most proficient at the table. Okay. I did see him 3-bet Barry twice out the blinds with like ace-6 off, ace-8 off. Yeah, nice. Very aware of blocking these big hands. We saw him quickly raise fold 7s there. You know, just seems to be very, very solid technically. But you know that Richie's been impressive in terms of like completely fearless, going for the win. Yeah. Ray Wheatley has got away from some marginal spots. And, you know, Barry, very aggro. We've got certainly a bunch of players here still in contention for the win. So we see Sam gets his last 270k into the pot. Hard not to feel for him there.
Yeah.
Daniel actually wakes up with a premium. Pocket 9s against the Jack Deuce of Sam.
What did he shove there? One big?
Yeah, 1.5 bigs here. I mean, could have folded, I think. Yeah. But deciding he's over it. And
yeah,
he's going to get there. Pings the jack on the King Jack 4. He's going to be back into the mixer if you can fade one of the remaining 9s. Oh, Sam. Say it isn't so, buddy. Couldn't have run worse.
No, when you're running bad, aren't you?
Brutal exit. Final raise of hope snuffed out. Daniel takes it down. We are down to 6 column.
Exciting times.
It's going to be interesting now to see how Barry navigates with the chip lead. From what we saw on the feature yesterday, when he's got a lot of chips, you better watch out. He's going to be in there, super wide, super aggro. Certainly in position here to make a run at the title.
Oh, here's the chips countdown. Nice.
There you go. Barry, 8.4 million. Stephen on just under 5. Desmond at 4.3. And we have Daniel and Richie on the medium to low stacks, and Ray gonna have to get busy down to around about 7 or 8 bigs.
Yeah, you know, I still fancy Richie from here. I think he's a nice seat with Stephen. From what I play against Stephen, he's very aggressive. He can get a lot of big spots, and Richie has a nice position on him. And Richie's been in a lot of these spots in the Irish games over the years. So
yeah, Dara was alluding to that fact, says that Richie, you know, very much a strong live player.
Yeah.
Gonna get the opportunity to rejam a bunch over Stephen's opens.
Interesting one here, Andrew.
Yeah, Ray's gonna send this one, Colin. Very, very normal. 8 big blinds. Time to pump it. Gonna get this one through.
He could have done that, the new pro thing, made it 6 big blinds there, and if 2 other people had got all in there, he can fold and just get the pay jump.
Absolutely, yeah, very much
That's
a
the perfect
trend
spot,
for
yeah.
sure. I like it.
So
Actually, not something we've seen yet at this feature.
I don't know, like the EV you're going to gain, or the money you're going to gain from it's not going to be huge. So, but it's the thing that they do now, yeah.
Well, it's nice, right? You put in, say, 500k,
Yeah.
and then Barry, Daniel, and Desmond all ship it in.
Exactly.
You can end up laddering a couple of spots and still have chips to spin.
Because your stack's not worth as much as the money jumps into, right?
Absolutely. Guys, that is the voice of Colin Chan, so thank you for joining us, my friend. I am Andrew Headley. We will be taking you guys through the next couple of hours of coverage. Hand 95 here on our final table.
How long have you been on your own in here, Andrew?
Too long, my friend, for far too long. No, I have had company through the week, so for the most part it's been good.
It's hot in here, isn't it, Jesus?
It is warm. We'll come back to this. Interesting there. Ace-8 off for Ray. Any potential for a min-raise steal? I know it's marginal, but if you think that people aren't going to defend wide enough.
What is he off, Andrew? Like
11 bigs? Like, I know it's shallow, but
I think I like to. I don't know how Barry. I think Barry could be quite loose, which could make it a fold. That's the only issue.
sure.
Yeah.
As we see Daniel, we have seen him limping throughout, so Daniel's been executing a limping strategy, basically with range.
Okay. And he's
And
off about 14 to 1, right?
Yeah, off about 14 bigs, so it starts to become pretty dicey. Stephen has been aware, you know, of that he's been executing this limping strat with not necessarily strong hands. I do like how Stephen approaches the game here, obviously looking to see if there's some potential here to shut Daniel out pre with that king blocker.
In theory, I think Jack 9 suited is a nice limp here. Off
Yeah.
14, right? Yeah.
I like
you don't want
it.
to raise fold, it's a nice hand to
Sure.
see a pot.
Does manage to see 3. Jack in the window, flops top pair. Nothing really working for Stephen or Desmond.
Just going to see a bet 25% maybe on the button, right?
Yeah, I would like to see 1 big blind or so here for sure. Not sure Desmond has acted yet. In fact, Stephen looks as if he's going to take a stab. And Daniel just fist pump rips it. And that will be the end of that.
Yeah.
You know, this might look non-standard from Stephen. Of course, it's a little bit out of line to take a stab, but he's had success doing this throughout, recognizing, you know, that Daniel limping a lot of hands, and he has picked up a few pots with this, you know, donk lead stab.
I don't hate it, but especially with the ICM. It might even be a thing with ICM. The board obviously isn't ideal.
Sure.
I would like to see Daniel take a second there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I feel like he's giving away the value of his hand.
I think so too.
But
yeah, Daniel does rake it in. But it has been fun to commentate on, a little bit of a challenge in some spots, some very non-theory stuff going on for us theory geeks in the booth. A lot of fun, interesting FT to commentate on.
But like, it's always the guys in these live games, right, who are able to adjust the most and exploit the most, who are making these deep runs, right? Like guys like Richie.
Sure.
Like, it's not a coincidence you're seeing the same people nearly making these deep runs.
Again, you see Daniel here with the limp. And you know, there's some merit to this style, right, Colin? If you know, think that by V-pipping more and more hands, if you perceive yourself to have like a skill edge, can make a lot of sense, right? And if you think people won't adjust and isolate properly, we can see that Stephen is probably not going to be one of those guys. With the ace-10, certainly some potential to raise here, Colin, right? Maybe make this like 4 bigs or so.
Yeah,
attack a weaker limping range, and it looks like he's going to go for it. I'd like to see anything in the like sort of 500 to 700k realm here. It's gone for the small size. Very interesting. Look at that. I mean, you're just making it here 2.5 to 3 bigs. And if your opponent's going to limp fold ace-9 suited.
Has this been a pattern for the contest so far? I've been cooking spaghetti all day, so I haven't seen much.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen lots of limping from Daniel, but Stephen really the only one adjusting at the moment and starting to attack him.
Yeah. Well, if players are folding that, Stephen's going to accumulate a lot of chips.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the snap fold there for just, you know, an extra 1.8 bigs.
In position. Strange one.
Yeah, that was a little strange. I think if we are going to enter for a limp, you know, we are in position. It's what, another 260k. We do have a suited ace. But yeah, I mean, he was dominated, so he knows more than we do. Cards back in the air, guys. Look at this column. Folds around to Richie in the small. Wakes up with a premium. Blinds have gone up again. 100, 200k. Richie working with 12.
I'd like to see, I was going to say I'd like to see a limp. What's the effective stack?
He's just jammed it, and Ray's snapped it off, guys, so off we go. Oh, and Ray's in bad shape. Pocket jacks against the ace-6. Perhaps thinking that Ray's down to 7 bigs and the limp is going to look sus.
Okay.
Difficult to fault Ray Wheatley here. An ace going to be good a lot, but he's in bad shape. Going to need to get there. 4, 5, 10 with 2 clubs. Ray drawing 2. Well, he does turn a 6. Needs one of the remaining 6s or aces in the deck. No good for Ray Wheatley. GG, sir. We lose Ray in 6th place. Difficult to fault him there, Column.
Great run, Ray. Yeah, no, he can't do anything there, can he?
No, I don't think we can fault.
Effective.
Yeah, 7 bigs. We were considerably the shortest stack as well. Got to run it. Nice pickup for Richie O'Neill. Catapulting himself into contention.
Here comes my pick, Richie.
Yeah, Richie going to be very dangerous with the stack for sure. We're just like that, guys, down to 5. Great run from Ray. Did his best navigating that sort of short to mid stack for a very long time at this FT. We do lose Ray Wheatley. Takes home 9,190 euros for 6th place. Everybody now guaranteed 12,000 euros. It's 45,000 for the win column for a 350 buy-in, eh?
Yeah, it's amazing. That
Not
jump at the
bad.
end is quite big, right?
Sure, have a look.
So theoretically, right, they're going to be playing a little. It shouldn't be as heavy as maybe a typical tournament online. I don't know how much that's going to put into account here, but it's just interesting to see, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a big first prize.
It's pretty top heavy, so it's going to be interesting to see who goes on the attack for it. As we see Daniel, this time it comes with a raise.
Oh, interesting. So he's come out 2.5x now.
Yeah, it has been, you know, I'm not sure how aware the players have been of it, but Daniel been limping the sort of mediocre to strong hands, but then the premiums in there with the open. Does show the table. Ace King of clubs takes this one down pre. So Colm, you made a pretty deep run in this event, as I'd said earlier. Had you on the feature a few times. I was very impressed with your play. Talk to us just briefly about, you know, this tournament as a whole. Pretty amazing structure, right, for a low.
Like 2 or 3 tables out, looking at the average stack, and it said 60 big lines on the board. I just couldn't believe it. Like, You don't get it very often, especially at this price point, right?
Yeah, pretty amazing, really. Like day one was 40-minute blinds, and it's
40, yeah.
50 now. And you know, for a 350, even now it is getting a little shallower, but
yeah,
seems pretty amazing value to me. I was watching jealously in the booth, wanting to be in the mix.
You know, a lot of fun. Definitely had a lot of fun. You always have a great crack with all the Irish regulars and stuff. And then we had a few Unibet qualifiers as well. So
yeah,
I think Stephen is a Unibet qualifier, is he?
I'm not too sure, in fact. You may be well more versed than me.
Because I haven't seen him ever in Ireland, and he's from Belgium, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, Belgium.
He's a Razor Edge student, he's told me.
The old Ben CB disciple.
Yeah.
Well, that means he knows all about the exploits.
Yeah. I told him, you know Alex Theologis, no?
I do. Pon Diddy.
I said, you look like Pon Diddy.
He does a little bit,
he
actually.
Goes, thank you. And I go, you know what it is? He goes, no.
We were asking for lookalikes, right? And I thought to myself, if the lads watch it back, I could be in some trouble. But I felt like Daniel and Richie could make a very good Right Said Fred tribute act. or we also had Phil and Grant Mitchell. That's from EastEnders.
That's one I can definitely get behind, yeah.
And apparently seat 3 now, Desmond, George Clooney. I can see it.
Might be a stretch, Andrew. I don't know. I don't know.
And Stephen, we're very sorry, buddy. We love you, but you got Mr. Bean. There you go.
All right, I like this, Richie. Nice. These ace are going to expand in value, right? You should just be opening all of them at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. It's some typical final table strategy. You want to be blocker heavy. Ace and King X performing very well. Yeah. Honestly, Richie's just not going to be scared. Like, he was down to sort of, 10, 11 bigs in there, opening Jack 9, being very exploit heavy and sort of attacking who he perceives to be the weaker players, and working very well for him so far. See if he can continue the upward momentum.
Are we playing? We're finishing out tonight, right?
Finishing out. We will be playing to a winner, guys. I mean, it's starting to get pretty shallow. Barry chip leading here with sort of 45 bigs.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be crazy late, but stranger things have happened. We will see. We've got GG Ray. No bald jokes, please. Thank you. I'm very sorry, guys, but I'm in charge.
Oh yeah, I'm just getting messages here. Speak louder. Apologies.
Oh, I think you're good. Guys, let us know. Hopefully you can hear us loud and clear. There you go. Another example here. Richie, very aware. Going to open here with the ace 3. I don't hate it. Using this blocker.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, this is where you want, the exact way you want to expand, I think. As you're saying with the ace X, King X. Oh.
Unfortunately for Richie, not going to work this time. Desmond wakes up with the ladies. 16 bigs. Probably just jamming this one column, right? I don't know how. Oh, he's going to go for the trap. Very interesting from Desmond. Not something you see too often off 16.
No,
I don't absolutely hit. Do you think we have any non-all-in 3-bets at 16?
We might. And this ICM is quite complicated, isn't it? I think
it is complicated.
Maybe it'll be 3-bets with aces and ace 5, that kind of thing, and then queens would just rejam.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
What do we know? Here's the set.
Desmond knows it all. Decides to just peel flops top set. Queen 7-6. Working out beautifully for him so far. Richie here comes up empty, just ace high. You expect some sort of small c-betting here. Column try and just fold out potentially a better ace or like a king-jack suited type.
Yeah, I think Richie's just in a situation now where he can c-bet 100% on most boards with the ICM as well.
Absolutely, he's got very large. Well, large considering ICM for sure. Typically we're going to use lots of very small sizings. That's bet 500k. Perhaps wanting to disincentivize marginal continues. Desmond, though, boats up on the turn.
Gets better and better.
It does indeed. Absolute hammerlock. Of course, I'm going to check this one over. Hope that Richie takes the bait.
I can't see Richie betting this, can you?
No, it feels like a one and done to me, Colin. Perhaps why he sized up a little on the flop.
Yeah. He's a lot of expressions, Richie. I was watching him earlier. He doesn't hide it. Sometimes I watch him like, Richie, stop. You look so stressed.
It did look like he gave an audible sigh there at the table. River is a jack. A couple of options for Desmond here, Colin. Any potential for just like a small sort of block, try and target like a river jack, right, and get paid?
Yeah, 100%. Like this is the kind of thing you would see in a solver, right? You just block too hard, and I think players pick up on this in general anyway. I can see a check or a small bet, right?
Yeah, I would like to see really small here. I think that, you know, I think we're perceived to have very few bluffs, right? Like, are we even in there with an 8-9 suited, a 9-10 suited? Probably not, right?
Yeah.
Pre-flop. So we end up being very centered around this queen. I would like to see a very small bet, I think.
Yeah.
I like this from Desmond. Looks like he's gone for around about 500. Love to see it. 20% pot. And you know, you can induce the occasional bluff, right? The occasional bluff shove. And if Richie has a hand like a king jack that has given up, may feel inclined to pay it off.
Yeah. I think he's gonna get paid here, right?
Just ace high?
I think it's quite possible, right? Look on that board, queen jack, 7-7 ace.
Oof. Bold call.
I'm calling it now, Andrew. He's
All right.
paid. Don't do it, Richie. No.
Come on, Colin. Easy, lay down. The guy's got a boat. No, I know what you mean. I like the size and choice from Desmond.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, getting 5-1 on a call there, right? Wouldn't crazier things will have happened?
I would have just gave it to him. But I pay everyone off. That's why I'm here.
Very nice pickup from Desmond. He's been a bit of a wild card. We saw Desmond raise fold tens twice.
Wow.
First time was pretty reasonable with ICM stuff.
Yeah.
Second time he did it as a shorty, and I was surprised to see it.
Okay.
But I think he has confidence in his ability to play post. And yeah, I think he's second in chips now, roundabout even with Steven. Very interesting here, our final five. It's a challenge, this lineup. Hard to call the action, hard to know exactly what's going to happen.
Daniel was chip leader, right, coming to day 2? Am I wrong?
He was, yeah. Daniel looking to go wire to wire. He did bag the chip lead on day 1A.
Yeah, it's amazing. Fair play.
Action on Steven here with the queen 4. Very interesting.
Out of line.
It does feel a bit out of line.
Oh, small blind?
Yeah, it is small blind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was button. But yeah, still.
Yeah, I think here just an example. Richie just is not going to be cowed, not going to be a guy that overfolds. Is going to defend.
Okay, sorry. So we're 20 big, small blind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, we have a blocker.
Yeah.
And he is going to flop that blocker. Queen 8-3.
Interesting that he checks. I don't mind the check, especially with your worst top pair, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think he knows that Richie is quite trigger happy. I'm going to semi-bluff a bunch of hands.
I think there's so much value to be gained, Andrew. And oh, wow.
Very nicely done here. Looks like around about $500,000.
I think there's so much value to be gained in these blind up versus blind spots. I think they're very understudied, and
sure.
I think everyone's kind of just winging it a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Ranges, you know, it's so wide.
Yeah.
Lovely play here from Steven so far. Induces the bluff, continues the slow play. Does check call. A little bit of pot control, of course. Not content to get it in just yet with a weak top pair. Pretty innocuous 3 on the turn. Very unlikely that Richie is going to bet half pot with a 3 in his hand. Checks it over to him again.
This is a funny one now. Oh, he's checked your, okay.
River is an 8. Yeah, Steven here content to bluff catch once more. Could be a slightly concerned about this 8. Not impossible for Richie to hold one, but I think for the most part content to just check and hope to induce a bluff. Look at this. Richie's going for it. We know he's going to have to bet big here, Colin, to get this one through.
He's representing a house, so he needs to load it up.
It looks like about half pot. Not sure this is going to get it done. Could potentially be trying to rep like a hand like a queen 10, queen jack, right? That bets one and then checks for pot control turn. But is repping thin? Yeah, I don't expect it to get through. Very well played. Steven gets absolute max value.
It's a tough call, Andrew, because his queen is just a bluff catch at this point, right?
Absolutely.
He's no kicker at all, so he loses to every other queen X and all the houses. So no good play by Steven. Unlucky Richie.
Yeah, you were asking me earlier who'd impressed me the most. I think technically, Stephen looking very strong.
Yeah.
Gets max value post there, inducing the flop and river bluffs from Richie. Richie, he's not scared, Colm. He's going to play to win.
No. See, the issue there, Andrew, I think, so he sizes up the flop, right? It's quite hard to represent second and bottom pair then.
Absolutely.
You're not really telling a believable story at that point. Whereas the small bet and the flop, it would have kept more options open for him, I think.
Yeah, very astute observation, Colm. I am inclined to agree. Sizings didn't quite match up with the story.
And you could see Stephen probably went through the same process. He didn't take too long to just put in the one chip call.
Yep.
I find that extra tilting when you get the one chip call.
Action folds around. Richie shoved the small with the queen 8.
Yeah, I like the shove by Richie. 10 bigs, queen 8 off. Nice, well played. I think even Barry with the chip lead. I think players are still going to be disinclined to be calling these jams from live games I've played anyway. So.
As I recover from my small coughing fit. Yeah, small blind jam there from Richie, 8 bigs. Barry, of course, gonna let go of the 7-5 of clubs. Quite like Desmond's table image, you know. Like, he's pretty cool.
It's pretty suave.
You'd be cool too, buddy, with the pocket aces here, 5-handed. In the hijack now, of course. No longer under the gun, 5-handed.
I feel like he's going to get spicy here, Andrew. I can see a limp.
Oh, predictions abound from Colm Chan.
What do you reckon?
500k. I've been watching, in fairness. We have seen a lot of these sort of 2.5x larger opens. I'm not a big fan, of course. When the stacks get shallower, I think we can just be entering for a min. It looks like he's gone even bigger. Yeah, don't like this. 650k. I mean, you just, you know, you don't want to chase people out. The greatest starting hand in the game.
No one had any piece of anything, so.
No. I suppose one of the positives, you know, you can incentivize people just to 3-bet jam more, right? The bigger, you give them a better price to shove. Yeah. No action there for the aces of Desmond.
Okay, players in every domain, you're going back to the small blind 1/10, big blind 2,500. Dealers shuffle from dealers.
What do you think of Barry wearing shorts in the middle of winter?
I mean, it's very hot in here, right? It is roasting here in the in the Bonnington. I don't know. I'm kind of loving Barry.
Yeah, yeah.
Just look at him, just chilled, you know. Barry's just like whatever.
He's straight to the PLO table after this.
I don't know if you know this, Colm, but Barry was in the final 3 of the high roller as well. So he's had a pretty sick week here at the Bonnington.
Oh, in the 1K.
He was.
Oh wow.
So amazing. Yeah, Barry crushing. Does open up with the ace deuce. It's one of those beautiful little steel combos, but Daniel sends it. Oh, and here we go.
Oh, wow.
Guys, this is going in. Pocket sixes. Daniel, unfortunate here. 3-bet shoves for 15 bigs. Yeah. Tough to blame him against the chip leader, who's going to be opening very wide. Desmond finds the queens. Daniel going to be up against it here.
Yeah, there's nothing he could have done here, I don't think, Daniel.
Absolutely. Was about to say, if Desmond folds this, I'm ending the broadcast early. In it goes.
Did Desmond call or rejam there?
I think he shoved.
Okay.
Pocket sixes, guys. Daniel, very unfortunate. Runs into the queens of Desmond. Yeah. Gonna need help. One of the remaining sixes.
2 live flushes.
Oh, we're down to 4. 2 live flushes indeed. And he pings the 6 of spades on the flop. 9-6 deuce. Wow, what a turn of events. Desmond looking to redraw, needs the queen of clubs or the queen of diamonds. River is the 4.
It's a sick run out.
Oh, wow. Daniel O'Herlihy finds new life. Doubles up to 6.5 million. Nothing worse feeling-wise, Colm, right?
No.
Get it in as a 4-1 favorite to take the chip lead.
Yeah. In the window.
Why is Daniel standing up to leave? What is going on? He's not standing up to leave.
No.
I was wondering if we had the graphics wrong for a split second.
No, can I have a shout out with these stacks first?
And look at this now. Stacks all starting to equalize with that double up. Barry, Stephen, and Daniel all with 6.5 to 7 million. Desmond now and Richie on the short stacks. Brutal 2-outer there, Colm. Brutal stuff.
I was just saying, that reminded me of Tom Parsons last year when he was doing the feature table for the high roller, and their graphics were just completely incorrect for the whole thing, and he just had to keep making them. He was trying to calm down people's hands. So, shout out to Tom for a great job last year.
Big shout out to Tom. Friend of mine, I've met him a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Lovely guy. I mean, he's obviously just not as accomplished as me, Colm, in the booth. You know, it's fine.
That's difficult though. There's not many around.
Only messing, Tom. You know I love you. Not Tom, absolute boss.
Yeah, I met Tom out in the Bahamas at the 25k.
Were you in there too?
Yeah, I won.
Very nice.
Poker Stars, $12 thing. Like 15,000 runners.
Did you?
Yeah, so I got to know Tom out there. We had a great time, yeah.
Did you find a run? In there?
No, I bust day 1. Day 2, sorry. And then Tom was just flying. So
yeah, Tom went deep, right, from memory. I do remember the famous hand against Kitty Quo, where I believe she flopped a set.
Oh, was that against Kitty Quo?
I think it was. Kitty had the 4s against Tom's jacks, if memory serves.
Oh, that wasn't even his big hand.
Oh, it wasn't?
Oh, I know the one where he hit the river, yeah.
Yeah, where she flopped a set and he redrew.
Yeah, but he came 13th or something, or 15th, and he had queens versus aces. And and he got it in for his entire stack, yeah. He would have been chip leader with like 13 left.
Wow. Crazy times now, Tom. Absolute gentleman, big supporter of grassroots poker.
Yeah.
Big shout out to him as Richie sends it. 9.5 bigs, pocket deuces. Seems pretty reasonable 5-handed here. You know, blinds and antes so big, Colm.
This is aggressive for sure.
It is aggressive.
Like we were saying, these low cards just kind of drop in value a lot.
What do you think? Like 9.5 bigs? You think we should still fold 500k to pick up?
I think we should fold 2s here. Yeah. But look, if you think people aren't defending the way they should be, then it can be fine. Like you're never going to lose too much value from jamming as opposed to calling. You know what I mean? So,
sure.
But yeah, he should just be trying to go around ace X hands, higher pairs. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think maybe Richie, you know, as I've said, he's here to win, and maybe just thinking to himself, it's a race between me and Desmond at the moment.
Yeah.
You're right, for 4th. And just thinking to himself, I've got a pair, I'm going to send it.
Yeah, no, I don't hate it.
I'm with you. I would have folded too. But Richie, here to win, ships it in there, gets it through.
I was actually on Richie's table, about 80 left, where he got all his chips. He flopped top set, or he flopped trips, ace high, and the other guy had queens or something for like 200 big blind pot.
200 bigs.
Yeah, it was massive.
Oof. As the action folds around to Stephen in the small, 8-3 of clubs. He's gonna give Richie a walk. Seems like a reasonable one to walk if we're gonna pick one. I think he knows that Richie is just not gonna overfold.
Yeah.
So what's next for you, Colm? Anyway, talk us through it. Any big plans upcoming, live stuff, online stuff?
Yeah, so this week I'm going to head out to the Intercontinental for the 3K event.
I'm going too, buddy. I'll see you in there.
Nice. And then I'd hope to go to Prague at Christmas. And then just all online in between that, I suppose.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very nice. Prague, one of the landmark stops of the year.
Yeah,
there's so many things to play though, right? Live poker, it's like, do I go here? Do I go there?
So there's these 3 things in December, right? The Bahamas,
the
Win, and Prague, yeah. So I'm trying to play satellites for everything, we'll see.
They're all flexing their muscles, going against each other for some unknown reason.
Yes.
I'm not sure I understand it, to be perfectly honest.
Strange.
Here we go, Rich. Oh, and here we go. Richie gets coolered. Very understandable jam here. 12.5 bigs.
Very standard. Like, this is the kind of hand we're saying Richie is always going to shove these ace.
Look how fast and furious the dealer is. Give us a moment to catch our breath. Ace 7 versus the ace queen of Barry. No help for Richie thus far. Jack 8-6 rainbow does have a couple of backdoors. That's not one of them. 3 of hearts. Richie O'Neill needs a 7. Very unfortunate for Richie as we lose him in 5th place. Richie O'Neill, great performance. Takes home just a shade under 12,000 euros for 5th. And just like that column, action heating up down to 4. Everybody now 15,000 euros locked. 20k for 3rd, 28k big jumps incoming between 3rd and 2nd. And an 18,000 euro pay jump between 2nd and 1st.
Wow.
Very top heavy, we love to see it.
Well done, Richie, great run. I thought he played brilliant. Really aggressive, pushed it a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, Richie O'Neill, very impressive run. GG to you, sir. 5th place finisher in the IPO main event 2023.
So there's only one Mitchell brother left now.
No, that's it. Which one did we lose? That's the big question.
Which one was which? Who was the kind of sensitive guy? Was that Phil?
The kind of sensitive. I'm not sure either of them were sensitive, Colin. I don't know.
I think Grant passed away first, right? And Phil was in it for like 10 years
Look
after.
at the knowledge, unbelievable.
I used to watch.
Yeah, Phil's just drunk on EastEnders, right? Every episode. I'm just resisting the temptation to do the Peggy Mitchell impression. Might do it. We'll give it a couple of orbits.
Nice.
Anyway, 4 left. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Anybody on YouTube, I'm Andrew Headley, joined by Colm Chan in the booth. Things have heated up. It was a very slow spell there. Typically, you see this at finals a lot, right? Everyone kind of trying to ladder, and then the blinds catch up. We're four-handed. We see Stephen on the button, and quite a tight laydown.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised he followed that.
Although Desmond's short, right? So I think he's probably thinking, let's get three-handed. But I'm surprised, actually. I thought he would use the king blocker. Does let it go.
That would have been, I think he should have raised there. Daniel was a big blind there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Daniel 3rd in chips, right? So he has to play very tight. So I guess if you get it through Barry, I suppose Barry is supposed to 3-bet us pretty wide here, right?
Yeah.
Maybe sure, Stephen just trying to navigate his way into the top 3. Desmond, I believe, down to about 12 bigs. You got a feel for Desmond, that queen's spot.
Yeah.
There's no justice in poker, Colin. We all know it.
We've seen two overpairs being beaten today, haven't we? Since I got here.
What was the other one? Refresh me.
I don't know. It's in my head, though.
Well, we've seen at least one. In any case, Barry now on the button. In position to take this title down. Does have all the chips. As we see action on Desmond, who have raised to 425k. Barry takes this one down pre.
Nicely done by Barry.
Yeah, there you go. Just an example of the pressure of ICM getting Daniel to fold the suited ace in the small. Desmond down to 8 big blinds. Certainly coming under considerable pressure. Do know that the players are discussing having a break. Here we go. Action folds to Desmond. All in. 8 big blinds. Queen Jack suited. Gonna get it through.
Hello. Daniel.
They're actually in an interesting spot, Daniel, or not Daniel, Andrew, just from a tier's perspective.
Yeah.
As Daniel's so low compared to the other stacks, and before your ICM's kind of come on back down compared to what it was on 8, 7 or 8.
Yeah.
So Daniel can get in a little bit looser than you probably typically would.
So like Desmond, you mean, right? The shorty.
Sorry, yeah,
no
Desmond.
probs. Yeah, that makes sense. I think people sometimes get this wrong, and they think, you know, have to constantly play extremely tight. But Desmond now is basically the short stack by a long way, right?
Yeah.
10 bigs for him, 32 for Daniel, 30 or so for Stephen. So he can actually like open jam a lot wider than Colin, you think?
More than he typically would, yeah. Say if he got to 7 or 8, it would be even more. The less he gets and the bigger separation in him in the next stack, the kind of looser he can play.
Sure. Certainly a challenge for players, right, to adjust gears effectively.
Yeah,
sometimes if you've been playing tight for a long time and then recognizing, right, I'm gonna have to expand my range, I'm gonna have to start shoving wider. So we can see he is working with 10 bigs. Of course, 500k being paid every orbit. We are four-handed. Stephen here with Queen 9 lets this one go. And so like, there's an argument for Barry to open range in the small, right? And put pressure on Daniel.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. He limps this one. I'm surprised by Stephen. He's obviously thinks he doesn't want to get involved with Barry at all. Making those 2 folds.
Flop does go check, check. Barry still best here with a pair of 5s. Very interesting. Daniel did turn some showdown. Likes to turn it into somewhat of a bluff. Takes it down though, gets Barry to fold the better hand.
Yeah, nice, I like it. Put it in there, take the pot. Barry didn't look too interested in that one. I think Daniel might have picked up on that a little bit.
So Colin, do you play a lot live? Do you have a lot of live experience, more online? I was just wondering how much stock you put in the old live reads, like, and how important you think it is.
Yeah, I played a lot of live. I played a lot of live cash throughout the years and tournaments around Ireland. I think live reads are massive, but you have to be very careful as well. Like if you're good at them and you're confident in them, kind of Andy Black style, good stuff. But it's difficult if you're coming into it and you're putting a lot of confidence in it, and it can definitely sway you kind of the other way. You know, I'm more theory based, to be honest. But if I can get anything I'm confident in it, I'll try to use it and let it sway me a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems more than fair these days to thrive. It's good to have a good mixture of theory and deviation, exploit, live read skills, as we see an open from Stephen. Under the gun here with the 7s. Say under the gun, it's now the cutoff, of course.
This was kind of the thing Andrew was talking about. So Desmond might not want to defend a hand like this if he had 18 or 19 bigs, but I think this kind of becomes a call because the ICM's getting lower, right?
Absolutely, 200k there, what, to win 900k, getting over 4-1. And of course, we are the short stack by a considerable margin. It might be time to try and flop some equity. I'm with you. We did talk about how difficult it can be to shift gears in these moments. And you know, it's hardly a terrible fold, but
no, it's close. It could still be a fold, but it's just the kind of hand that you might think of calling at this stage.
Absolutely. Whereas when we had 6 or 7 left, these hands would go straight into the muck. We see action on Barry. Hand 115 here, guys, at this FT. As Daniel wakes up with a big hand. Poor Desmond has stepped into it. 3-bet jams with very limited fold equity. Puts it in with Jack 10. And we can see he is crushed. Stephen also folding a Jack in the big. Very nasty business here. 85% favorite Daniel to take us down to 3.
How do you feel about him putting his jacket on already?
He's going for the extra equity.
Yeah.
That's not it. Ace 5, essentially drawing dead here. Needs runner, full house options. It doesn't come in. Good game, sir. Great run from Desmond. Got extremely unfortunate with the queens against the 6s. Just like that, guys, we are down to 3, and we do lose. Mr. Desmond Farrell in 4th place. Played great. Lovely run. Very unfortunate to get 2-outered. Just like that, guys, 3-handed. Mr. Barry Moore. Daniel O'Herlihy looking to go wire to wire, bagging the chip lead on 1A. And Stephen Rothhut We are three-handed. And is this deal discussion? I think Barry just looked at Stephen immediately and was like, absolutely not, my friend.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Love it. I like your pronunciation there of Stephen. It's beautiful.
I gambled. I'm not sure if it was right. Feels like a Belgian pronunciation to me.
Oh, yeah, again, just well done to Desmond. Great run. Very unlucky with the queens, right? He could be in this position now with the chip lead nearly.
What can you do?
Yeah.
So, guys, three-handed. I am hearing from my wonderful backstage team there will be a dinner break coming up. The players have been discussing. I think they're going to take a 45 to 50-minute break. It's going to come up in around about 10 hands time. So stick with us until then.
I'm really looking forward to see how this plays out now, because we got like two of the most aggressive players here in Stephen and Barry.
Yep.
I think I thought they were a bit handcuffed having Desmond there at 10 bigs, but I think they both realise now they're going to have to open up.
Yeah, look at this. Stephen going to come in for a small blind steal using that king blocker.
Really nice. You can tell he's kind of studied here, Andrew. It's a great combination to use.
Yeah, we did talk about shifting gears correctly. We did see him fold. Hands he could have opened when Desmond was on the sort of 8 to 10 bigs, and then of course immediately changing gears, raising with the king 6. I've been very impressed by Stephen, I must say.
You don't want to be super polar raising from the small blind here normally, right? So he's going to use some of these offsuit combos with high cards like king 5, king 4, queen 5, queen 4, and then some of the strongest hands. So
yeah, absolutely.
I think Barry could have completed there as well with the suited hand. I'm actually surprised he didn't.
Yeah, does decide to let it go. Action now on Barry in the small. Does decide to take the aggressive action. Similar sort of idea to the king 6 raise.
Yeah, nice.
And we can see here Barry with 10 million in chips, so around about 50 bigs. Daniel just a shade over 8 million. And then Stephen is on the short stack, but still working with 30 big blinds. Anybody's game here, still call him three-handed.
Yeah, it's beautifully poised, Andrew.
Beautifully poised indeed.
Like yourself.
Thank you very much, my boy. Your tips in the post.
How have you found the week here? Have you been here on your own a lot, or?
You know what, it's been great. I've been furnished with guests all week. Actually gives me a good chance to thank them all now. In fact, Darrow O'Kearney has been in and out all week while grinding. I don't think I've ever seen somebody with such a work ethic. He's always grinding online, on the tablet, in the booth, in the live streets. So big thank you to Dara. Also his partner in crime, Mr. Barry Carter, joined me in the booth. Yeah. Also would like to give big thanks to Tom Murphy, another young crusher, joined me several times this week. Big thanks also to Jen Mason. She joined me yesterday for a good while. And yeah, Jen, fixture of the blog scene in the live streets. It was great to have her in the booth. Who else? I've got so many. I've got a bunch of others that I need to thank. I'm gonna have to recheck my notes.
Can you rank them? Dinner. Can you rank them in order of who you enjoyed?
Oh, geez.
Most to least.
Cards are back in the air, everybody. I'm sure I could give it a go.
I'm joking. No, you've done a great job. I enjoyed watching the stream back as well. I got on here a few times, so it was good crack.
Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, I always enjoy being in the booth. But it makes me want to play. I will be joining you in that festival at the Intercontinental coming up this week. I do enjoy the comms, but of course my heart is always there, you know, wanting to be on the grind.
You're playing full-time, Andrew, yeah?
Oh yeah, 17 years, my friend. I'm an old man.
Wow, that is old.
Thanks, mate. It is pretty old.
And do you prefer online or live, or what's your preference these days?
You know, I tend to fall in and out of love, I think, of both. Yeah. There's moments where, I mean, live, when you're running good, right, and building a stack is the greatest, I think. It's not close.
Yeah.
You know, going deep in a live tournament, there's nothing quite to match it.
Agree, yeah.
But online, you know, you can just chill at home. You can get dealt pocket aces in your pants and just fist pump at the screen and not have to, you know, hold yourself.
Yeah.
I go through phases, my friend, of loving both.
Well, that's why it's nice to play both, right? You kind of have a break from one to the other, like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Daniel gets a walk with the pocket aces.
They've been showing a lot, haven't they? And I found that when I was playing with 2 tables left. And I haven't seen that in many tournaments before. kind of everyone catches. One person does it, and then everyone else starts doing it. I was happy out. I wasn't showing.
Yeah, sure. I know it is intriguing.
Yeah.
But is it a feature of, you know, Ireland just seems to be one of the most friendly, high morale places to play, you know, and maybe people are just like, don't care, there you go.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a function of the low stakes.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah. It's nice. It's nice.
It's
nice
quite
to see. It's
refreshing.
friendly. Yeah.
It is refreshing to see.
Yeah.
So cards back in the air. Barry Moore on the button does have the chip lead. Does decide to fold Queen Deuce. Also refreshing is how quickly everyone acts. It makes a nice change from the high roller streets.
Yeah, that actually really stood out. Yeah, even on the bubble here, no one was tanking at all. It's great. I had a stack, so.
You're loving life.
Yeah.
Daniel does complete with King 8. Decides to stab here with half pot. Stephen with a very quick call. Does have bottom pair. No backdoors working for him. 3 of diamonds turn. Daniel does pump the brakes. Couple of options here for Stephen. Quite interesting. Don't typically see a deuce bet here, Column, but it looks as if he's going to go for equity denial.
Yeah.
He does check.
Yeah, I really like the check. Oh, we bet?
We did bet.
Okay. I can't say I really like the bet after saying I really like the check, can I?
I don't think you can, my friend. Yeah, very interesting. I was about to ask you about live reads when someone picks up a big stack and then checks back. Typically pretty weak, I would say. I think so. I don't know, you're the live guy.
You're the live guy.
Yeah, I'm not sure which of us has played more over the years. I actually historically did not play much live poker, but I love it a lot more nowadays than I once did.
And your tournaments online, right?
Mostly. I play a big mixture of stuff, mate. I'm jack of all trades, master of none.
Lovely.
We see Daniel with the ace-jack. Very big hand, three-handed. As the three players continue to feel themselves out.
Just again, theoretically now we get to 3, your ICM is really setting to drop, right? This would play a lot closer to a cash game than we would have been at 6 or 7 handed. And with the pay jumps being so high, I think people get the wrong idea sometimes when they see a big prize up top, they think there's more ICM. But it's actually the opposite, right?
Yeah, very interesting. It's going to be fun to see how these guys adapt, you know, throughout. Barry, for example, is just really seems very carefree. You know, he just, I mean, it's refreshing to see. He's playing to win. Richie O'Neill, very much similar. Daniel had a slightly more passive style, but is opening up now.
Yeah.
Stephen folding the 10-6. Barry continues the aggressive small blind strat. Another show column shows the ace-7. As we do approach this dinner break, guys, I believe we have 2 or 3 more hands. We are going to go on a 45 to 50 minute dinner. Myself and Colum will take it easy, go and refresh ourselves. I'll taste some of this magnificent spaghetti. And we'll see how we go.
How long's the break, Andrew? 45 minutes?
I believe so, 45, 50 minutes.
Okay.
It'd be interesting to see if there are any deal discussions.
It doesn't look like it, does it?
Doesn't look like it so far.
Like, it looked like Stephen broached at the start and he was just swatted away.
It looked like Barry just looked at him and was like, I don't think so, son. A bit of discussion here, not sure. The cards are back in the air. Barry here on the button. With the King 10. Going to be a pretty mandatory open. Does raise the 450k.
Quick call.
Yeah, feature of Daniel's play, he's taken a lot of flops. This seems very reasonable.
Oh,
he's not going to get to see a flop. Look how quickly Stephen piles. Certainly solver approved this one. Launch it for 30 bigs.
Yeah, lovely. Nice pickup.
Yeah, nothing else to be done. Takes it down. We're going to have to be on top of this column. They're playing very quickly.
Yeah. We don't need time cards at this table.
Absolutely not.
I've never seen this at a final table. It's great.
It is a lot of fun to cover. Guys, on YouTube, anyone just coming along, this is the International Poker Open 2023 main event final table. 3 players left in contention for the title. Seat 1 there, you can see, is Barry Moore. Seat 2, Daniel O'Herlihy. And seat 3, we get to do the pronunciation one more time. Let's do it. Mr. Stephen Rothud.
Beautiful, beautiful. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Open from Daniel. It's 500k with ace-jack. Barry with the just call with ace-jack of spades. Queen, deuce, deuce. King of diamonds on the turn. Fast and furious action. Both players check again. We're off to showdown. Before I can even describe the hand, I'm going to chop this one up.
Would you like to see a 3-bet from Barry?
Interesting, right? How many bigs effective? 40 bigs. I think that Daniel in particular has been very tight with opens. Like, we've seen him limp a lot.
Yeah.
And typically when he has 2.5x, he's had a strong hand.
Yeah.
So I don't mind having a hand like an ace-jack suited as a strong defend rather than 3-bet.
Yeah.
Certainly the option was there, though.
Seems reasonable, right?
Like, even 3-handed, right? If you 3-bet here and get shoved on, it's a bit of a disaster, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe like ace-queen suited, right? We're fairly comfortable, just 3-bet call.
Yeah.
I don't mind either way. Guys, last couple of hands before dinner.
Whose stack presentation do you rate the highest?
Ooh. I think they all could do with some work. Let's be honest here.
I like Stevens. Look at his brick wall to his left.
Yeah. Barry and Daniel's a little bit higgledy-piggledy.
Yeah. Kind of represents their style, right?
Very true. So Barry continues the aggression from the small, comes in with the min raise. Daniel defending king 10. 8, 6, 4 rainbow. Barry flops best. Flop goes check, check. 4 on the turn. 6 is still good. Wrinkle of the forehead from Daniel.
The action's so fast. It's crazy.
It really is quick. Gonna have to stick on top of it.
Yeah. In fairness, these have been the 3 fastest players I've probably played with all week as well. Daniel was very fast when playing him. Stephen was quite fast too.
Yeah. I think this is last hand, guys, pre-dinner. Three players remaining. Yeah, hand 1, 2, 7. Last hand before the break. Barry does let it go with 7-5.
I wouldn't mind seeing Barry really push this button here, right? And open and even those kind of combos.
Both the other players with exactly the same stack. Would like to see it. We have a limp and a check from Daniel and Stephen. Stephen flops best. Open-ended straight draw. King 6, 7.
Stephen with the massive tank for this game.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like he's reaching. Looks like around about half pot. Let's bet 250k. Daniel, not with a mandatory fold or anything here, right? We do have 2 overs to second pair. Backdoor straight and flush draws.
Yep.
I think I like this check call. He's a little weak to just check fold, and look at this for an action card.
Wow.
Daniel turning an open-ender, but Stephen turns the nuts and he's checked it back, column.
Wow, quick check, right?
Very quick. It's gonna work. Induces a river bluff. He's just jammed it immediately. Wow, Daniel, of course, tries to bluff river. Round about 800k, it looks like.
Yeah.
Stephen, of course, aware that his hand is the effective nuts. Jams it in there and takes it down. You were not wrong about the speed of play, guys. That is the last hand before dinner break. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Please come back and join us back in around about 50 minutes time. Myself and Colin will be here to take you through. See you in a bit.
The screen does show in pounds, that is in euros. The denomination is euros. If you want to do pounds, we go to tax.
I will stop the clock when you have finished.
Yeah, oh no, we look at doing OCM, so you get the one.
Well, no. That's in the finish the game. I'm not finished the game.
You can leave a little problem.
You know, you know what I'm saying? You do 4 rounds, you can face the rest of whatever they do. But it's just 5 rounds earlier.
I'd rather do an OCM.
But I think 4 rounds each.
Independent chip model. I know I saw it somewhere. Come on.
On the back of the bus.
Well, if we're doing the OCM, we have to be able to flop like 5K exactly the same. But I still think OCM about how we do stacks have the advantage of bigger stacks going in as well. No, I'm saying that's cool, because then everyone kind of gets... Okay, about 75-2-5. And that's okay too.
Yeah, buy the chips. Yeah, but
okay, so here's the proposal.
guys, I really need like that everyone agrees. Yep. Red card and black card. Everyone agree. Okay, so guys, 5,000 each. Up on top, 7 and 3. So 1647. Okay. So it will take me a couple of minutes to
Dealers and players in our mini main event of 2004. Lines up in the mini main, especially for you trainers, 2004 If anybody is looking to register for our Dublin €20, 20K stars, you have another 25 minutes to register, folks. You have 7 levels to register. It is a freezer.
Slip that one through. I'm sure you're not going to do well, I know, it definitely is one. It has to be nice as well, we can all just splatter around. Elimination, don't matter. Yeah, very handy. We were a lot. In fairness, we were a lot more on these, like, whereas now it's literally like
launching the final table of the main event. Coming back.
All right, gentlemen, 30 seconds. We got Barry with 9625 as the chip leader. We got Steven as 8550. And I got Dan at 5650. Gentlemen, it's been a good run. Best of luck to all of you. Coming back at 125, 250. Put them in the air, please.
Okay, leaders and players are now going to hold the last chance to get their points with 300, 600, with 690. Lions up and Joe to hold the last chance tonight. Folks, if anybody else is looking to get their last fill, hold them. This is the last hour for registration and the last chance events. €120, 15-minute levels, 20-day start stock. Last chance events.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are back in business, fresh from the dinner break. Welcome back to live coverage of the International Poker Open main event. We are three-handed, guys, in the main as we continue our trajectory towards crowning a champion. You can see the three players on screen in front of you. Mr. Barry Moore in seat 1. You can see they're working with 9.1 million in chips. Daniel O'Herlihy. And we've had this challenge. I'm doing it one more time. Mr. Stephen Ruthoot.
Gorgeous. Getting better.
Call him. What can you say? Absolutely magnificent pronunciation. Welcome along, guys. I'm Andrew Headley, joined by Mr. Colm Chan in the booth.
Nice flop here for Stephen.
Does limp the small with Queen 9. Flops top 2. No resistance from Barry with just Jack 5.
Would have been a nice hand of ISO, I think, the Jack 5 off, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen much of that actually at this feature. Of course, when the small blind limps, big blind, you want to be isolating large parts of your range, both the good stuff and the ugly, but we haven't really seen too much of that at this final. Anyway, Colm, once again, thanks for joining me, buddy. Pleasure to have you with us. Myself and Colm will be here for the next few hours as we look to crown a champion. What do we think, Colm? It's going to be fast and furious? What do we reckon?
I don't think we're going to be here for a few hours, Andrew. It is fast, it's aggressive. I'd say 40 minutes.
As you see, guys, Stephen now up to 9.1 million neck and neck with Barry. Big stack at the table, working with 35 bigs essentially, so it is pretty shallow. Daniel checks back with Jack 9 of clubs, 21 bigs. Does flop best. Barry with a gut shot. Does quickly check fold to the 400k of Daniel. Good awareness there from Barry to quickly get out of the way on the monotone spade board.
Yep. I thought Barry might want to get involved a little bit there, but he said no, not this time.
Yeah, interesting, Barry was extremely aggressive earlier on the feature, especially toward the end of day 2. Has shifted gears downwards somewhat here as we have gotten short-handed. We saw him win that big pot before dinner break, eliminating Richie O'Neill blind on blind with the ace-queen via the ace-7. Any case, cards back in the air. King 8 for Barry on the button. Good type of combo to come in for a steal column.
Yeah, for sure. I thought he was going to fold for a second. I was a bit worried, but we got the old Barry back now. We're going to get a 3-bet away from Steve.
Oh, it's a limp from Barry, interestingly. Would be my least favorite, I think, of the 3 options. Does decide to limp. We can see Stephen here waking up with a premium hand, 3-handed. Daniel completing the small. Stephen counts out a raise. Looks like a shade over 1 million. You can see it's more than likely going to get the job done.
Nice play, Stephen. Nice size. I like it.
Very methodical. Do like the way he's approaching this final table.
He'd be your favorite, Andrew?
I think so. I think if you made me nail my colors to the mast right now, I would pick Stephen as a slight favorite to win the tournament. Although we have seen Barry extremely dangerous. Yeah, I'm gonna give Stephen.
Get off the fence.
Stephen. All right, Stephen odds on.
All right, I like it.
Then Barry. Sorry, Daniel, only because you're shorter. But you never know in Hold'em, and especially at this shallow, right? It's just going to take one clash, and it's probably going to decide this tournament.
Yeah.
As we see, Daniel raises the button with Jack 10.
This is like the bottom of his open range, so I think he does well to find this here.
Yep.
Stephen eyeing him. Strong stare down.
It's one part of the game that I haven't enjoyed of Stephen's today. Is that, you know, certain spots where, I don't know, you know, call me old-fashioned, but there's just spots where I know he's not getting involved in this pot.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe it's a little bit of gamesmanship. In any case, Barry going to defend with the 3-5 suited. Daniel flopping best. Barry with the fist pump fold.
He didn't put any chips in there, right?
I don't think
he just
so.
was about to bet and Barry folded. Barry has somewhere to be.
What about it, Colm? Do you have a signature stare down at the table? Is it like, or are you pretty? I mean, maybe I'm missing out on a trick or two. You know, like I maybe shouldn't be criticizing Stephen. Maybe it's a good like trying to intimidate opponents. Is it?
I don't
you reckon
do it
there's something to be gained?
now, but I find it too awkward. Just staring at someone. I find it really uncomfortable if someone stares at me though. So maybe there is some value.
Exactly.
In it.
Maybe there is. Maybe I was wrong. And here we go. Stephen will be staring lovingly at the pocket jacks on the button. Extremely strong hand, 3-handed. Let's make it 550. Fortunately for him, no action.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, obviously very surprised to see Daniel fold Queen 7 suited here. I think that's very tight, especially three-handed. Gonna have to get in the mixer here against aggressive opponents. That seems too tight.
It's going to be hard for Daniel to accumulate many chips if he's folding hands that good, right? It's really going to have to be good hand over good hand for him.
Well, clearly, to his credit, strategy has gotten him this far. But yeah, typically short-handed column, you really need to widen your ranges considerably, right?
Yeah.
You know, paying, what is it now? It's 600 to 650k every 3 hands. And if you don't manage to expand your range, that, you know, widen it considerably, I think you're going to get eaten up by these blinds.
Yeah.
As Barry calls our resident floorman, Luis.
Don't know what the issue there was, do you?
Not sure. Stephen gets a walk. I think for the first time at this final table, somebody breaks the 10 million barrier.
You can just see Steve is just piling up chips, right? He's not having to do too much for them.
Yeah, he's looking very confident, you'd have to say.
I have to say, I like the big stacks. They haven't coloured up yet. The old
oh yeah, I'm kind of loving it, right? Old school. You want a massive tower of chips that you can barely reach over. There's nothing worse, right? You're the chip leader of the whole comp, and then they colour up on the break, and you got 20 chips, and you're just like,
devastating.
This sucks. Right, anyway, Daniel raises to 600k. Does size up, 2.4x. Barry gonna defend with King 9. Very standard stuff so far. Four deuce, about as dry as it gets.
Yep.
Daniel decides to check back, perhaps missing out on just a pretty clear flop value bet, I think, column. Would have liked to see just a very small sizing. You can get called, you can get paid by worse hands for sure. Perhaps
Barry's
worried that Barry's going to be pretty aggro with check raise.
It's pretty interesting now because this hits Barry, right? Better than it should hit Daniel, so you could see Barry go again here.
And he's gone for the little 15% turn probe, perhaps looking to define the range of Daniel. River is a queen. We can see that. Look at very nicely played from Barry. 1 million half pot bet on the river gets it done. It's a little strategic error there, though, column from Daniel. I think we can just go ahead and value bet flop, right?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. Small bet gets it done very often there because Barry's going to miss so often, right? I think Barry wanted to know, could he move to the other hand reader, right? Some space. He can see the two guys better now as well. I like it.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, now he can give his own version of the Belgian stare down.
I really like Barry's play there. I like the conviction he had, right? He knew straight away that turn's good for me. I'm double barreling here.
Sure.
He wasn't really reassessing the river so much. There wasn't much to reassess, so I like it.
Basically on the river, if you could fade running into some form of trap or a hand like King, Queen, or Ace, Queen, gonna get it done. Does do so. This action back on Stephen on the button. 10-8 off. Doesn't like to let this one go. Barry with the suited ace deuce. Daniel content to check with the baby suited connectors. Both players flop in a piece. Barry top pair, Daniel bottom. Turn is the 5 of spades. Very interesting. Barry continues to check. Does elicit a value bet, or a perceived value bet from Daniel. River, the jack of hearts.
Check down.
Looks like check, check. Barry with a little deception gets a street of value with his aces.
I was just thinking, Stephen had the 10-8 off there. It kind of looks like a nice open, but I was trying to put myself in issues. You know, you're playing these live games, and you don't want to push people over the top. Like someone like Barry, if you keep opening into him, you get a situation where he just says,
absolutely right, yeah. Trying to keep his frequencies in check.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's very easy here for us with no pressure, but...
Yeah, content to take that hand off. Nicely played from Barry. Wins a couple of pots from Daniel back to back. Just like that, you can get short very quickly, column three-handed.
Yeah.
Daniel now sub 20 bigs. As Barry wakes up with a strong hand three-handed, ace-9.
I think Daniel's stacks aren't in right. Stacks of 20, right? That's what he's trying to get.
Yeah, Stephen asking for them to be in in uniform so that he can count.
Yeah, I like it.
Barry now min raising to 500k. Stephen here with the Jack 5 of hearts, contented to defend. Two chip leaders here. Very interesting. Deuce 3, 4, 2 clubs. Barry's still best with ace high. Stephen does have an open ender and turns a flush draw.
Very surprised how passive Stephen's played this from my experience playing against him.
Quick action also. River's a flush, of course, gotta be going for value here. Having checked through to the river column, we're gonna, we have quite a lot of bluffs, I think.
Yeah.
Although a lot of these hands, admittedly, will start bluffing the turn. Settles on 800k.
Wow, insta call.
Yeah, Barry pays this one off. I'm gonna get the bad news. Stephen rivering the Jack high flush.
It's interesting. These were the type of boards that Stephen was leading really heavily on during the weeks when I played with him a few times. I'm surprised he didn't take a stab on the flop or the turn, but I think he recognises the kind of high ICM situation he has at the moment with Barry.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps perceives Barry to very much underfold also.
Yeah.
Might be a factor. A nice pickup for Stephen. Pads the stack up to close to 12 mil. Shade under. Daniel here working now with 4 million in chips. 16 bigs column. Starting to get to that itchy danger area. Folds the button with 3-4. Stephen checking the clock. I've seen him be aggressive in these small blind versus big blind spots, Colin.
Yeah, I think he's playing them very well, in fairness. He's mixing them up a lot.
Makes it 725k to go. Shade under 3x. We have seen that you never quite know what Barry's going to do. Isn't afraid to mix it up. Looks to be counting out a 3-bet.
This kind of we were talking about a few hands ago, right?
He's fearless, I promise you. Look at this from Barry Moore. In they go.
I love it. I love
Beautiful to watch for us in the booth and you at home. This is going to work. Beautifully timed from Barry.
You know, it's not a bad hand to use either from Barry, right? There's not a whole lot of EV in calling this anyway, right?
Absolutely. And if we do get called, pretty much always going to be very live, right, against Stephen's potential raise call range from the small.
Yeah.
Something that you touched on earlier there, Colin. Barry is the type of player that at some point will draw a line in the sand and say, I've had enough.
Yeah, that was it.
That was the moment. Very well timed from Barry. The colour up is now happening, sadly.
Kind of just shows you, Andrew, how oh yeah, how effective his 3-bets can be. We're probably not seeing as much as you might enjoy. But,
yeah, absolutely. I mean,
with the money pressure and the money people are thinking about, they get through so often.
For sure, and also just Barry very aware there, right, that Stephen now with the chip lead is going to be leaning on him very heavily, especially with Daniel on the short stack.
Yeah.
So the small blind there can really open pre with any two, I think. Yeah. And Barry pounces on it, takes advantage and gets the 3-bet through. As we see a limped pot here to the turn, ace of diamonds on the king 3-7 ace. Barry now gonna start to bluff. Nice call here from Daniel, recognizing that this is very overbluffed. Calls with his pair of 3s. River is a deuce. Barry does river some semblance of showdown.
Bad river for Barry, really, right?
Yeah, you can beat some queen highs, so I guess you check this one down, but
I think he would have bet with any other card.
absolutely.
He would have taken it down, probably. Pink chips are in play. These are worth.
I'm going to presume 500k.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta be. Pink chips, guys, worth 500k. The grays, 100k. The blues, 25k. Stephen here, still in the chip lead. So we'll continue three-handed.
Yeah, I like the limp by Daniel. Nice recognize here, Stephen. He wants to jam a lot of these offsuit aces and takes it down.
Yeah, seems very much well versed with what each hand combo wants to do at depth. Very nice pickup. As we continue on here, three-handed. Take you guys back through the payouts. Third place can receive 19,870 euros, 27.8k for second, and the mammoth 45,240 euros for the win. Some pretty big pay jumps, column, pretty top heavy.
Yeah,
I love it.
sure.
I love that, especially when you're commentating on it.
Yeah. What would you do now if you won 45,000 tomorrow?
Just put it in the bank and continue living my miserable life. No, I love my life. I'm only joking. I mean, listen, 45k for a 350 buy-in is absolutely huge money.
Yeah.
So we see Barry raising from the big versus the limp of Stephen. Very interesting. Decides to ISO with Jack 9. Outflops Stephen. Comes for 625k.
Yeah, I like that ISO. I like how Barry's playing now. I think he's realizing he needs to get a little bit more aggressive.
This is a little tight from Stephen. Does just check fold with an overcard and gut shot. Versus 40%, we typically see continues, perhaps content to try and continue taking the bet and lead in position rather than playing big inflated pots versus Barry out of position.
Yeah, yeah. You feel the dynamic changing a little bit now, right?
You can.
Yeah, Stephen.
Barry's ready to roll.
Yeah.
I mean, we know from watching Barry the last few days that he's not going to put up with it. Like, he's not going to allow himself to be, you know, bullied into the felt.
No.
We'll see how Stephen adjusts to combat it. As Barry with Queen 10 in the small. And here we go, decides to raise. Daniel quickly shoves.
I was just saying, I'd like to see Barry just jamming these spots. Obviously, he is ace-jack suited, but Daniel's playing off.
Yeah, 16 or so bigs.
Okay, a little bit high, but definitely would like to see a bit more aggression on Barry into Daniel's spot, big blind.
Yeah, does find it there Daniel finding a premium hand. Pretty funny feature of this three-handed. Players acting so quickly. Daniel all in there before. It is hard to keep up. They're testing us, making us earn our crust.
Yeah. Yeah, like Barry could even be making it 2.2x here and getting lots of folds off Daniel, and it'd be a correct way to play because it's quite hard for him to defend.
Absolutely.
I like this raise now by Barry. Oh, it's call, is it?
He has gone for limp again. Very interesting. This exact same spot. We did see Stephen ISO before with an ace-jack against a king-8 limp. Very interesting. Daniel actually had a potential shove pre here, I would say.
Yeah.
18 bigs against the button limp. Now, raise from Stephen, 2-1 million, gets 2 quick folds. It'll be fascinating to see how this unfolds. 3 very different playing styles, I'd say.
Yeah. Like in the many, like online, you might have seen the button open there, small blind jam, and then the big blind with a tough decision there.
I think so.
Probably big blind probably have to call with the stack we're at.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not a call from big blind.
I'm not folding 10s. ICM to rot, as we say. No chance. Anyway, ragged round to Stephen in the small. Going to be the most challenging spot for him, I think, in the small, out of position to Barry.
Yeah, but he's not backing down. He's getting involved.
It does complete. Barry content to check. 8-6 deuce. I think Stephen had 6-7. If I'm on my game, I believe he had 6-7 off as the graphics briefly glitch. 8-6 deuce 3. Betting here would certainly make sense with 6-7. Going for a little bit of value. Is that 1 million?
Looks like it.
Very nice, actually, here with just a gut shot. Targeting some of these deuce and 3x by overbetting, you're going to put them in a really bad spot. Very well played, Stephen.
Yeah, I like it. You're definitely going to have bigger bets here. And he finds one there with a nice combo.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Oh, what did you think of the spaghetti bolognese on the break, Andrew?
A taste sensation, Colin.
Thank you.
You're wasting your time in the poker streets, mate. Go and give Heston Blumenthal a call.
Don't even get the reference.
I'm showing my age. Right, Gordon Ramsay.
Oh, I get it.
I'll dumb it down.
Lovely, thank you.
I know, I thought I was being a little bit too clever for my own good. Now, Stephen opens ace-7 of clubs. Another raise and take it.
Yeah. I think Stephen, in theory now, could probably just open 100% the hands almost. The amount he's getting through.
Yeah, absolutely. Do start to see him creeping up and putting some distance between himself and the other two players.
Yeah.
Some fascinating dynamics developing. Obviously, generally in this spot, First in Chips gets to really go after second place, right? Really gets to leverage that big chip stack, knowing that there's a big pay jump coming and that Barry, in theory, doesn't want to come third. But he has to contend with the fact that it's Barry Moore. And he finds Jack's Barry. Does find the raise to 600k. Stephen deciding there are better spots. Does get away from 7-5.
Yeah, I like it. I like he's keeping his discipline, right? He's playing aggressive, but he's still finding that fold.
Yeah, like it too. Don't want to inflate pots unnecessarily with weak holdings.
They're almost waiting now for the smaller stack to bust, right? So.
Yeah, this is where you get these interesting dynamics for sure. It's typically something you will see short-handed is first place in chips. Try and pound on the guy in second.
Yeah.
Try and grind him down so that second and third are sort of equal in chips, and then you really get to punish them both. Daniel here folding the ace deuce. Definitely way too tight. Barry ends up getting a walk with 8-4 off.
He'll take that one.
Very difficult though, Colin, isn't it? Like, you're spent so much money goes in every 3 hands now, paying 625k.
Yeah. And just we haven't even mentioned, they've been playing now. I finished yesterday about the same time and I was wrecked. They've come back a second day and play, and they've been playing now for 8 hours.
Oh, it is a grind and a half, isn't it? Live tournament poker, all that adrenaline. And Barry here decides to limp. Interesting here, Daniel going for the non-all-in ISO. Just raises to 500k, the min raise. Invites Barry along with Jack 10. Here we go, folks. Ace 8-9 with 3 diamonds. Daniel with top pair. We can see he's an equity underdog here, excuse me. Barry with a quick check call. Certainly could have considered fast playing here, Colin, as a semi-bluff.
This is going to get big, right? Oh no.
It is not. Very interesting here, though. The ace pairing river. Barry entitled to think his hand's good. I think puts out a little block bet. Oh, sorry, he did check. Check calls 500k. Daniel making it work up to 5.5 million.
I thought we were going to see some fireworks for a second, but
wouldn't have been shocked to see it going on the flop there, actually, at depth. Daniel ducking and diving back up to 5.5 mil. Barry getting a lot of love in the YouTube comments. Barry for president.
Interesting, yeah. Actually seen the president. Could be the president in a few years yesterday. What's his name? Bertie Ahern.
Oh, you did?
Down the road, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Were you suitably impressed?
Gentleman.
As we see Barry on the button. King 3 off. Daniel now limps it in with ace 5. Stephen content to check with 10-7.
Have you ever seen this many limp small blind pots in your life?
I've been around a long time. I've seen a fair few. I'm not going to see any more action in this pot. Daniel bets 500k. Stephen lets it go. It's intriguing, but myself and you were talking on the break. The pace of play is pretty astonishing, really. You know, considering 26,000 difference, right? If you bust now, and if you win the tournament, you would think the guys would take a little more time. It's been quite surprising to see just. I mean, you guys, you're not on a shot clock.
Yeah,
it's 45k for the win, but it is rapid, huh?
I think they're so laid back that you're hitting them, and then I think they're pretty tired as well. They maybe do want to finish it up.
Yeah, you're right. Adrenaline, you know, running on fumes.
Yeah.
Daniel again makes a somewhat tight lay down on the button, a little more reasonable than the ace deuce we saw earlier. Stephen here with an ace in the small.
What did Daniel fold?
I think 8-6 of hearts.
Okay.
It's maybe reasonable. He's almost level now with Barry. Stephen deciding just to open from the small, takes it down pre.
Stephen's really pulling away now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Starting to turn the screw.
It just shows that nothing big has happened, but he's just been winning small pots, and they add up. And now he's just going to be able to put more and more pressure on.
Absolutely, especially three-handed like this, you know, blinds and antes. Every player having to put in 625k every 3 hands, your stack will quickly be eaten up. So we see Stephen on the button. Let's go with Queen 4. Barry wakes up with a big hand. Does decide to open. Makes it 600k. Daniel quickly folds King 3.
I like this dealer, Andrew. He's a lot of style.
I know, right?
Had him throughout the week. Very fast, very efficient.
How about you, Colin? You got any, like, can you do the chip shuffling and the tricks and the like?
Yeah.
I'm a massive fish.
One or two.
I've been in the game for 20 years and I still can't do it. I can't do anything. I just riffle them and make the sound of the grasshoppers.
I used to go on YouTube when I was like 12 and try to learn these tricks, so I have one or two.
Did you really? Right. You have to show me on the next break.
Childhood wasted.
And Daniel setting a little trap here. Could potentially work against this type of combo. These 1 high card, 1 low cards are going to be ISO'd a decent amount. I'm going to predict it. Steven's going to go for it this time. 700k.
I like it. And I see the
and he checks. And he checks. Daniel, though, has him dominated. He does still have him dominated. I just saw the 3 in the window.
I like the check from Daniel here. Very nice.
Yeah, gonna induce a 1 big blind bet. Content to still play it slow here, Daniel. Turn is the 5 of spades. You could see that a queen would be disaster. Now Daniel leads 500k. Look at that, Stephen, very aware of his customer, quickly folds bottom pair.
It's pretty interesting dynamic, right? Because Daniel's limping, but he's limping quite strong, right? So Stephen needs to be isolating probably strong hands well, quite linear compared to, you know, he doesn't want to be raising too much weak stuff versus a very tight range.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was right on top of it there. Declined the invitation to raise Queen 3. Goes for a little bit of protection on the flop. Seems reasonable. 1 big blind. Try and fold out some of those king highs, jack highs that have a lot of equity against our pair of threes, and quickly gets away on the turn. And Daniel showed aggression. Stephen here with a junkie looking at 7-3. Undeterred though, is going to limp. Barry with a beautiful looking jack-9 of spades. He's going to bump it up.
I like Stephen's limp here. He's not getting raised enough, so he can just start limping all his hands basically. Like if you're limping this, you're limping everything really.
Absolutely.
He probably takes that pot down very often, limp, checks back, and he just bets one big blind to flop.
I think it's fair to say I feel like Stephen thinks he probably has an edge here post. I'm going to try and VPip as often as possible. But all poker players think they have an edge, don't they? This is the thing. Right, Colin?
This is correct. This is correct.
We all think that we hold the keys to the kingdom. Stephen on the button, raises to 500k. He has a very strong hand, three-handed, king jack of diamonds.
What is Barry thinking here?
I love watching Barry because you just never know. There's always potential that he's going to do something. And Daniel's doing something here.
Yes.
Here it is, the absolute snap shove. This spot here, 24 big blinds.
What hands do you think Stephen should call here?
Oof, that is the question. I think obviously player-dependent decision-making, plays a part. For chips here, even king jack of diamonds facing this rejam three-handed is going to do pretty well, right? Against somebody who shoves a completely correct, right, 3-bet jam range, you should be shoving a bunch of low pairs, a bunch of ace-x. Even some hands like a queen jack, jack 10 suited should be in there sometimes as a reshove. If you think your opponent's much tighter than that and is only starting to jam, ace jack, sort of pocket nines plus, then it really shrinks up and becomes, I think, a pretty trivial fold. I think it really is player dependent in that spot, Colin.
Yeah, no, I like it. I think you got it spot on. Ace queen. I'm
not folding that.
versus I think ace queen's the last hand I call here.
Yeah, I think ace jack suited, I would find it very difficult to let it go. But yeah, I'm with you. There's Barry on the button with 9-10. Does raise 625k, 2.5x. Stephen wakes up with a strong hand. King queen off. 28 big blinds effective to start the hand.
He is going to 3-bet, is he?
Very deliberate style from Stephen. I do like it. Does take his time. And make sure to know exactly how many chips Barry's working with.
He's reaching here, Andrew.
Does look like a 3-bet. Very interesting. I think you can go both ways with this combo. Flat would be fine. Shows again. Everybody loving the show. I think you can go both ways. It kind of sucks to 3-bet hand as strong as king queen off and get shoved on, but also you do immediately put the pressure back on Barry. Myself, typically there, I would use some slightly junkier combos. I think king 5, king 6 off type hands can do pretty well here as a 3-bet bluff.
Yeah.
But we've already seen Stephen. He knows what he's doing. 3-bet ace 6 and ace 8 off earlier at this FT. Very aware of his strategies. Daniel with the king 9 on the button. Another pretty tight fold column.
Yes. He has started to accumulate a few chips though, right? Slowly getting up to Barry. He's probably past Barry nearly.
Yeah, they're very much neck and neck. Stephen limps in with the 8-6. Barry with queen 8. Flops best. Stephen gonna go for the limp stab. You can see it's not gonna work. Oh, he did check. Excuse me. Very nice this from Barry. I like it a lot. Finds a little deception check back. Does induce Stephen to go for the delayed c-bet. Wow, and he potted it.
Wow.
Very interesting. Barry, of course, with a very quick call with top pair. Looks like Stephen decided one and done.
Yeah. I do like Stephen's sizes, right? He seems to be the only one who's mixing in some bigger sizings.
Yeah.
I think that made a bit of sense there with the 2x.
Yeah, recognizing, I think, that we can just immediately get king highs, ace highs that didn't raise pre to full turn. Yeah, I like it a lot.
Because when he has good hands there, right, he's going to want to try to get more money in the pot, so he is going to have bigger sizes when he checks through. So
absolutely,
he's pretty well studied. I think he has a good idea what he's doing.
Daniel folds the button. Excuse me, a little graphic error here. This is Barry in the small. You can ignore.
So I think Stephen folded 9-6 suited there.
Yeah.
A little tight. I think he could be opening his button more. It's probably the only mistake he's really making.
Would agree. So guys, this is Barry in the small blind and Daniel in the big. So please ignore the names on screen. We do have a check from Barry on this flop. And look at this, Daniel. Right, so I think Daniel has king 4. This is going to be confusing for us. We do have a check raise from Barry. It's going to get the job done.
So we think Barry had...
I don't know. I think more likely that Barry was the 6-7 and check raised, but yeah, little graphic glitch, guys.
Either way, I like the check raise.
Yeah, normal service will be resumed in a moment. Fascinating to watch. Very fast action. There's going to come a tipping point column, right? It's going to be a big clash. It's probably going to have a big impact on where this title is heading.
It just really shows, when I haven't done many of these, like how little hands you actually get dealt, right? It's all about just being able to push with really marginal hands.
Absolutely, exert as much pressure as you can. Barry with the ace-5 off. 34 bigs deep. Big open. And in fact, there's no pink in there. It's like 800k, I think. Takes it down. It was a feature of what we saw from Barry yesterday. It was raising pre 3.5x. You know, big bet poker really starts to put pressure on people. I don't think people know how to respond against it. You don't see it too often.
No, and you actually see like really good online players now starting to institute these different raise size strategies because everyone's so used to 2x. So you see people with the 3.5x and call strategies and stuff. So Barry might be a student of Dominic Nietzsche or something.
Absolutely hate playing against Dom. It's so tough. He is, of course, a proponent of the limp or 3.5x. So tough though, right? You don't, because you look down at a hand, you think, well, I'm going to 3-bet this.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the pot gets inflated, and you have to make it 11 bigs instead of 8.
And he's studied.
Really makes it tough.
He's studied the responses, and you haven't, you know.
Absolutely.
But the 3.5x, like it's so difficult. Yeah.
For sure, as we see a limp from Stephen, 9-6 suited. Best pre-flop, still best now. Does check. Barry now going to start bluffing with 6 high. You can see, of course, not going to be successful. Stephen with the check call. Turn is an ace. 4 cards to a straight. Now Barry, if he wants to take off, and we know he enjoys to do so, it's a very good turn card to do it. Targeting a hand like a queen, perhaps, Cullum, or a weak king.
Yeah.
Try and leverage pressure. But Stephen does have that backup flush draw. Does make the call. River is a 7. We can see that 9 high will win at showdown unless Barry can find a treble. This would be gangster, Column.
Please find the treble, Barry.
Is Stephen going to lead? Probably thinks, Column, right? Rightly so, that he's not going to win this pot unless he does. And he's going huge.
Wow.
Comes with pot.
Crazy.
Unfortunately for Barry, nothing to be done.
Big balls, Andrew.
Big balls indeed. Would have loved to see check, just to see if Barry charged through the door.
Yeah. Wow, that was a crazy bet. I love it.
Very risky.
Yeah.
You know, Barry's going to have a lot of Jack X, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Stephen, undeterred, finds the river pot lead.
And when the flush missed as well, you know what I mean?
And he has the
yeah.
spades. Very risky. Let's be honest, sometimes there you're like, right, 9 high. I can't win this unless we go for it.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Solvers be damned.
Yeah.
He decided.
I feel like he's lying about his hand right now.
Timing was right. Nice pickup from Stephen.
Barry was going to bet, wasn't he, surely?
He was going for it.
Yeah.
The only way to be more gangster there. Check min raise. Daniel wakes up with another good hand. Has been a feature. He's going for these mini ISOs. Not something I'm a big fan of here. You know, you want to get money in the pot with a big hand. It does allow Barry for a look for cheap. And Barry flops the flush draw. Going to come out with a lead. That's $500,000.
So much pressure now on these two.
I think it was check call. It's so the action is so quick. Didn't even have time to see what Daniel did. Turn check check. And Barry gonna have to bluff this one if he wants to take it down. River's the Jack of Hearts. Just so quick. Now, Daniel, take your time, my friend. 700k does quickly release.
I've been really impressed with Barry being able to barrel off, right?
Yeah, you got to hand it to him. Very aware. This spot perhaps a little more clean cut. You know, Daniel, is he really going to check back a strong 10 or an overpair? I don't think so. So if the Jack doesn't connect, you're going to pick this one up very often. The pace of play, unbelievable.
Unbelievable, Andrew, unbelievable. Just going to...
This column furnishes himself with a quick snack. I will take you through the next couple of hands. Barry on the button with King 10. Continues this limping strategy, something we haven't seen much from Barry, but he has limped the button multiple times. We do go 3 ways. Daniel and Stephen with 8 high. They both pair that 8. Barry with King High and some backdoors. Comes for a pretty large bet. Half pot on the flop 3-way. Daniel fist pump calls out of the small.
Really good fall by Stephen there.
Turn into Jack of Hearts. Another check from Daniel. Barry gonna line up the artillery. Gets it done.
Really like Stephen's fall there, right? He had 8x?
Yeah, he did have 8-6 with some backdoors, but against half pot and call, his hand really shrinks up. Good discipline.
And I like Barry's barrel again, really nice. Turn does really well for his range, right? He's going to have the barrel really often there.
Absolutely. Really going to leverage pressure against the 8x, spade draws and 5x of Daniel. Really nowhere for them to go. Action back on Daniel on the button. Looks like a limp. Daniel widening that range, as we talked about earlier. Limps with Queen 7 of diamonds. Stephen and Barry card sharing the king low. Is top pair for Daniel. We're asking for him to widen that range pre-flop. Finds it here. Gonna take down a nice one.
Yeah, nice bet, Daniel. Takes it down.
Still anybody's game here, column 3-handed. Guys in the YouTube streets watching us online, hope you are enjoying the coverage. International Poker Open main event. Final table, 3 players left in the hunt for first place money and the title of IPO champion 2023 in the glory. 45,000 euros up for grabs for the winner. Still anyone's game column. They're kind of jockeying for position, chips moving here and there.
Yeah.
Nobody yet taking a pure stranglehold on the tournament.
No, but we have. Stephen has been playing very well. He's definitely my favourite at the moment anyway.
Does take this one down pre. We see Barry fold the button. Daniel limps in with queen 3. Stephen content to check with ace deuce. 20 bigs effective stack. I do like this check. Get some nice coverage on the ace high boards when they come. Does find a little deception check on the flop also. Could induce some bluffs. Very interesting. Goes for the double check.
I'd like to see a big size there, Andrew.
Yeah, target King X. Target hand like a 5 or a 9 that didn't bet. Very nice again from Stephen. Some subtleties. Finds the check pre. Checks flop and turn. Trying to induce. Also with the benefit of a little pot control there if your opponent is ever trapping. Unfortunately for him, Daniel, with the bottom range, low queen.
I think Stephen, in theory, might want to jam a little bit, but I think he might see his edge and say, what's the point of pushing that? Like,
I would agree fully. In Solver World, ace deuce and king deuce off. Want to rifle it for 20. Perhaps less so, though, in a 3-handed live event with 45 bags up top. Not so easy to pull the trigger. I would agree. Stephen content to take it down the streets.
Stephen with a monster here, 3-handed.
You see Stephen, yeah, with the ace jack. 40 big blinds deep. Counting out a raise as he should. Makes it 800k. Barry with a quick fold.
You can hear Stuart Samuels in the background there. A local Irish great.
Stuart Sandals.
Samuels,
excuse me.
Sandals.
Stuart Sandals, the new clothing store. Doing a roaring trade in flip-flops and the like.
Yep.
Apologies, Stuart.
Local great.
What a great name, Stuart Samuels.
I think he had the most cashes ever, Irish poker. Yeah. They all fit.
If the shoe fits. Wait. Sorry, guys, it's been a long week. Action.
Can I leave now?
That was pretty good, I thought. Thinking on my feet. Still got feet on the brain. Sandals, shoes, and the like. Right, Barry limps the small, queen 10. Interesting here. Daniel also flops to a pair. The 10 of Barry is going to play. Big sizing from Daniel, quickly called. Turn is a 6. Barry's still best. We are going to chop this one now, though, with the Jack River. Action is just so fast I can hardly even follow it, Colum.
Yeah, I don't see action like this in the local 1-2 cash game. It's crazy.
You wouldn't know these gentlemen are playing for an extra 26,000 euros, folks.
153, gentlemen.
I must say, though, if I was on the rail of any of these guys, you know, as a friend or a coach or whatever, I certainly would, on the break, have taken them aside and said, listen, take 10 seconds, take 20 seconds. This is like big money on the line. But you know what? If the guys are comfortable and that's their style and it's not going to change many of the thought processes,
see, that's one of the
by all means.
It's one of the issues, Andrew, I think. Like, they're not able to... They need a bit of time with their bluffs, you know what I mean? So it is very value heavy when they're betting these hands.
Sure.
But look, it's good to watch.
It is good to watch. Doesn't give us time to draw breath in the booth, though. Come on, lads, have a heart. In any case, Daniel limping the small, Jack 10 of diamonds. Stephen declines the opportunity to ISO. It's going to work out nicely here for Daniel. Flops best, both with a Jack. Bit of 600k from Daniel, excuse me. 2/3 pot, and oh my goodness, the case Jack. I mean, this goes in. Can't imagine it doesn't. At some point in the hand, betting a call. If this is a blank, is a backdoor flush possibility. Look at this, and it's gone in.
Wow.
I believe that was a check from Daniel and a snap jam from Stephen. The 10 is going to play. And look at this, Daniel O'Herlihy retakes the chip lead.
So Stephen jammed full pot on the river, was it?
I think so. I think it went check and snap jam and snap call. Action again so quick that we could barely follow it.
It's a pretty great jam by Stephen. I think I like it with the jack.
Yeah, you got a jam, I think.
Yeah. 15 bigs around, yeah, I like it.
Got that little 3 of hearts blocker in case your opponent has some random, you know, king 3 of hearts type hand that bet flop and barrel turn.
There's so many queen X there. Yeah, it's a really nice bet by Stephen.
Yeah.
Well done to Daniel.
Just like that, guys. Things can switch quickly. Yep. Daniel now into the chip lead. Unsure if there has been any deal discussions. In fact, do you know if it's even allowed in the IPO? That's a question. May not. Some tours don't allow it, right?
I don't know. You're the Unibet man.
I know, it's true. I'm supposed to know.
It didn't look like any kind of deal.
Somebody come and tell me.
They weren't in any big discussions at all.
Yeah, not that we saw, it's true.
And I seen them on the break and they were just separate, so I'd be very surprised if it was a deal.
As we see Daniel limp the button with ace-4. Stephen will be, hopefully can shake off that cooler. Look at this. Barry gonna go ahead and ISO the 9-3. That is the Barry we know and love. Beautiful timing from Barry Moore.
Barry Theory Optimal.
BTO.
Yep.
You'd never know quite what he's going to do, I promise you. Timing is, oh no, I will hand it to him. His timing in general is impeccable.
Yeah.
Whenever I've seen him go for one of these very out of line bluffs, invariably timed to perfection.
Yeah, he could definitely be picking up on something, right, that we're not seeing with the way he limped or the speed he's limping.
Absolutely. As we see Stephen wake up with a big hand. Blinds are up, guys, 150, 300k. And you know, all it takes is one pot. Stephen was cruising, now on 18 blinds. Pocket 8's three-handed, monstrous hand. Will be opening this pot.
I wonder, does he think he needs to
Yeah,
jam
he's
here?
actually decided to jam. Does make some sense with the other stacks. I'm not sure I like it. As the, you know, the considerable short is now, I think we still want to raise call this hand.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Hand's a little too good, Colin, right? Maybe a hand like 5s or something would make more sense, right? To open shove?
Yeah, I think so.
Although perhaps doesn't want to go multi-way here, right? Potentially.
To be honest, I think his strategy now with the way Daniel's playing could be just to keep opening a lot of the time 2x. There's just not much value in jamming.
I would agree.
Because you're going to get through so often with your 2x.
Inclined to agree. That's Barry on the button. Barry and Daniel now neck and neck in chips. Barry with a decision. Pocket 3s. 30 big blinds is the chip lead. It's going to start getting some very dicey spots now. Decides just to let it go.
See, that's my issue with the quick pace of play. So if he opens there, it's clear that he was thinking he had a marginal decision, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Whereas with all their bigger hands, they're just flying into it.
Yeah. And now that we're getting shallower, I think a little slower play would make sense. I have to make sure that you get these spots right.
Dealer switch, well done, dealer.
Yeah, well done, sir. Well earned break. Guys, this is the IPO final table of the main event. In conjunction with our partners, Unibet Poker. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Barry, Daniel, and Stephen all still in contention for first place money. 45,000 euros up top. Guys, gives me a quick chance. It's the only time we've had to breathe. Next big live stop, the Unibet Open in Bucharest, November 29th to December 3rd. That features an 1,100 euro main, 2,200 high roller, a bunch of 150 to 500 sides, and there are satellites running every Sunday night where you can win a 2k euro package. You get to stay in the 5-star Marriott Hotel. Look at that, I timed it just in time to see Stephen in the small with the ace-4 of clubs.
True pro.
Did you like that? The way I just quickly linked that in there.
Very nice.
The Unibet boss is only happy. Barry checks back, Queen 3 of hearts. Ace of hearts in the window. A little something for both. Could be tricky for Barry. Does find a quick flop check back. Like it a lot.
Yeah, like
Stephen now going for value, as he should. 300k. River is gonna slow the action down. King of spades probably goes check check. Call him. Sure does. Ace of Stephen gonna be good.
Yeah, both players played it pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty good river there for Barry overall. Going to be facing a value bet there for sure on a blank.
Yeah.
Pair of queens a little too strong to turn into a bluff. Takes his showdown.
Was Stephen the chip leader coming into today?
That is a good question. I don't think so. I think it was Barry. We actually didn't see Stephen on the feature the entire week. He went under the radar and then has just, you know, finally made an appearance here at the final table. Playing it very well. We see action check through to the turn. Barry in the small with the 9-4 off. I'm going to go for a little turn bluff. We can see it's going to work.
Yeah, I'd love to see Barry getting really aggressive now in these small blind versus big blind spots.
Yeah, very nicely done from Barry. Timed it well. It gives me a chance to tell you a little story, Colm. A little bit of story time. I don't know if you have heard this story. So recently, the chip race run a bad beat competition.
Okay.
Right? And whoever told the best life bad beat story didn't have to be poker related. They would, you know, win. I can't remember exactly what was won. It was a package. I think it was a 2k ticket.
Okay.
Or
nice.
a 2200
Lovely.
pack. Now this was won by Gary Clark. Have you heard about this bad beat story that Gary said?
No, never.
Right. So we'll paint you a quick picture. Gary was in the club one fateful night, and he met a young lady that he liked, and all the boys were out with him on one of these Irish stops. And you know, he gets chatting to this girl, and everything's going very well.
Lovely.
And they're all chanting his name, Gary Clark, Gary Clark, Gary Clark. Anyway, then he made the fateful mistake. Very famous poker player walked into the bar. Gus Hansen came into the mix, and he made the fateful error of introducing said young lady to that well-known womanizer, Mr. Gus Hansen. And yes, sadly for Gary, the last time he saw her, she was just following Gus Hansen up the staircase. But Gary, you know, things didn't go great for you, my friend, that night. But you did win the chip race bad beat competition.
Lovely.
Right, sorry, I've been blabbering. Look at this. We're heads up. Two absolutely huge draws. Stephen here with a basic lock on the hand, a pair of kings and the king high flush draw. Daniel with the queen nine of clubs. We can see if a club hits this river, then Daniel is going to be absolutely felted.
So Stephen ISO 3.
Yeah, it's gone limp ISO, and then Daniel has called. 700k here from Stephen. Daniel here with a gut shot and a flush draw. Does, of course, make the call. Little does he know how much he does not want a club to hit this river. Manages to fade it. 8 of diamonds on the end. Too thin to go for value here with a king column? I think so. King 6.
Yeah, after using the big size in the turn. He's a big enough size in the turn, did he?
Yeah, I think it's a little too thin. Maybe a hand like king queen, we could go for thin value here.
Yeah.
Nicely done from Stephen. Picks it up. Daniel there. Lucky escape, right? Any club there, and we are out of here. Or would have been down to 1 million, I believe. Gus Hansen, eh? Unbelievable.
Was this in Ireland?
I'm not entirely sure where it was. I'm not going to lie to you, but that was Gary Clark who won the Chip Raids Bad Beat competition.
Is that for a 2K live event ticket?
Yeah, I think it was. Go on, do some research, pal.
Yeah, I'm just
help me out.
Googling him here.
I mean, what's he thinking? Why would you introduce her to Casanova type level swordsmen such as Gus Hansen? Unbelievable. But Gary, we felt for you, but you know, 20.
It's all worth it now.
It's all worth it in the end, yeah, absolutely. Stephen limps the small, 150k. Barry decides to ISO.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, nice hand selection from Barry. I think Barry's probably aware, right, that Stephen is going to be opening from the small with lots of his stronger hands, right? And so when he limps, I think Barry's just going to be aware now that Stephen wants to see cheap flops and start pouncing on it with aggression. We see action on Stephen on the button. Ace-9 off. Makes it 600k. Here comes Barry.
Oh,
look
wow.
Daniel with this. Oh, and we can see he's found a light one.
Nice.
This is going to get through, column. Very nice adjustment here from Daniel. Using his image very well here with the 20 big blind jam.
Daniel's gone down again very fast. Oh,
I think that last pot there with the king 6 fee, queen 9 cost him about 1.5 mil.
Really nice spot he found here. Yeah, really
it's not impossible that Stephen calls this off.
No,
we are getting shallow.
Don't fall for that, Andrew.
I don't think he's calling. I don't think he's calling either. But you know.
And we were saying about the guys not taking long enough and where they're going to do it with their bluffs. Well, he finds this light one really fast as well.
Did find it really fast. Well played, Daniel. Showing that those gear changes that are very necessary three-handed.
Oh, I hate when you get all your chips back like that and they fall over. Like, why don't you just put the stack in standing up and then get them back standing up?
There you go. I'm getting confirmation. He won a 2K package to Bucharest.
Nice, beautiful.
Just for having your girl stolen by Gussie Hansen.
I've never been to Bucharest. Have you?
I've not been either. You know what? I'm thinking about going to this one.
I would also like a package.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, come on. What's our best bad beat story? If they're handing them out willy-nilly just because Gus stole your woman, surely we deserve one too. Unibet overlords, make it so. Anyway, that happened at the Galway UKIPT in 2013. I'm going to give a shout out to my boy, Paul Fiebers. He came second in that tournament. I was there at the time.
2013?
I was at the tournament.
What age are you?
Gus was there, I was there. Could have stole my girl and I could have been going to Bucharest. Anyway, Stephen, ace-jack in the big. Right, that's enough about Gus Hansen. No more mentions, I promise.
Oh, is this one of these where you get to guess his hand?
It could be, yeah, sweat with Daniel. Looks like he's limped. Not too sure what's going on yet. He does limp 300k. Oh, they're asking him to put the cards down. Okay, got it. Stephen has a very easy ISO here, of course, with ace-jack. Makes it 875. Daniel gonna let it go.
And you know, there's no talk at all of the right or nearly equal stacks.
I don't think so. Yeah, no, very surprising. And normally you would see the idea broached. Huge pay jumps, as we mentioned, guys. 19.8k for the next person eliminated, then up to 28k for second, 45,000 up top. None of these guys interested in striking a deal.
Love it.
I kind of love that, right?
Love it. And they definitely all have 100% themselves. Just know it.
Yeah, we get to see the sweat.
There ain't no sales here.
Absolutely. As we see, Barry gets a walk with the ace-4. Look, Stephen, is he asking for the deal?
He's asking for counts anyway, right? Yeah, it looks like.
What do you reckon he's
I
saying?
think Barry's just.
What do you reckon? He's like, Barry, come on.
More or less.
Let's do a deal, buddy. Or at least tell me how many chips you've got. And Barry's just like, what?
Stop.
No.
Leave me alone.
Work out yourself, he says. Yep. Daniel's having a look too.
I love it. Barry's just like, stop annoying me now. I'd like to see a raise here from Barry.
Yeah, folds to him in the small.
Yeah, really nice size
find it. Daniel gonna defend with the 7-3 of clubs. Like to see this from Daniel, opening up a little.
Yeah.
Does defend. Does flop best. 9-7-5 with 2 spades. Quick check, check. Rapid check, check turn. Queen of diamonds. Barry here gonna know his king high's not good. Not gonna try and bluff. Daniel takes it down with the pair of 7s.
Yeah, played pretty well.
Okay.
I liked how both players played that, actually. I'd like to see Barry get more aggressive with small blind, I was saying, and Daniel open up his calling range is very nice. Possibly could have went for a little bit of value on the river, but
yeah, I think Barry quite aware there, actually, that it wasn't the greatest board for him to try and shift Daniel. We see him opening it with the ace-8, takes it down.
Do you know what's actually interesting? I was just thinking. So when I was at the feature table, I was able to go to my phone, like,
yeah,
and talk to people who were watching it, like, and you could see who had what. But like, this is so fast that no one's been able to leave the table. Like, they have no information whatsoever about the hands that are playing.
Yeah, there's absolutely no time, is there? We see action folds round to Stephen with the deuce 4. Barry checking back with the 3-5. It's going to be a case of who bets first wins here, Column. Both players with essentially the nut low. Ace, King 10. Stephen going to go for the small stab. Not small indeed. Goes for another one of these large sizings. Does make sense. Get to immediately fold out some sort of jack highs, right? Queen highs. When we bet this large size in, even a hand like 10-4 or 10-5 is going to become very indifferent versus a big bet. Very nicely done from Stephen, takes it down.
I would have liked to see Barry isolate there, right? Gets a lot of better hands to fold. He knows Stephen's starting to limp really wide.
For sure, could be an option. Stephen now on the button with ace 4.
This is loose from Daniel. It's strange, right? Because I haven't seen
know.
him defending at all. I've seen him folding Queen 7 suited earlier.
Look at this. Stephen checks back, improves to trip 4s. We can see not going to get any more action. You think here to a little strategy change, like against a lot of players, we are just going to go ahead and bet here, right, and still get some value from some ace and king highs, some kind of lookups. But against someone like Daniel who's been very tight, can we go for the double check, let him catch up?
Yeah, it's definitely an
Very
option.
easy for us to say that, right, when he's got the 7-3. Action on Barry with the 8-4. As the players continue to duck and dive. Here goes Daniel, continues the limping strategy from the small. With the pocket kings, Stephen checks back with Queen 4. Does connect with a piece. Jack 8-4. Bottom pair for Stephen. You see a half pot bet here from Daniel.
Thrown into the
Look
pot.
at that, very quick fold.
Wow, I like it. That's 500k you made it?
Yeah, just over half pot.
Wow,
We did see him call earlier with bottom pair on a Jack 7 deuce. Very good awareness, just seems to have a very good read and feel how to approach these marginal spots. Very nicely done from Stephen, just ditches it without much thought.
Surprising one, that is, yeah.
As I get news, guys, from the grapevine, the man himself, Mr. Dara O'Kearney, going to come and join Colm in the booth for 30 minutes or so.
It's O'Kearney, right?
Don't be dad. Enough out of you. As I see Dara.
There's Dara.
approach
Dara
the
says
booth.
it's Dara O'Kearney, not O'Kearney.
Is my pronunciation been wrong all this time? You really hate to see it. Dara's just too much of a gentleman. He's never told me.
I had to tell him.
All right, guys, I'm going to slink off with my tail between my legs, work on my P's and Q's, practice my diction as you see Sten bring a new deck. I'm going to tag in Dara to do 30 minutes with Colm. So, guys, I will be back in around about 30-40 minutes' time. Please enjoy the comms of Dara and Colm. See you shortly.
So we say goodbye to Andrew for now, but he will be back later. I'm Dara O'Kearney, and so how's this 300 been going?
It's interesting, very interesting. Stephen here, I think, have tagged as the favourite at the moment. He's playing very well. He's playing close enough to optimal as he can, right? Make some nice exploits.
Nice.
Barry be very aggressive, and then Daniel's kind of on the tighter side so far.
Yeah.
But Chip's all very even at the moment.
Yeah, that's certainly the way they were playing earlier on the final table as well. So.
And the pace of play is breakneck speed.
That's
every time.
It's good to see. No tanking that.
No.
So Daniel moves in the 8s.
Oh, was that a 4 bet there? I think Barry 3 bet there.
Barry 3 bet the 9-6 suited.
Yeah.
That's aggressive for sure.
He's been finding some nice 3 bets in fairness. Getting by. But
I've played quite a bit with Barry. He's definitely super aggressive. I know he got 300 in the super high roller as well. So he's had a pretty good week.
we were talking earlier, it looks like there's no discussion whatsoever of a deal.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, people have been asking me in the room, and normally there are deals. I mean, I was watching the high roller for a while, and it seemed like there was about 4 different deals done at different stages of the final table.
Yeah. No, Stephen's like kind of talking to Barry about a stack at one stage, and Barry's just like, go on, deal the hand, deal the hand.
Yeah, Barry doesn't seem to be a man who worries too much about the money.
No. It's these spots. I was asking Andrew, what do you think? So Daniel's limping too tight compared to what often would be, right?
Yeah.
How do you think Stephen should be playing? Should he just be isolating value then?
Yes.
Yeah, he shouldn't have any low stuff like this. Right.
Although it always depends on how he's responding to the 3-bet as well.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you get people who are too tight, but they also fold too much.
Picks it up there, bottom pair, small bet.
Yeah. How deep are they roughly?
300k big blind, and they all have around 9 million, so
Okay.
about 30 bigs.
Yeah, this could go on a while then.
Yeah.
Most tournaments end when there's about 30 to 40 big blinds in play, so we could be here for a while.
And just the way it's being played as well, like, I'm not seeing many big shoves or 3-bets and stuff, so there's
Right.
lots of limp pots, so
Yeah, so
strap in.
yeah, if it's small ball, we could be here a while. Three-handed with the big blind ante is really, it rewards aggression.
I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, so online it's only like a quarter of an ante, is it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got heads up in the Saturday Night Freeze Out, one of the smaller side events here, and it was the first time I'd ever played a heads up with the big blind ante, and it really messed with my head. I had no idea what the ranges were supposed to be.
So it's 100% basically. Is it even in here now for the small blinds you're playing? Yeah,
correct. Even when they get heads up, even when they get heads up, it'll be 100%.
Yeah.
So that completely changes the heads up as well.
I was saying I'd like to see Barry isolating a bit more here when he's letting Stephen limp in a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which of these players have you played the most with?
Barry, I'd say, but only the last few weeks playing PLO and stuff. But
Yeah.
here comes Daniel.
Yeah.
Standard enough, nice play. Yeah.
Yeah.
This week I played a lot with Stephen actually. He was good, quite out there. Some big massive bets and you weren't expecting, and leads and stuff. So he's tough to play against.
Yeah.
I think he could be an online qualifier, could he?
Yeah, he could very well be, because Unibet is big in Belgium, so could very well be. I was looking at his hand mob, and it seemed to be mostly since the pandemic.
Okay.
So he might be one of those guys who sort of like had nothing else to do during the pandemic and put a lot of time into his game.
He says he's a Razor Edge follower anyway.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying at the table. How have you found the week anyway, Dara?
Sorry. It's been great. The numbers have been very good. Atmosphere has been very good. Cashed a couple of drums myself, so that always helps as well. It's always more fun when you at least get some sort of result rather than you just break the entire festival.
Correct.
How about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I came 14th in this.
You had a deep run, yeah. You were
kind of painful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Second, the 2 tables out was just like.
I think that's one of the worst places to go because you just feel you're so near the final table.
Yeah.
So Jack 2 in the small blind here. Normally you would limp or fold this. Again, the big blind ante changes the ranges here. You just can't fold that much. Oh, Barry's got a real hand. Yeah. And moves all in. I think that might have been strong enough to induce. What do you think?
Yes, I think so, yeah. what would your bottom your induce be there? Ace queen off, ace jack off.
Probably ace jack off, yeah. Steven with the 4s on the button. Interesting spot here. 23 big blinds.
So I was saying to Andrew, so Daniel is playing tighter, probably tighter than optimal. And I was saying Stephen should probably take out a lot of his jams just to not overdo variance. I think he's the best player at the table.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Back in the day when I only played sit and goes online, 6-man sit and goes that paid 2. Very common situation that came up was 3 players left, roughly equal stacks, and you know it's 2 paid. So the debate was always whether you should become more aggressive and get more firsts, or you should become tighter and get more cashes.
Okay.
And the answer, I'm pretty sure, was it depended on what the other players were doing. If they were both playing aggro, you should sit back and pretty much just always get heads up then, usually with a deficit. But if they were both playing tight, you should open up. The problem is if one of them's playing tight and one of them's playing aggressive, there's no good answer.
That's where we are now.
Yeah.
But I think with the lineup on his button, Barry's not doing a whole lot in small blind, which is correct. So
yeah,
he's getting a lot of opportunities to just raise through. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It depends on the seat positions in that case scenario as well. Daniel limping the small blind. Stephen checks the queen 8.
So Daniel's really started to expand the small blind limping range correctly over the last few half an hour.
Interesting. So he's actually adjusting. Yeah. Players sometimes do adjust because they after a little while they just realize how quickly they're dwindling down.
Yeah, me and Andrew mentioned that. All right. We were just mentioning as well. It's just when you actually watch the stream, you commentate on it, you see how little hands you get 3 ways.
Yeah.
You really just need to play.
Yeah. Most of the time, you're looking at 3 garbage hands.
And then imagine now heads up. That just gets exasperated again too.
Yeah. And heads up is such a beast of its own too, because the hand valuations just change so much. Like any pair is a very strong hand heads up. Hard to make a pair, as they say.
Absolutely. Did you play in the chip race tournament?
I did, yeah, very briefly. I bust the high roller, and I had the option to go back in, but the chip race later edge was just closing, so I hopped in that.
Yeah.
And didn't last too long.
Good to make an appearance at least.
Yeah, that's 3-handed as I was coming in. The last 3 players were Annette O'Carroll, who I'm pretty sure everybody in Ireland knows who she is.
Yeah.
Jamie Cunningham, and a foreign visitor who I don't know his second name, but his first name is Soren, and he was playing extremely well. Did you play any other events?
I played the high. No, I didn't play the high roller. Jeez, I didn't play any events. No.
You just main event. Well, you went deep in the main, so that cut down your time.
I think we're 3 ways here. The graphics are a little bit off. It's been limped and checked through, I think.
That's interesting. Stephen has top pair. Don't know Daniel's hand, but top pair, terrible kicker wins by the looks of things.
They should chop, right? King 8, 8, 10.
Oh, King 8.
He keeps poking the cards, Stephen.
Ace 5.
Not sure that we missed that one, maybe.
Yeah.
Stephen takes it down anyway.
Yeah, I think he was the only one with the king. I think Daniel's hand was eventually shown to be ace 5, which is interesting that he limped that.
Yeah, he hasn't really been raising his button too much.
Yeah, he was doing that even early on the final table at 30 to 40 big blinds effective. He was doing a lot of limping, which is pretty unorthodox. But players can find it hard to adjust on the fly when they see a play like that they're just not used to. Stephen holding his button. 7 deuce definitely is not in the opening range. Oh, Barry has a hand here. Who's going to proceed?
We were also saying, should Stephen just open 100% if Daniel's tight enough?
So long as Barry's not adjusting by 3 betting, I would say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You get to play it. It's because it's almost heads up at that point.
Yeah. Stephen had a big chip lead at one stage, and he got trips versus trips against Daniel and lost, doubled up Daniel. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the big hand earlier where Daniel had the nut straight with a flush redraw against top 2 against Sam, and he just shoved for 3x pot and got called.
Oh, I heard about that.
That was a huge spot, obviously, for him.
I said I fancied Richie O'Neill coming in when I seen it.
Yeah.
The lineup, but he got a few bad spots in there.
Yeah. Yeah, Richie would have been my favourite because he actually had a very good start today and he chipped right up to 4 million pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And once the final table formed, I thought he was in with a great shot. But you know, the cards will decide a lot of these spots. So
22
as well.
22 big blinds here. Ace Jack suited. Would you like to be rejammed here, or would you ever see a 3-bet? Or you're happy with the call?
I'm not happy with the call. I'm definitely either 3-betting or jamming. I'm just trying to decide which of those two.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, the passive player in the middle really does change the dynamic. So,
Ace Jack raised here. Wow.
Let's put Barry in the bin.
Very surprised to see Barry, but you know what? He hasn't seen a raise in about an hour. So
yeah. So
yeah.
And yeah, he's looking at the board thinking, even if I'm good now, how do I feel about going all the way to the river with my hand?
But you know these check raise spots, I find once you call them in the button, it gets checked down so often because the big blind's raising so often, and then they just kind of give up a lot.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
I was talking to Andrew. Are you going on any trips? Are you going to this Bucharest stop or anything?
Yeah. I've 3 trips abroad before the end of the year. I'm going to Nottingham next week, basically end of next week for UKIBT. Then I'm going to Bucharest for the Unibet Open, which is the first Unibet Open this year, and then I'm going to the Win for the WPT Classic. Yourself?
I'm trying to those 3 December things. Qualify for one. And if I don't qualify for any, I'll probably go to Prague.
Yeah.
And then this week in the Intercontinental should be nice.
Yeah. I think that'll be a great festival. It's good to see a high buy-in poker back in Ireland. It'll be the highest buy-in in Ireland since the EPT back in 2015 or whenever it was.
Didn't know that, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Have you tried qualifying for the satellites for the Win, or?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, the satellites are actually pretty good. Well, the feeders especially are overlaying.
Yeah.
Last year the finals were overlaying very heavily. Not as heavily this year, but the feeders are overlaying really heavily. The only problem with them is they're at night time, our time.
Yeah, I played a few of them.
Yeah.
But the ones in the day are overlaying constantly.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be giving those a few more spins.
See Stephen here. This happened 2 times. He's trying to get. Well, actually, he's trying to get to put a stack correctly.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he wasn't having them in stacks of 20. So.
Yeah.
Which is smart. He needs to know these things, like.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important on chip counts. So.
2x raise.
2x raise with the ace-5, pretty standard. Daniel. Stephen just.
So Stephen has the ace-5 here. I think he's just flat called the small blind.
Yeah, sorry, Stephen just flat called.
3-bet would have been nice here, Dara, right?
Yeah, I think so. Interesting flop now because they all kind of have something.
These multi-bet spots are difficult, right?
They're really.
Bet ranges and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you put ICM on top of that. ICM would probably answer is just bet, is it?
Yeah.
When you're a chip leader, like.
Yeah, absolutely. You get to bet much more, and you can use really small sizings as well, because people have to just fold more.
We've seen this quite often. Him electing for the big size. He's gone half pot here.
That's interesting. That does narrow the range. Oh, look at this turn card.
I can't see Barry paying too much more, can you?
No, no, he has a weak top pair, and the board's getting scarier and scarier. Both the straight draws get there, essentially.
Is he jammed? Or is that 2 million?
2.4 million according to the graphics. Good fold here by Barry. Yeah, recognize that he just wasn't really beating anything anymore.
Do you think he could have went for like a interior small bet here?
Oh yeah, no, I think the sizing, yeah, you want to go small. I think. Yeah, like in general in these ICM extreme situations, sizings just get smaller and smaller.
Right. I was actually wondering about this the other day. So, you know, say you are in the ICM spot in the final table and you want to get your max value. Is that never a thing? Is a solver never going for those over bets and then like a 2x river jam?
There are spots which we refer to in the ICM book as min or all in, where if you allow the solver all the sizes, the only sizes it ever chooses are one big blind or all in.
Okay, interesting. And have you seen much over betting though?
No, you generally don't see over betting because, like a general rule in poker is that your range is constructed around your value.
Yeah.
So when you're relatively shallow and ICM is a thing, the top of your range, the value part, generally just wants to go geometric to get in by the river.
Okay. I suppose at the final table, the stack depths are never really going to be over bet size anyway.
Yeah,
right?
that's the thing. Yeah.
So Barry's raised Jack Queen off. Seems like a good defend by Stephen.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's going to check raise here if this gets bet.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking earlier. Players weren't finding these check raise spots because of the ICM, but you do have to keep going for them.
That's one of the things that doesn't fall away, right?
Yeah.
I got that from your book.
Yeah,
the raises
correct.
stay the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he's recognizing that this board is getting better and better for him.
Big bet.
Yeah, the big bets, they do paralyze the opponent in some ways, but then they are somewhat exploitable. You should basically just expand your value range and expand your bluffs as a result.
Okay. And now you see Stephen's just stacking up, right?
Yeah.
Just bit by bit, he looks like he's
Yeah,
a pretty
he is.
big
Yeah,
chip
no,
lead now, yeah.
we're seeing this generally three-handed, particularly with the big blind ante. Aggression is going to be really rewarded.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening here.
I'd never even thought about that, the big blind ante.
Yeah, no.
Because you don't see it online at all.
Yeah, no, you don't. We never deal with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it really changes the dynamic.
So when does a big blind ante leave an online table? When does a full big blind not the ante at an online table? 4 left?
It's only at the start.
Oh, you're all playing 8, I suppose.
You're all playing 8.
So
Yeah,
7,
8,
8, 6, 8.
7 or 8. Yeah. Depends on the size of the ante, but you know, if the ante is 1/8 of the big blind, then as you get 7-handed, 6-handed, 5-handed, which is a common mistake too. Like people think that as you get short-handed, your ranges should expand, but actually the opposite is true in the traditional ante game because there's less dead money in the pot.
Interesting. Yeah, I never even thought about that. Nice shove there by Stephen. I think Barry has about 8 bigs now.
Yeah. Yeah, Barry has withered back. It's interesting, like a player like Barry who's super aggressive, but often you do find that when it gets to this stage of a tournament and it's short-handed, they sort of go the other way.
These ICM spots are so counterintuitive, Darragh, aren't they? If you're not studying them and you're not, it's so hard to get a feel for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Fair play to Daniel. Like he's really hung in there, and
I really like the shove from Barry. He's going to be able to go really wide here.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, this is a 8 big blind shove. Daniel should really be calling, I think, with King 7 suited.
Yeah.
But he doesn't. So that means we can go even wider. And again, like, I don't want to keep harping on about the big blind ante, but it makes such a big difference there because it's 750k in the middle. So when your shove gets through, you add a third to your stack.
Yeah, it's huge. Are you a fan of it? Do you think it should be changed?
I think it should be changed. I think the big blind ante, once you get down to 4 or 5-handed, should become half. Should become the small blind essentially,
okay.
Because otherwise it does. Yeah, it effectively just makes the stacks even shallower at a time when they're already getting quite shallow.
Did they play this like in the Frightened series? The same thing? Big blind ante the whole way till the end?
Yeah, it's pretty much become the standard now. I mean, there was huge debate when the big blind ante came in at the start, and Alan Kessler in particular.
I think.
Here we go.
Yeah, nice.
Here we go.
Good call. Good jam.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, jam is perfectly standard, and Stephen makes a good call. He's still got 35% equity, even though his hand is considerably uglier than Stephen's. See if he can. Oh, 7 straight out. Drills it. Stephen looks rather dejected, but he has lots of redraws. And King kills it. Barry gets the double.
Yeah, nice play.
Pulls the stacks back. So, I mean, you could say you got lucky there, but like, you did absolutely nothing wrong. You're supposed to shove that hand on the button.
Yeah.
And Stephen with a very quick call. So Stephen, I think, does know his ranges.
Yeah.
He's got them pretty nailed in as well.
So much variance this period right there. Just when everyone's 10 big blinds, 20 big blinds deep.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you just get these spots where one player has a hand they have to shove and the other player has a hand they have to call.
Yeah.
And both ranges are expanding the shallower you get, so it's more likely.
Like even when you get to the last 2 tables, it was like 25 big blinds deep at some periods, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. ICM really warps strategy in a lot of spots. My favorite ICM spot is when you have 50 big blinds. Let's say there's a satellite and there are three players left and 2 seats, and you've got 50 big blinds, and the other 2 guys have 5 big blinds.
Yeah.
You're supposed to fold 100% on the button.
Just to let them clash.
Yeah. If you've got
but
aces,
they have no ICM with each other, right?
They have no ICM with each other because you're So they will get it in super wide, and then you will so it's really counterintuitive because if you get aces on the button, you get aces. You're supposed to fold. The first time I saw this spot, a student sent to me and he was like, "There's a bug in HRC."
Yeah. That's funny.
Now, obviously, satellites are extreme, but you do get these really extreme dynamics sometimes when, even in a normal tournament, one guy is very short and the other 2 guys are relatively equal.
Yeah. So I was saying to Andrew, the ICM is getting quite low now, right?
Yeah, correct.
Compared to what it would have been at 7 or 8 handed.
Correct.
Especially with the
ICM peaks on the bubble of the final table, so 10 left, and then with each elimination it goes down.
Yeah. Sorry there, we didn't want you to hear any background noise, any spoilers.
Yeah. So stacks have kind of leveled up again, although I guess now Daniel is dwindling. Stephen is still very healthy even after that hit.
Just shows you like he was able to win so many small bots throughout this.
Yeah.
Even when that 50-50 comes,
Yeah, exactly.
Lucky, he can take it.
One of the first poker books I ever read was Doyle Brunson's Super System, and he actually made that point that aggressive players essentially set up free rolls. They'll generally get it in bad when they're called, but it's essentially a free roll because they've made all that money already from all the uncontested pots.
Yeah, it's a nice way to think about it. Yeah. They've been showing a lot today. Stephen are so honest.
Stephen is really interested. He's craning across to see the stack.
I think Daniel's like, leave me alone at this stage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Stephen's definitely a character, playing with him for a few hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I was telling Andrew earlier I had a David Brent moment when Barry was moved to the feature table, Barry Carter, my co-author.
Yep.
So he sent me back to the room to get a book so that he could hold it up ostentatiously at the feature table and plug the book. But he was only on the feature table for 10 minutes. So by the time I got there, he was back off the feature. But I gave him the book anyway. And he bust and off he went. And I was going back to see how my student Ray was doing. And Stephen held up the book and said, "Is this your book? Is this your book?" And I was like, "Yeah, do you want it signed?" And I could see from the total confusion on his face that he had no idea who I was, why I was. It was like, "You gave this book to your friend. This is your book, right?"
Nice.
So I took the buck and slunk off.
Yeah. Tail between your legs.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the next book actually there?
The next book is going to be called Beyond GTO, and essentially what it is I wrote at the start. I wrote down a list of what I think are very common live leaks that typical live players do, and then we used the solvers. We node locked lots of different spots to see how the solver would adjust.
Nice. Very useful for a lot of players playing this kind of tournament, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And did you use the new GTO Wizard updates? Lets you use
With
node
Ruse?
locks?
Yeah, we did, yeah.
How
Yeah,
we
in
found
fact, it was bad timing for us because we originally used PO for all the post-flop stuff, and then we were like, well, now we're going to have to check it with Ruse. Now, as far as we can see, they both have the same results, more or less. I mean, obviously, around the fringes, there are differences. You know, maybe PO is wanting to better check 60-40 and Ruse is 50-50, but yeah, at least it looks like we didn't mess up the PO sims.
It's always about knowing the mechanics though, right? These percentages aren't going to make a difference for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're looking for the big patterns. You're not looking for the close spots where you can go either way. So Barry moves all in, and Stephen folds up. Stephen still has 12 million. Yeah, so his aggression is really paying off.
Yeah.
And also, he's limited in the small blind. When Barry finds a hand, he's just giving up an extra half blind, but that's fine. He will. He may eventually find a hand. This is amazing. I think, yeah.
I'd be getting
this is
annoyed
all I
now.
have
Yeah.
now.
He should know at this point. It's like half a blind less than it was a second ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bit of gamesmanship. Are you opening 5-3 suited on the button?
I think in this field, yeah. This particular setup. Barry is now taking up the flag to a certain degree and putting the pressure on Daniel, who is whittling down. There's also possibility of a collision effect here. Jack 8's obviously a good peel. That's an interesting flop. They both have a pair, and as we said earlier, a pair heads up is very big. Barry leads out. Daniel's not going to feel brilliant about bottom pair probably, but he just lets go to a single bet. Yeah, I mean he's right on this occasion, but if you're playing like that, where you're just going to fold unless you can beat second pair or beat bottom pair, then raising from the small blind and just betting every flop is going to be hugely profitable.
Do you think in Barry's situation, his jam's going to go through very often? Do you think it's a better option just to bet 2x with everything and then avoid that big variance?
Yeah.
That's the best option.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing we found when we were running the solves for the new book, a pattern which came up time and time again, is that if a player has a particular leak in one part of the game tree, you should get into that part of the game tree as much as possible, even if you seem to be giving up EV in other spots.
Yeah. Bigger raise from Barry here, almost 3x.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, players often have sizing tells in those spots where they raise bigger with sort of like, well, I've got an ace, but my kicker is terrible, so I really don't mind taking this down. And then other players, sometimes they do that with their stronger hands. So you have to sort of pay attention in these spots and try and find some correlation, rather than just assume big always means one thing and small means another.
But it is easier up here, isn't it? I'm watching that.
Oh, it's super easy. And these guys have played very long days, don't forget, and they've been playing all day.
Yeah. But there's so much going through your head when you're playing. You're like, does he think I'm overdoing it now?
Yeah, there's so much. And as you get three-handed, like,
oh yeah, crazy.
you're playing every hand almost.
Yeah.
And that's something I think people often don't realize. That like if you're a tournament specialist, you don't play four-handed very often. No. You don't play three-handed very often. You don't play heads up very often. And if you only play live, then it's going to be really, really rare.
Yeah.
Like I remember looking at one of Ireland's most successful live pros, looking at their hand and mob, and they only played 12 times heads up in their life.
Wow. Yeah.
This is spot here now. Barry has a really bad bottom pair, and again, like, yeah, Stephen's aggression is just printing money here. As you said, like three-handed, most of the time nobody has anything much. So, and he's doing all these big size bets as well, which people are just finding it hard to find the correct range to continue with.
Just show, even like you're scared of future aggression, you know what I mean? Because he's just barreling down the streets.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's making a pot sometimes. He's like,
yeah, no, it's really difficult to play against.
Fairness, Barry, when he had the stack, when he was able to, was really good for barreling off.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's more difficult for him now, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's shown some nice gear changes, Barry. Anytime I've played with him, I've just seen like really aggressive barrely Barry.
Yeah.
But he has mixed it up today.
Yeah. But it's nice to see. Like, there's nothing worse when someone checks down with 6-7 high, like, and they can't win the pot.
Yeah.
So he's always going. If he has a hand that won't show down, he'll bet. Like.
Yeah, absolutely. This three-handed has really gone on for a long period now. That will mean the blinds will be higher when they eventually do get heads up. So we might not be in for too long of a heads up battle. And I think it really depends on who they are as well.
Yeah. I think that could be an accurate prediction.
Yeah, I think if Daniel is involved in the heads up, it could go on a while. But if the other two, it might not take so long.
All in from Daniel. Ace high, nice.
Yeah, he does at least know his jamming ranges.
Yeah.
The problem is he's just not getting enough hands to jam, so he's quickly down, and he's not going to get called off too wide. Here comes the crane again.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to call it the vulture. The neck just slides across. Daniel with the Robbie. He is playing his button super circle, but Jack 4 is a hand that most people wouldn't open. And interesting, Stephen just folded Jack 5 suited there.
Was it like calling in an ISO?
Was it?
Not sure. They play so fast that you can't.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we're going to have to watch their hands more.
What do you prefer these days, that are live or the online streets?
I've always preferred online.
Yeah.
I do live as a sort of a diversion.
Yeah. Break up.
Yeah, but no, my favorite has always been online.
How many tables do you play these days?
12. 12, and if I make a final table, biggish final table, I try and bring it down to 8.
Ooh, okay.
Very nice. Yeah, this is nice because now Daniel is going to shove, but no harm done.
Yeah.
Put the pressure on. Most of the time, Daniel won't find a hand he can shove.
12 tables, 2 screens.
2 screens for play, and then I have a third screen where I have all the lobbies.
Nice.
How about yourself?
8 to 10, 12 on a Sunday if I have to.
Yeah.
I don't love 12, but I could play if I have to.
Yeah. I used to play more. I used to 20 table, but that was back in the days when all the sites had HUDs.
Okay.
Now with so many sites not having HUDs, you have to pay a little bit more attention on individual tables.
Yeah. Interesting call. Could be pretty good off 18, right?
Yeah, no, it's definitely nice as a trap. And
He's not going to raise too often anyway because of the ICM. Is that right? In the small blind.
That's correct. Yeah, yeah. And now I would like to see him just call the whole way here, because if you are playing an aggressive player, one of the few ways you can get back equity is by allowing the buff. But unfortunately, he's moved all in, and Stephen will just fold to 7 high.
Takes down a nice one anyway.
He takes down a nice one, yeah. Yeah, this is an adjustment I always try to tell recreational players, that if you are playing with a really aggro, good aggro player like Stephen, and it is melting your head, what you can do is just bluff catch more.
Okay.
Just batten in and go check call, or check raise if your hand's strong enough on the river.
Yeah.
But then, a very savvy player like Stephen might be betting a lot of flops, but might be shutting down on turns. So
yeah. He's asked him to move his hand again. Huh?
This is, yeah.
Look,
now he's asking the dealer.
Oh, he's getting annoyed now. What is he doing this on purpose?
Yeah, I don't think he is. I think he's just, he's.
He has been quite confrontational leading up to this.
Yeah.
I played with him a few times. He's a character, like.
Yeah.
I was saying he looked like Alex Theologus. Phone did he?
He does, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Oh, this is one of the funniest things I've ever seen on a final table.
Barry's just staying away from it, look.
Just move your hand out of the way, mate.
Yeah. In fairness, I think Stephen has to realise he can't see it from every angle. Like
yeah.
How perfectly does he want to see it? There, it's right there in front of him. What are we dealing with here? We had a limp, check through. Yeah.
And they're both happy to take the showdown.
Yeah. So during that hand, he was telling him to go and look at his chips.
Yeah.
What did it have to do with him?
Yeah.
He's watching him now while he stacks.
He's got such an incredible interest in how many chips he has. What he could do is, if he knows exactly how much Barry has, he could just add his own stack to Barry's and subtract from the total. But he's shaking his head. He looks positively aggrieved.
He's just looking. It's not. He's looking at your own hand. What does he? He's looking at him now.
Yeah. A friend of mine from England years ago came over and said that in Ireland it was very noticeable that players got really upset when you asked them how much they were playing. It was almost like a challenge.
How long ago was this?
Oh, it was a long time ago, 10 years ago. It's
Still,
moved on a bit from now.
Still, if you ask some people, they get a bit annoyed. Like,
yeah.
Here we got an all in here.
Yeah.
3x raise with 7-8 suited. Nice rejam by Barry.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, Steve, because he does seem pretty studied. I don't see why he's sizing up. It might be a thing against the button, right? Against the big blind, sorry. But I've seen some players do that so they don't get jammed on as much. But
yeah.
Or don't get flat as much.
Yeah. But with the stacks behind, yeah, I think, yeah, I'm not a fan of sizing up there. They're like the odd couple now at this stage. And Stephen.
That's Barry in the button here.
That is Barry on the button, yeah. Yeah, so we only know Stephen's hand apparently. So we don't know what Barry has raised, we don't know what Daniel has folded. But Stephen has a hand he can certainly defend here.
He says all in?
Did he say all in?
No, he's just asking for the count.
Asking for the raise size. Yeah, 10-6 would normally be pit. Ooh, Barry's got jacks. Look at this. This has potential to get big. Middle set against kind of nothing.
Daniel going to cool off for a second.
Yeah.
Effective stacks, so what are we looking at? We've like 23 big lines for Barry and 30 for Stephen, maybe?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Stephen has a bit more.
We had almost 800 players, and the starting stack was
30,000.
30,000, so that's roughly Can I still do maths? Is there 26 million in play? Is that right?
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Because the average.
Ooh. Yeah.
Nice.
All in from Daniel.
Oh, he's got looked up here.
Yeah, yeah. Finally, Stephen snaps him off. He can still hit an ace, but Stephen, big favourite here to get heads up with a massive chip lead if he holds here. If he doesn't hold, he's going to be very short. So this is a huge pot for both of them. Clean flop. Some backdoors for Daniel to go with his ace, but and that's one of them. He picks up the 5 now. 5 or an ace, and we lose Daniel in 3rd place.
Do they shake hands?
And it looked like Stephen just bolted off. It's going to be an awkward. They're not actually. They're counting the stacks just to make sure, but yeah, no handshake. No handshake for you, sir.
No. Do you think Daniel? Well, great run by Daniel first off.
Yeah, no, tremendous run. Absolutely tremendous run. Looked at his hand and mob. He's a player who's mostly played in the Fitz down the years in smaller tournaments.
Yeah.
This is certainly the biggest stage he's ever played on, and he has acquitted himself really well.
I think he handled himself really well. He was really nice to play over the days. I played with him for a few hours yesterday.
Yeah.
Really nice guy, yeah.
Unfortunately,
they made up.
That is a career. Yeah, nice to see a handshake. And it's going to be easier for Stephen to count down his chips now because they're his chips.
The king is back.
The king is back, has been pronounced. Hello, everybody. Back in the booth. We'll give our love and thanks to Dara. Absolute legend. Been very helpful all week in the booth. I'm back, guys, and we are heads up. Welcome along anybody who is just joining the stream. Hopefully you've been here throughout International Poker Open 2023. Heads up, guys. 2 warriors remaining, fighting for the title. I am Andrew Headley, joined in the booth once more by Mr. Colm Chan. Colm, heads up.
How are you, sir? Excited, but look, I think, could this be deal talk? What do you think? It looks like deal talk. It looks again like Barry's brushing him off.
A bit of deal talk. I can exclusively reveal while I was on my short break. Barry turned it down. Snap turned it down. No deals, folks. They are playing for the lot. So we're heads up, guys. Last 2 players.
Just you missed. What you missed was Daniel opened 2 bigs. Oh, Daniel jammed 20 bigs. Sorry.
Oh.
And Stephen snap called jacks. Ace-8 versus jacks.
Ace-8 versus jacks. Couldn't run it down. So, guys, heads up for the title. Both players with 27,800 euros locked. 45,240 euros will be going to our champion. And we are, of course, down to 2. Barry Moore there in the left of your screen. And for the last time tonight, the pronunciation, Mr. Steven Rotut from Belgium.
Not your best, but good.
It wasn't my best. It's been getting consistently worse as we go.
Exciting, though.
Sorry, Stephen, if you watch it back. Don't hate me, brother. Anyway, best of luck to these 2. And I think, on balance, a deserved heads-up matchup, I would say, Colm.
Yeah. It looked like this a long way out, I think.
Yes, Stephen being very technically good. Yeah. Barry very aggressive, finding the good exploits. As we see Stephen here with a 2-1 chip lead. And he finds the kings on the button immediately, finds the limp in. Now, interestingly here, Barry picking up an open-ended straight draw.
You know, he's been inclined to do this, Stephen. Check back some strong hands in the flop. We've seen him do it a few times there with Dara as well.
I like this a lot, especially with the king of clubs in hand. Barry hasn't raised pre, probably doesn't have an ace. We have almost nothing to protect from. And as we see Barry, quite rightly, goes for the semi-bluff, does turn an open-ended straight draw. Stephen continues the slow play, 750k and call, 6 of diamonds river. Stephen is good.
Barry's not checking.
He has to go for it. Difficult to blame him. We do, of course, have just 9 high. Look at this. Stephen immediately sends it. Gonna try and stack a jack. So we can see Barry with just 9 high, and Stephen immediately opens up a 4-1 chip lead.
He's not afraid to jam, Andrew, is he?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're
not afraid of the 2x.
That's one of those. I think enough of the time Barry's going to have to hero off with a jack.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You know, the pot's already got pretty big. Got to take your chance to end it on hand 1. Very nice pick up there for Stephen. It's going to be tough to come back here for Barry, but we've seen in heads-up column especially, it can be very swingy, right?
Absolutely.
If Barry gets that first double up, then it's anybody's game.
No, I really like Stephen's found a few of these correct jams, you know, that a lot of people might just call there or check back at times, but
absolutely
really find a max value. I love it.
Yeah, been very impressed with him overall.
And Andrew is on Deliveroo here at the moment.
Don't be spoiling my secrets. Listen, it's long, hard days here in the booth, all right? I'm hungry. I need to be furnished with some food, Column. Hey, listen, guys, Column's that dude who brings, you know, oatmeal to the booth. Oatmeal. Absolutely
Overnight oats.
No, I'm going to get myself a little something to eat.
You should go to Chayo restaurant, Lower Baggot Street.
Chayo?
It's a great spot. Tappanyaki.
All right.
Couldn't recommend it.
Right, perhaps we'll go this week, my friend, when we go. We are going to go and play some live poker. I'm going to take on Column in the live streets later in the week. Let's book it, mate. We'll go for dinner.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
It's actually closer to the Intercontinental.
Lovely. Absolutely ideal.
And that will be sent to Unibet, that receipt, right?
Obviously. You think I'm paying for my own dinner? You don't know me very well at all. Anyway, guys, heads up play continues.
They're getting on well, in fairness. They're chatting away. It's nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Barry here with the 8-5 suited. Blinds now huge. 200, 400k. 400k ante. Barry, though, undeterred. Comes in for the min raise.
Oh, wow.
Wow, look at this. Stephen just wakes up with a monster. Decides to jam. Interesting there. Is some latitude to consider a potential trap. Yeah. You know, is Barry going to min raise, you know, many ace-x type hands, ace-3, ace-4, probably shoves them. Even a bunch of his king-x. Could have considered a little slow play there, but decided to send it.
Yeah. Yeah, ideally, Barry would be good if he could find some limps at this stage. Like 2x fold is so rough on a stack at this time.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, I'd even prefer a jam there with 8-5 suited maybe, but
I agree for sure, yeah. Is a bit of a disaster to raise, you know, fold 20% of our chips.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and it just gets worse. You know, you run into 2 hands in a row, then you wake up with queens, sub 10 bigs, and get walked. Barry with a mountain to climb, but we've seen him do it before. Stephen, though, looking to cement his chip position and take down this title. Have seen it before, though, so many times heads up Column. All it takes is for Barry to get that first double, and he will be in the mix. Is going to limp this time from the button. Does find a nice one with 10-4. And Stephen going to go for one of these deceptive checks. Don't mind it with King 10. Oh, look at this. Barry flops top and bottom. It's going in, guys. The money is going in.
This could be it, Andrew.
Look at this. Barry doesn't seem happy. Not sure why. Top and bottom with sub 10 bigs. Gets check shoved on.
The instant jam. Just like.
Very surprised to see him unhappy here.
He's not folding.
Absolutely not. Get the chips in, Barry, my friend. Never laying this one down. Little surprised to see this Column. Of course, heads up. Okay, if your opponent somehow has a better 2-pair or a flop flush, sometimes you just gotta give them the money.
Yeah.
Wow, Barry looks extremely unhappy.
Our graphics are going crazy.
I'm wondering, is there any chance that it's a graphical error? Don't think so. Does look like 2 pair versus top pair in a flush draw. Look how close the equities are running, guys. 54% for Stephen. Very close. Basically coin flipping here for the title.
6 spot heads up, isn't it?
Absolutely. Stephen needs an 8, a king, or a spade. Otherwise, Barry gonna be back in the hunt. Here we go, Column. Business time here, heads up in the main. Turn card incoming. It is a king of diamonds. Look at this. Stephen now 1 card from the title, just has to fade a 4.
There we go.
And it is over just like that. Jack of clubs on the river. And guys, that is it. GG, game over. And our champion of the 2023 International Poker Open is Stephen Rothhout from Belgium. Very well deserved, Colin. Played fantastically, and we got to give a hearty commiserations to Barry Moore. Played a great game, Colin. It's over a quick, sharp heads up.
Yeah, look, well deserved. Thought Stephen was brilliant throughout. Barry as well, excellent, very aggressive. Some really nice barreling down the streets. It's hard to win it there when you're 4-1 to start with chip lead.
Yeah, very difficult. Yeah. As you see it, guys, here we run you through the numbers. Stephen, wow. Our champion, 38% VPIP, pre-flop raise percentage of 25%, aggression frequency in the 40s. Very unfortunate there for Barry Moore. As you see, our beautiful IPO trophy. Guys, what a week it has been. This gives me the opportunity, as we'll wait for the winner's photo, to run you through a few thanks to everybody that has made this week happen here at the IPO. Big thanks to our partners Unibet for helping us to put on such a fantastic festival. Also want to thank everybody that joined me this week in the booth. Dara O'Carney, as I've been told. Big thanks to Dara, big thanks to young Tom Murphy. He joined me a few times this week, was fantastic in the booth. Big thanks to you, Colum. Thank you, buddy, for joining and giving such good analysis throughout the final table. Also thanks to Jen Mason and to Barry Carter, both for joining me in the booth. As we see Stephen here, fist pumping, showing the tattoo, taking in the celebrations, a worthy champion.
Harry Potter.
Yes, indeed. Could well be. Well, he Dumbledored his way to victory. Absolutely, though, Stephen, a worthy champion. And guys, that is it from us for this edition of the IPO. Thanks finally to our floor staff and to everybody behind the scenes, to my backstage team who have worked tirelessly. Guys, that is it for us. As you see Stephen celebrate the victory, it's a big goodbye from myself, Andrew Headley, and from Colin Chan. Thank you, Colin.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. We will see you next up. Unibet live poker tour in Bucharest. Thank you very much, everybody. It's good night from us, from Dublin. Very good night.
I'll send it to you anyway. It won't go anywhere, don't worry. Brilliant. Well done. Well done.